Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Shinigami, A Tough Start Against Ryujin Jakka. Chapter 71. In the blink of an eye, 977 years have passed since Yuacha's last invasion of Soul Society. As predicted in the Holy Emperor's hymn, the 1,000-year bloody battle seems to have entered a countdown. The current peace in the three realms is more like the calm before the storm. The calmer it is now, the more noisy it will be when the storm comes. On this day, Aizen and Tusen Konami once again conducted the hollow experiment. They collected a large number of souls of the Gote 13 team members who were convicted by Room 46, and created a humanoid Manos Grande who was completely black but white inside. Although the appearance of the Manos Grande created by Aizen using the souls of Hogyoku and Shinigami was black, Aizen still called it a hollow based on the inner part of the Manos Grande. Just then, the only daughter of the Kurosaki family, a pure-blood Quincy, who was still living in the present world, boarded the Ishida family, who were also members of the pure-blood Quincy family, and entered high school. The clock hand of fate seems to be turning. In the great inner space of the spiritual king standing above the sky. The spirit king, who was sealed in the crystal, with only his torso and head left, his four double pupils, which symbolized true omniscience and omnipotence, seemed to flash at this moment. Obviously, although this Lord Spiritual King has no consciousness of his own, he has already arranged everything that follows. Division 10. Shiba, the captain of the 10th Division who usually hides in the treetops and lazes around, suddenly feels a heart palpitation for some reason. It seems like something bad is about to happen. Shiba squinted his eyes, looked at the clouds in the sky and murmured to himself. Finally I found you, Captain Shiba. Before Izshin could think about it, the white-handed boy who seemed to have discovered Izshin kicked the tree trunk in front of him. Wow! Along with the rustling of leaves, Izshin lying on the trunk fell down. It hurts. Izshin touched his butt and kept wailing, it's over. Just now, my handsome tailbone was completely broken. Today, or to be precise, I will not be able to work normally in the future. Stop pretending, Captain Shiba. Come back to the captain's office with me to work. Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was already the deputy captain of the 10th Division, completely ignored Izshin's wailing and dragged Shiba Izshin directly towards the captain's room of the 10th Division. Although Shiba wholeheartedly protested to his dear vice captain Hitsugaya Toshiro, he was still dragged back to the captain's room by a hand. After all, Rangaku has always been Beilong's vice captain, so Beilong has been promoted to the position ahead of schedule. But it's a pity that even after becoming the vice captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro still couldn't escape the team duties. After all, he was too embarrassed to squeeze out his 3 seats, so he could only shoulder everything by himself. Captain, I have already finished all the team duties you gave me. Oh, you are worthy of being the next captain of the 10th Division. Well done. After Shiba listened to Toshiro's words, he picked up Toshiro as if coaxing a child and smiled. Forehead. Although Toshiro's face was full of reluctance, he hated others treating him as a child, but he still held back when facing his old boss who raised him as his son. Hitsugaya Toshiro struggled and jumped out of Shiba Izshin's arms. Even his teacher had never hugged him like this. Anyway, please take a look at this report first. Toshiro said and handed the report to Izshin. This is. Izshin held Toshiro's report, his eyes trembling slightly. You still remember what happened in Naruki City 2 months ago, right? The Shinigami in charge of Naruki City has died, and the reason is currently unknown. This is brand new information. The Shinigami who was sent to Naruki City to investigate last month is also dead. Toshiro looked at Shiba Izshin and said seriously. I understand. Shiba frowned, and he saw something unusual in this report. I'll leave the 10th Division to you for the time being. I'll probably be back the day after tomorrow morning. Goodbye then, Toshiro. You have to take responsibility for me. Shiba said with all his heart, and flew towards the sky, and a shunpo disappeared in front of Toshiro. Captain, this matter hasn't been reported to the captain yet, has it? Is it really okay for you to attack directly without the captain's permission? Hitsugaya Toshiro shouted nervously to Izshin. But Shiba Izshin has disappeared, and Hitsugaya Toshiro is also very speechless. It is indeed Shiba Izshin. On the other side, in Rukongai's dark laboratory, Aizen and Tusen Konami are constantly manipulating the instruments in front of them. It's just a little bit short of the last bit. Tusen Kanami sighed while manipulating the instrument in front of him. It's okay, Tusen. Don't panic. I have found the traces of Hiriko Shinji and others who fled to the present world decades ago. Even if our experiment goes wrong, we can make up for our shortcomings through the physical data of Hiriko and others. So don't worry, everything is under our control. Aizen comforted him softly after hearing Tusen's complaint. I understand, Lord Aizen. Tusen Kanami's expression immediately calmed down after hearing this. At the same time, Hitsugaya Toshiro also reported to Beilong that Shiba was determined to go to the present world. I know, Toshiro. It doesn't matter. Just let Isshin go. He will not be in danger. If Isshin doesn't come back this time, be prepared to take over as the captain of the 10th Division. Beilong also knows that, obviously, Shiba Isshin a fateful encounter with Kurosaki Masaki. Teacher, don't worry, Toshiro, Isshin may not want to come back by then. As soon as these words came out, Hitsugaya Toshiro felt relieved. I have to say that Shiba Isshin was very good to him. At the same time, Shiba Isshin has passed through his own world traveling gate and headed towards the present world. A small city in this world, Karakura town ends. When Shiba Isshin, the captain of the 10th Division who came to the world from Soul Society to investigate the accidental death of Shinigami, came to Karakura town, he was responsible for collecting the experimental subject's white data, and came to find Aizen, Tusen and the first time Hiriko Shinji and others. Hieraku Shunsui, who was working with Aizen, also came to this city like a coincidence. What is a coincidence is that the Ishida family, a pure-blood Quincy family, is also located in Karakura town, and Kurosaki Masaki, the only heir of the Kurosaki family, a pure-blood Quincy family, happens to be staying in the Ishida family. Suddenly, all the actors gathered on the big stage of Karakura town, and the needle of fate began to turn again. This day was June 17th, and it started to rain lightly in the sky. Shiba found Zubai, the ferocious beast that killed Shinigami, as he wished, but before he could start a duel with Zubai, 10,000 was chosen behind him. The slash just now was Shinigami. We have a traitor in the Gote 13. Isshin's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he remembered a rumor when Urahara Kazuki rebelled against Saraiti. The rumor was that it was not Urahara who rebelled, but someone who plotted against Urahara. The person who plotted against Urahara was still dormant in Gote 13 in. Isshin didn't take it seriously at the time, but now he suddenly came to his senses after being stabbed. Am I going to die here? Just when Yixin was lying on the cold and wet floor, his eyes were helplessly looking at the sky. Call out. A sound breaking through the air immediately attracted the attention of Zubai and Yixin. I saw a girl with short orange hair, who appeared in the night at some point. The girl was constantly opening the spirit bow and arrow in her hand. That is, Isshin looked at the girl, and the name Quincy suddenly rang in his mind. Immediately afterwards, when Isshin was still thinking about the girl's identity, the girl suddenly stopped attacking and allowed Zubai to bite her away. Careful. This shocked Isshin, who stood up from the ground. However, before Yixin could finish his words, a scene that shocked him even more happened. I saw the girl hugging the other person's neck with a smile while Shubai bit her shoulder, and whispered, "In this case, I will catch you." After the girl finished speaking, the light of divine destruction suddenly lit up in her hand again. Ouch! As the humanoid Manos Grande named Kiyoshiro roared with all his strength, Kurosaki Masaki, who was holding the sacred annihilation in his hand, instantly pierced Kiyoshiro's neck. However, Shubai did not die like this. He became bigger and bigger during a violent expansion. Oops! Seeing this, Isshin immediately threw that Zubai to the ground and used Bakudo Splitting Void. Boom! The soaring flames shot straight into the sky like an intercontinental missile. Because the concentration of spiritual beings in the present world is the lowest in the three realms, both Shinigami and Hollow's power here is in a weakened state, but even so, the fire still woke up the entire Karakura town, and the official department characterized it as a gas explosion. Haha, I'm sorry, I got you involved. Shiba Isshin, who turned into a carpet before his eldest son, Kurosaki Ichigo, looked at the girl in front of him in embarrassment and giggled. Are you okay? The girl looked at Isshin in front of her and asked nervously. It doesn't matter. Don't shake your head after hearing this. You, on the other hand, are so awesome. You actually killed Manos Grande in one go, which gave me a headache. Speaking of which, I haven't asked your name yet. Who are you, miss? Isshin looked at the girl and asked. I am Kurosaki Masaki, a Quincy. Masaki hesitated for a while, and finally answered truthfully. Are you a Quincy? You're so awesome. Ahem. Isshin replied excitedly after hearing this. It seemed that because Isshin was too excited, he accidentally injured his body, causing him to cough. Is this Shinigami? It's completely different from what father said. At this time, Masaki was more like a little white rabbit who was curious about everything. There is no doubt that Yixin is a big bad wolf who is motivated by lust. And then, Isshin returns to Gote 13. So do you have anything else to report? Beilong sat on the chair in the captain's room and asked Yixin in front of him. Report to the captain. No more. Hearing this, Yixin bowed slightly. Really? Then go down. Remember to give me a report in advance before you go to the present world next time. Beilong looked at Yixin and reminded him. Yes. Looking at Beilong with a hint of murderous intent, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although Isshin can be regarded as Beilong's cheap uncle, it is obvious that Beilong still has no intention of protecting Shiba Isshin. In the next few days, Isshin stayed with the 10th Division. After all, he had gone too far before, and many captains in Gote 13 had problems with him, especially Captain Sui Feng of the second team. I can't get it out of my mind. However, no matter how hard Yixin tried to calm down his mind, he could not completely calm down. As long as he. When I close my eyes, Kurosaki Masaki's smile comes to mind. If Beilong saw Yixin's performance at this moment, he would definitely laugh and say, it's over. You are in love. In short, after Shiba struggled with his brain for several days, he finally couldn't bear it anymore, secretly passed through the world-traveling gate, and went to Karakura town in the real world. When Isshin came to Karakura town, he met the girl he longed for as he wished. Unfortunately, the girl's situation didn't seem good. Just after Isshin had an argument with the Quincy holding the girl, a man wearing a strange hat and a green yukata appeared in the sky. Above, he said seriously to Isshin and the Quincy, if you two really want to solve the symptoms of that girl, then you might as well come with me. I am concerned about the situation of that girl. I understand quite well. After all, I have been troubled by this symptom in girls for nearly 100 years. Are you Urahara Kazuki? Isshin looked at the sloppy man in front of him and was stunned for a moment, then he said his name. It's been a long time, Captain Shiba. After hearing Isshin's words, Urahara took off his hat, revealing his vicissitudes of life, and smiled. This original timeline is a bit b.u.g., but it can be explained that Urahara Kazuki has an informant in Soul Society, and it is normal for Shiba Isshin to know each other, since they are retainers of the Shihuin family after all. So Quincy, or should I call you Ishida Ryasutsu? How do you choose? Believe me or not, please, bring Masaki back. The silver-haired Quincy heard this and said seriously to Urahara. Good. Urahara Kazuki suddenly smiled when he heard this. Finally, Ishida Ryujin, Urahara Kazuki and Shiba came to the store opened by Urahara in the present world, and then, under Urahara's introduction, Masaki's treatment method was revealed. Are you kidding me? Ishida Longxian's face changed immediately when he heard this. It seems that you are a smart man. Urahara Kazuki looked at Ishida Ryuxian, whose face changed with shock, and his eyes lit up with a glint. How could this Shinigami give up his power for this? Giving up your own power to help a Quincy? Are you kidding? It won't do him any good at all. He won't agree. Ryushan was desperate at this moment. He felt desperate the moment he heard Urahara's method of treating Masaki. This was simply a fantasy. In order to heal Masaki, a captain-level Shinigami needs to give up his own Shinigami power. This is absolutely impossible. Don't you just want me to give up the power of Shinigami? You should have told me earlier. Although I am a little reluctant to give up, if I give up saving her today, tomorrow I will definitely despise the person I am today. While Longxian was still in despair, Shiba Isshin had already made a decision. What are you doing? The moment Ishida Ryuxian listened to what he said, he knew that he couldn't compete. Just because Isshin said the same thing as Masaki. Then let's begin. Although Urahara Kazuki was also shocked, he still started his operation as he said before. He first extracted the power of Shinigami from Shiba Isshin's body, and then injected it into Masaki's body, or the power of Shinigami, which has the same origin as the hollow but is harmless to the Quincy, entered Masaki's body. Masaki's complexion obviously began to improve, and the hollow hole in her chest slowly dissipated. Successful. Urahara wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at the person behind him. However, at the very moment when Urahara Kazuki turned his head, he couldn't stop laughing. Just because Urahara saw a person who should not be here anyway, looking at everyone here with a smile. Succeeded. Ha ha ha. Of course, this does not affect Isshin Shiba, who has lost the power of Shinigami. He has now become a pure ordinary person and has no access to the world where Urahara and others live. Ha ha. Although Shiba Isshin has lost his power, he is not a fool. When he saw Urahara Kazuki and Ishida Ryusutsu, who were facing formidable enemies, he gently wiped the sweat on his forehead, and then asked, "Is there something behind me? I can't see it. Things. I really didn't expect it. The captain of Gotei 13 would actually come to my humble home. It really makes my shop shine." Just when Shiba Isshin was confused, Urahara Kazuki revealed the identity of the person standing behind Isshin. Yes, the person who came was none other than Beilong himself, who came directly from Soul Society to Karakura town through the world traveling gate. Urahara Kazuki, long time no see. Beilong looked at Urahara Kazuki and Shiba Isshin and spoke lightly. Urahara Kazuki didn't say anything, he just bent down gently and bowed towards Beilong. Who is this guy? As for Ishida Longxian, his eyes were looking at Beilong with confusion at the moment. He has never seen a spirit as powerful as Beilong. Captain, no way, don't lie to me. When Shiba heard the words, he was so frightened that he turned around. Naturally, he didn't see anything. But when Shiba looked into the serious eyes of Urahara Kazuki and Ishida Ryuzin, he finally understood. In a world he cannot see, the most powerful Shinigami in Soul Society has arrived. Meet the captain. Please give me a chance to explain. Isshin made a decisive decision and knelt down on one knee, preaching to the air that he could not see. Wrong. The captain is with you. Urahara Kazuki couldn't bear to see this and covered his eyes. Yes, Shiba was kneeling in vain. At this moment, Beilong was standing beside Masaki Kurosaki AGBC, who was lying on the hospital bed, quietly sizing up the girl in front of him. Who is this man? At this time, no matter how arrogant Ishida Ryujin was, he discovered the extraordinary power of the man in front of him. A Reiatsu was so powerful that it deformed the surrounding space, making him feel suffocated, and making Shiba Isshin and Urahara Kazuki far more powerful than him. A strong man in the world, such a respectful man, his identity is definitely extraordinary. He is the captain of our Gotei 13. Mr. Longxian, I advise you not to have any thoughts of making small moves. Captain Beilong is far more powerful than us. One of the strongest Shinigami in the history of Soul Society. Urahara Kazuki heard this and specifically reminded Ishida of Ryuzdao, Soul Society's most powerful Shinigami ever. Ishida Longxian's face changed slightly when he heard this. His fair skin seemed to have lost some of its color, making it look even paler. Beilong ignored these three people, but took out his soul-cutting sword. Since the 10 holy blades were unsealed, Beilong could also use the rest of the holy sword power. Therefore, Beilong used the brightest holy sword to kill Kurosaki Masaki. There is a power left in the body, a power that can certainly withstand the holy calendar of Yuwatch. As for Masaki Kurosaki, it's better to save her if you can. After all, whether she lives or dies has no impact on the subsequent development. But when the other two people saw Beilong take out the soul-killing knife, everyone was sweating profusely. Especially Urahara Kazuki. He remembers that when he left Soul Society, Beilong's Reiatsu was not like this. Obviously, Beilong has become more powerful now, so powerful that even Urahara Kazuki doesn't know how to describe it. But fortunately, Beilong only touched Kurosaki Masaki with the scabbard, making Urahara Kazuki and Fuchu Ryuzin breathe a sigh of relief. But the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, which didn't mean that Shiba was relaxed. Shiba, captain of the 10th Division, will do as he is told. In view of the fact that you did not report to me, went to the present world without listening to the advice, and got together with Shinigami's enemy Quincy. At the same time, you also lost your own Shinigami power because of Quincy. You are now sentenced to exile. The exile time is 100 years. Under normal circumstances, Shinigami who are sentenced to exile in our soul society must dissipate the spiritual power in their bodies before being sent to the living world. Since you have lost the power of Shinigami, I will no longer you have to do unnecessary things. However, it is precisely because you have lost the power of Shinigami and turned into the most ordinary mortal. If you die as a mortal within the 100 years of being exiled in this world, you will not be able to be exiled for a full 100 years. Then the soul you turn into after death will not directly return to the soul society. Instead, as an ordinary wandering soul, I will directly exile you to Hueco Mundo and continue your exile sentence until you reach 100 years. Shiba Yishin, do you understand? Beilong looked at Shiba Yishin who was kneeling in front of him and spoke seriously. Although Shiba couldn't hear it, Urahara Kazuki gave him a live broadcast directly. I understand. Shiba Yishin breathed a sigh of relief. What he meant by being exiled for 100 years was actually to let him live a good life in this world. Then the matter about you will be settled for now. Beilong looked at Shiba Yishin who was trembling in front of him and nodded gently. Ha! Hearing this, Yi Shin breathed a sigh of relief slowly. Hey, it's so gratifying and congratulatory. It's so gratifying and congratulatory. Yixin. Now you can live in this world legally and compliantly. Urahara Kazuki held a small white fan in his hand, shaking it gently while smiling at Shiba Yishin next to him. Stop gossiping, Urahara Kazuki. Shiba looked at the happily dancing Urahara Kazuki beside him and said viciously. Then it's your problem, Urahara Kazuki. At this time, Beilong looked at Urahara Kazuki on the side. Forehead. The moment Urahara Kazuki felt Beilong's gaze, his body froze in place, and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace at this moment. Captain Urahara, why don't you laugh? Didn't you laugh very happily just now? Shiba looked at the stiff Urahara beside him and suddenly smiled. The smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. Quiet. After Beilong heard Shiba Yishin's words, he frowned slightly and gently tapped the ground with the Zanpakuto scabbard in his hand. Boom. Beilong seemed to have forgotten that this was the real world, so he did not stop. He just took the scabbard and lightly knocked on the ground. A small earthquake occurred in the entire Karakura town, and many people wandering on the street fell to the ground. But it's not over yet. The next second, a howling wind blew on the street, and the dark clouds covering the sky broke away at this moment. For a while, the earth was shaking, the sky was mourning, and in just a short moment, the entire Karakura, the weather in the town has changed dramatically. Captain Beilong, calm down. Calm down. If you continue to be angry, this world will be destroyed. Although Shiba Yishin couldn't see Beilong's figure, he felt the trembling earth under his feet and knew that Beilong seemed to be angry at this moment. He immediately bowed his head and begged on his knees. Yeah, Beilong heard this and put away his reiatsu. Captain Beilong, I wonder what you want from me. At this time, Urahara Kazuki, who had been speechless, finally bit the bullet, looked in the direction of Beilong, bent slightly and asked respectfully. Urahara Kazuki, you are afraid that you have been in this world for too long, so you have suffered from temporary amnesia, right? It doesn't matter, I will help you recall your memories. Urahara Kazuki, you heard clearly, you are not an idler now, but a fugitive from our soul society. Do you think that as the captain of Gote 13, I met you, a Class A wanted criminal who escaped from soul society? What should be done? Beilong asked Urahara coldly. Captain Beilong, you know. This is not my problem. You helped me back then. Urahara Kazuki explained quickly. Oh, if that's the case, then why didn't you return to soul society after I took over as captain? Do you think you can't trust me? Beilong's words were very oppressive. Listen to my explanation. It's not that I have any objection to you, but I don't dare to go back if that person doesn't show up. Urahara Kazuki said anxiously. Judging from Beilong's actions just now, it might take Beilong a second to kill him. Oh, then tell me about what's going on now. It's been almost 100 years since you defected from Soul Society. You should have been investigating what happened back then during these 100 years, right? So let me ask you now, who was behind the scenes back then? Who is the guy who is toying with you? Beilong continued to ask Urahara. That's it. Urahara Kazuki suddenly showed a troubled expression when he heard this. Return to Captain Beilong. In fact, we still have some doubts so far and have not figured it out yet. We are still in intense discussions about the candidates for the people behind the scenes. Please be sure to give us some more time. During the time, we will definitely find out the truth and wash away the injustice done to us. Urahara Kazuki continued. In fact, in the past 100 years, Urahara Kazuki has used the Shihuan family's world traveling gate to secretly return to Soul Society to investigate hundreds of times, but he still has not found any clues about the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, what Urahara Kazuki has to admit is that the person who planned everything in secret is a thoughtful, extremely logical and extremely steady person. He will never reveal his identity until the last moment. He is an extremely scary person. That is to say, you have been in this world for nearly 100 years and have made so many efforts. You actually deceived all of you 100 years ago and led the so-called hollow incident that was blamed on you, Hiriko and others. Don't you know whether the person behind the scenes is a man or a woman, a member of the Gotei 13, a higher-ranking noble or a member of the 5 major families? Beilong was speechless. Is Aizen's plan so thorough? Is it because he has a god's perspective? This, for the time being. Urahara Kazuki nodded helplessly after hearing Beilong's words. If this continues, even if I give you 100 years, you won't be able to figure it out. Beilong looked at Urahara and said coldly. Aizen Sosuke was about to take action, but you Urahara Kazuki told me that you haven't investigated what happened 100 years ago. Isn't this inappropriate and useless? Urahara Kazuki, I believed Yoruichi's words. I thought you were a smart person, but in the end it was nothing more than that. It really disappointed me. Beilong sighed helplessly when he thought of this. When Urahara Kazuki heard Beilong's words, his expression suddenly changed slightly. This was the first time Urahara Kazuki heard that someone criticized him for not being smart enough. For a moment, Urahara felt that the pride deep in his heart seemed to be shattering. For some reason, his heart suddenly felt cold. Ishida Ryusei felt that he had heard something he shouldn't have heard, so he quickly said, since it's your Shinigami's business, I'll leave first. After saying that, Ishida Long Shanfei Lianjiao left. Beilong didn't mean to stop him. Although as a Quincy, Ishida Ryusen was not even a bit better than Ishida Ryu, who had not awakened the holy script, but facing Beilong, that was simply not enough. They weren't enemies anyway, so they just left. Beilong didn't have any ill intentions towards these hidden Quincy. Forget it, that's it. Urahara Kazuki will punish you and continue to be exiled in this world, and find all the people who harmed you back then. If you can't find them, you have the same intention as Shiba. Don't go back to Soul Society anymore, go back, it's also embarrassing for me. Now that I think about it, you and Hiriko Shinji, Love Kawa, Otoribashi Rojuro, Muguruma Kensai, Yadomaru Lisa, Surugaki Hiyori, Kuna Mashiro, Hashigan, Tessai Tsukubishi, a total of 10 people at the captain and deputy captain level, almost half of the Gotei 13. I feel uncomfortable and angry that the combat power can be calculated like this. If the Gotei 13 are all weaklings like you, when the Quincy or other Shinigami enemies invade Soul Society again, it will probably be the Gotei 13s. It's the end. Beilong angrily scolded Urahara Kazuki. Yes. You were right. It is indeed our fault. The responsibility for this is all ours. We are indeed too weak. There is nothing wrong with what you said. Please give us another chance. We will never make the same mistake again this time. Urahara Kazuki is like a child who has made a mistake. In front of his parents, he apologizes and tells his fault, while constantly ensuring that he will not do the same next time. Urahara Kazuki and Shiba Isshin, I advise you two to take care of yourself. Beilong said that a light lit up behind him, which was the light of the world-piercing gate. At the same time as Beilong's words fell, he had disappeared in front of Urahara and Isshin. It was also at the moment when Beilong left this world that the dark clouds covering the sky had completely disappeared, and the sunshine greeted the people on the ground after the wind and rain. Phew, saved. Shiba Isshin and Urahara Kazuki immediately collapsed on the ground after Beilong left. At Ishida's house, Shiba imprisoned Kurosaki Masaki wholeheartedly. But Ishida Zongzan forced Shiba to have a meal at their house. Ishida Ryuzin, who was coming to eat, met Isshin Shiba, who was coming back from the toilet. He was stunned. Long Xian, why are you still standing there stupidly? Why don't you come sit down and have dinner together? We have guests at home today. After Shiba went to the toilet and returned to the dining table, the people who were enjoying themselves at the dining table noticed Ishida Longxian, who was standing stupidly at the other door of the dining room, looking at everyone. This made Xian's mother looked at it and couldn't help frowning. Guest, why didn't I see it? And why is this guy here? Hearing this, Ishida Ryujin glared at Shiba Ishin and asked, Longxian, how can you be so rude? This gentleman is the benefactor of our Ishida family. Hearing this, Longxian's mother continued to frown and spoke in a deep voice. Masaki was sent back by this gentleman. Longxian's mother didn't forget to add another sentence after she finished speaking. Masaki. After hearing his mother's words, Ishida Ryusei glanced at Masaki, then at Shiba Ishin, and sat helplessly in his seat. Xiaolong, sit over here quickly. After Masaki sat down on his seat, Masaki waved to him. In fact, Masaki saw Ryuxian very early, but Ryuxian's mother and father were both there, so she didn't dare to call out to Ryuxian at all. Masaki, are you okay? Longxian pulled his seat next to Masaki and immediately asked Masaki. It's okay, no problem. I'm feeling very well now, and my whole body is full of strength. After Masaki listened to Ryuxian's words, he waved his hand with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Masaki put the shrimps that Ryujin loved to eat on Ryuzin's plate with a knife and fork. Hee. Ishida Longxian looked at the scene in front of him and rarely relaxed his frown. However, Ryujin frowned again immediately because Masaki put the remaining half of the shrimp on Shiba Ishin's plate. This is so delicious, Yixin shouted excitedly after taking a bite of the shrimp. Really, this is Xiaolong's favorite shrimp. Masaki Kurosaki heard this and said happily. Ryuxian looked at Masaki and Ishin who were happily tasting the food. For some reason, he suddenly lost his previous appetite. Well, this scene was naturally seen in the eyes of Longxian's father, Zongxian, and his mother. The two looked at each other helplessly, and then sighed, what a sin. Meal time at Ishida's house came to an end soon. Shiba Ishin was really happy with this meal. Well, uncle and aunt, I'll take my leave first. Yixin smiled and waved his hand towards Zongxian, who was trying to retain him, and Zongxian's wife. Stay one night before leaving. It's getting late and it's very dangerous at night. Quote. Zongxian had something to say, and he could naturally see that Ishin turned out to be not a human but a Shinigami. He could also see that the current Ishin had completely lost the power of Shinigami and was even more fragile than those humans with inspiration. No, this is inconvenient. Besides, I have to prepare for the move. Shiba Ishin was right. With the help of Urahara Kazuki, he borrowed about 10 million yuan and planned to use it to open a very small family clinic. Although Shiba Ishin has lost the power of Shinigami, his current skills have not deteriorated, and he can be regarded as a little Superman in this world. At the same time, he still has a lot of medical knowledge learned from Gote 13 in his mind, which is enough for him. To gain a foothold in this world, it's okay to at least make a living. Move place. As Shiba Ishin finished speaking, both Kurosaki Masaki and everyone in the Ishida family were stunned. Yes, from today on, I will stay in Karakura town. Shiba spoke with a smile to everyone present. That's great. As Shiba finished speaking, Masaki Kurosaki smiled excitedly. As for Ryuxian's parents, they also said repeatedly, really. If you need anything, Ishin, just come to us. Our Ishida family, although it is nothing in the world, but in Karakura town, it is nothing. How powerful, whether it is in the government, business, medical, or education, we, the Ishida family, can have something to say in these areas. If you encounter something unfair, feel free to come to us. Ha, I will open a small clinic, don't worry. Shiba heard the words wholeheartedly and said happily. Really, congratulations then, I wish you all the best in saving lives and healing the wounded. Hearing this, the Ishida couple smiled. Thank you uncle and aunt, I will borrow their kind words. Shiba thanked Ishida and his wife. For a time, the atmosphere between Shiba Ishin, the Ishida couple, and Kurosaki Masaki was extremely harmonious. Ishida Ryujin was the only one at this moment, and his mind was buzzing. Is this guy planning to stay in Karakura town and never leave? Although Long Xian was opposed in his heart, he still endured it. As his parents said, the man in front of him was indeed Masaki's savior. Without the Shinigami in front of him, Masaki would probably have died. But Ryubori will not thank Shiba Isshin for this, because without Shiba Isshin, Masaki would not have Hollow's symptoms. The cause of everything is still Shiba Isshin. Well, however, when Ryushan looked at Masaki and Isshin with a silly smile, he sighed helplessly. He knew that he had probably lost to the Shinigami who was also smiling in front of him. Even though I don't want to admit it, it's not me who is protecting Masaki now, but this annoying Shinigami in front of me. Ishida Ryujin knew this, but felt even more uncomfortable. Goodbye, uncle and aunt, Masaki, and Xiaolong with a cold face. At this moment, Shiba Isshin waved to everyone and strode away. Don't call me Xiaolong. This is not a name you can call me. It was just after Yixin left that the corners of Long Xian's eyes twitched slightly. He looked at the direction Yixin left and murmured to himself. In Ryuxian's heart, the name Xiaolong is exclusive to Masaki Kurosaki and is a title between relatives. It is not something that Shiba Isshin, a Shinigami, a familiar guy, can call. I'll go find you when I get a chance. After Shiba Isshin strode away, Kurosaki Masaki seemed to have thought of something and shouted loudly in the direction Isshin left. Point 0. You can do it at any time. Shiba heard this and turned around with a smile. Lost. I lost. At this moment, Long Xian knew that he had lost again. He looked at Masaki in front of him, then looked at Isshin leaving, and gently touched his heart. I have to say it hurts. It really hurts. Time flies, and 1 year has passed in the blink of an eye. First of all, it's Soul Society. After Beilong separated from Shiba Isshin and others, he announced that Shiba Isshin, the captain of the 10th Division, not only left his post without permission, skipped work during working hours, but also violated the Soul Society ban and left Soul Society without authorization. Therefore, he was completely exiled. Information. This news directly shocked the entire Gotei 13. Hitsugaya Toshiro, the vice captain of the 10th Division, even shouted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is not something that Captain Shiba can do. Captain Shiba must have to deal with it with extremely difficulty. After completing the mission, he will definitely return to Soul Society and the 10th Division." However, after Shiba left Soul Society for a whole year and never showed up in the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro, no matter how much he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that the heroic captain in his mind was exiled. Admit it. According to Beilong's instructions, Hitsugaya Toshiro also conducted the captain assessment. Became the new captain of the 10th Division. On the other side, while Soul Society is busy selecting the captain of the new 10th Division, everyone in the world is also busy with their own lives. Masaki Kurosaki has been studying hard during this year. During this period, she rarely saw Shiba Isshin. Apart from chatting a few words on her mobile phone every day, she continued to do her homework. Finally, her hard work paid off, and she successfully entered the university of her choice. It was after Kurosaki Masaki was admitted to college that she officially moved out of the Ishida family and started her own life of part-time study and part-time work. After all, after being admitted to college and becoming a college student, it means that she is gradually becoming an adult and there is no reason for her to stay in Ishida's house anymore. Of course, Ishida Ryuzin's support was indispensable during this period. Ryujin fully supported Masaki in finding his own life, and for this reason he had a big quarrel with his mother. After all, in the eyes of Ishida's mother, Masaki stayed with their family as her daughter-in-law to ensure the purity of the Ishida family's bloodline. In the same year, in order to accompany Gen, Ishida Longxian, Sake and Masaki went to the same university and began their tragic career as medical students. During this period, Masaki often took Ryujin to Shiba to play. While playing, Shiba told Masaki that he was punished by the captain for work reasons and was forced to be exiled to the present world. But in the process of getting along, Masaki seems to have noticed that Isshin is unusual. After all, Isshin has completely lost his spiritual power and can't see any spiritual body. Masaki seemed to recall something, and secretly swore to Shiba, "It doesn't matter if you lose the power of Shinigami. This time, it's me who will protect you." In the blink of an eye, another 4 years have passed. The 4 years of university passed by quietly. Masaki and Ryuxian attended the university's graduation ceremony together. After Masaki and Ryuxian graduated from university, they chose different paths. Masaki and Isshin fell in love, and the two chose to live together. Masaki gave up her path of continuing to study, and she had already begun planning her life as a full-time housewife. As for Ryushan, he did not choose to stop like this, nor did he choose to inherit his Ishida family's business. Instead, he chose to continue his studies. After Ryushan thought about it, he chose to go abroad for further study. On the day he went abroad, Masaki and Isshin came to see him off, and Long Xian also said goodbye to Isshin and Masaki properly. It seems that Ryuzin's farewell was not only to Masaki and Isshin, his two friends, but also to himself. He was also saying goodbye to the young self who always admired Kurosaki Masaki. That day Ryuzin left. In my mind, the little sun that has been dispelling the haze got on a plane to a foreign land. It seemed that it was because Ryuxian's parents couldn't worry about him, so when Ryushan got on the plane, he realized that next to him was Katagira Yi, who was following him. When Ryushan saw Katagira, he smiled with relief, and said to Katagira, "Please give me your advice in the coming days." "Master, Katagira will always be by your side." Katagira was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then smiled sweetly. A few months after Kurosaki Masaki and Shiba Isshin got married. Since neither of them had direct elders, the wedding was held under the witness of Ishida Munexon. On this day, Ishida Ryusei, who was far away from abroad, returned to the country, just to witness the wedding of Masaki and Isshin, and at the same time, he announced his engagement to Hei Katagira. Originally, Long Xian's mother wanted to persuade Long Xian and find a pure-blooded little princess for Long Xian as a marriage partner to ensure the purity of the two bloodlines, but Long Xian refused. This time I just want to marry the person I want to marry. In this regard, Long Xian's mother had nothing to say. He looked at his son and murmured, "As long as you don't regret it." "Mother, I have looked away a lot in the years since you left the country. As long as you are happy, just let her go with the wind as far as the family is concerned." "Well, I'm very happy." Long Xian took Katagira's hand and assured his mother. "Master, mistress." When Katagira heard this, he looked at his lover beside him with great emotion, and his biological mother standing in front, silently watching her. "You still call me mistress?" Long Xian's mother heard this and pretended to be angry at Katagira. Katagira looked at the mistress in front of him and was speechless for a moment. "Call me mother." Long Xian's mother rubbed her forehead helplessly and sighed. "Mother," Katagira shouted excitedly after hearing what his mistress said. At this moment, Katagira knew clearly that her biological mother had recognized her. By the way, when Shiba Isshin heard that Masaki was the only one left in the Kurosaki family, he decisively married into his wife. According to Isshin, anyway, our Shiba family has many heirs, the main family and the branch house. There is no shortage of children, so let us work harder for the continuation of the Kurosaki family. That day, Masaki, who was regarded as the son by Isshin and Ryuzin, smiled sweetly. Masaki has never regretted the husband she chose. After this the wedding started. Masaki wore a pure white wedding dress and stood together with Isshin in a suit and tie. "Isshin, you look handsome today." Masaki held Isshin's cheek and smiled. "Masaki, you are beautiful too." Isshin's cheeks turned red and he smiled and nodded. However, Masaki and Isshin planned to kiss each other. Ryushan and Katagira sent their blessings, and Zongxian and his wife were moved to tears. At the moment, a cold voice sounded, interrupting this beautiful wedding. Wait a moment." As the voice sounded, everyone looked at Long Xian. In response, Long Xian shook his head in silence and said angrily, "It's not me. Don't look at me." Long Xian seemed a little disgusted with everyone's reaction, as if everyone present knew that he once had a crush on Masaki. That is, everyone also knew that it was not Long Xian who shouted it, the voice was different. Crack! It was at this moment that the door to the wedding venue was pushed open. This made everyone present stunned. Because Shiba Isshin and Kurosaki Masaki have no relatives, their wedding was held simply and few people were invited. Apart from Masaki's best classmates in high school and college, there is only Ishida's family. Everyone has arrived now, so theoretically, no one will come. However, when the people outside the door walked into the door of the wedding venue, Shiba Yishin was stunned on the spot, completely dumbfounded. "Uncle, it would be wrong not to notify us when you get married." The visitor was none other than Shiba Kyan, the current deputy captain of the 13th Division, leading his younger brothers and sisters. "Isshin, this is your family?" Masaki Kurosaki asked in surprise. "Yes, they are my nephews and nieces." Kurosaki Isshin raised his forehead. He originally thought that he was exiled and Bailong would not let his family attend his wedding. "Uncle, congratulations. Also, Bailong asked me to bring you a gift. He wasn't suitable to come, so he didn't come," Shiba Kong said with a smile. As the captain's wife, everyone knows Kurosaki Masaki's identity better than Shiba. In the end, Masaki and Isshin's wedding ended with everyone's blessings. In the same year, Ishida Ryujin and Katagira Hei got married. The two held a grand wedding, which was attended by all the famous families in the world. Another half-year passed, and Katagira gave birth to Ishida Ryu. It turned out that Katagira was already pregnant when she was abroad, but when she returned home, she was not very pregnant. After giving birth to the child, Katagira took care of Ryu at home, while Ryu's scumbag father, Ryujin, continued his studies and struggled abroad. After Ryu was born, about 7 months passed before Masaki Kurosaki gave birth to her first child, whom she named Ichigo. The implication is to protect the one you love throughout your life. It was also when Ichigo was born that the Kyoshi who originally resided in Masaki's body was born with Ichigo, along with the Quincy power in Masaki's body and the Shinigami in Isshin's body. The power was transferred to Ichigo's body, and mixed with the power of Shinigami in Ichigo's body. At the same time, after the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Ryu, Rukongai of Soul Society, which is extremely far away from the present world. Is it finally born? The child I have high hopes for. My perfect experiment. Aizen Sosuke looked at the orange-haired boy who was delivered by the doctor with eyes full of expectation. In the first team captain's room, Bailong felt something in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo, the son of destiny, was born, and the Tien Shengren was faintly shining. In the shadow of Soul Society, the invisible empire. The great Quincy King Yuwatch, sleeping in the crystal coffin, is showing signs of recovery at this moment. At this moment, whether it is Bailong, Aizen, the sleeping Yuwatch, or the immortal spiritual king standing in the sky, these four will eventually become, or have become, the strongest existences in the three realms in the past, present, and future. They are all facing the birth of the child of destiny was felt. In the blink of an eye, the wave has arrived and everything will begin. This world. After learning that Kurosaki Ichigo was born, Shiba also took his younger brothers and sisters to the real world to see the baby. Of course, Ishida Ryujin Jakka is also indispensable. When Ishida Ryusen looked at Kurosaki Masaki's arms, which had a head of yellow hair that was very similar to Kurosaki Masaki, but had a face that clearly inherited the good genes of the Shiba family and looked a bit handsome, he suddenly frowned. "Rise. This kid is disgusting just to look at." Ishida Ryusei looked at Ichigo in Masaki's arms and murmured to himself. It was also at this moment that Long Xian's obsession seemed to be let go. This kid looks so cute. Looks so much like his father. At the same time, a nurse passed by Long Xian and whispered about Ichigo's appearance while chuckling. Maybe it was because Ichigo was born with yellow hair. Since he was born, countless girls have been fond of him. It's just because he looks like his father that he's annoying. Long Xian gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose and whispered dissatisfiedly. Perhaps, if Kurosaki Ichigo is not a boy, but a girl who inherits the appearance of Kurosaki Masaki and the sunshine-like personality, then the matter of fighting against Yuwatch. Maybe there won't be anything going on between Ichigo and Ryu. Longxian, for my goddaughter. Even if I am the founder of the Quincy, I will kill you. Let you see how far I, who has talents far beyond Ryu, can achieve after 18 years of hard work. Yuha. Lao Dang immediately opened his mouth and ate my silver blood-clawed arrow. It's a pity that Ichigo is a boy, a yellow guy who inherited Isshin's appearance. But to be honest, is Ichigo's father the prosthetic skeleton created by Urahara Kazuki, or is it Shiba Isshin? I guess Urahara Kazuki himself can't figure it out. But theoretically speaking, it should still be Shiba's heart. After all, the soul inheritance is there. Zangetsu is definitely a soul-cutting sword from the Shiba family. Not even Ermaya Wangyu will deny this, so we can't dwell on this weird thing. It seems that due to the birth of the eternal son Kurosaki Ichigo, the three realms once again fell into false peace. Even Aizen, who was originally obsessed with the hollow experiment, began to hibernate. He quietly observed, in his mind, the growth of Kurosaki Ichigo, the highest masterpiece born out of various coincidences. In this way, time flew by, and 9 years flew by. It's June 17th again, and it's another rainy day with the sky full of haze. Shiba Izshin should be said to be Kurosaki Izshin. He is standing in his private clinic, holding a cigarette with steam and sparks in his mouth, because Masaki once said that he looks very handsome when he smokes, so since then, Isshin's cigarettes have never left my hand. What a bad weather. It reminds me of a long time ago. I hope nothing will happen to Masaki and Ichigo. Kurosaki Isshin looked at the rain outside the window, and couldn't help but think of the day he met Masaki, and then thought of the day he saved Masaki. It seemed that once something big happened, the sky would start to rain like a heavy fog. On the other side, after class, Ichigo was being picked up by his mother Kurosaki Masaki. He was wearing a raincoat and kept running on the street. Although the thick fog obscured the sight of Ichigo and Masaki, it did not obscure Ichigo's curiosity about things and his mood of constantly playing in the park. Haha, slow down. Masaki looked at Ichigo, who kept running around, holding an umbrella in one hand and holding the strawberry bread bought from the bakery in the other. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Ichigo, who kept running around. With a smile on his face, he reminded Ichigo to pay attention to his safety. Ichigo didn't take Masaki's words to heart. Until Ichigo seemed to find something in the park. He ran all the way to the center of the park and waved hello to a child who was also walking in the rain, but he didn't get any response. After he replied, Ichigo's expression finally changed. Ouch! I saw that when Ichigo came to the girl, he had a light bulb on his head that looked like a monkfish, and his body was slender and covered with long hair, like a giant mouse. The face was like a human being, full of emotions, and a white bone mask was attached to the facial features. A huge creature comparable in size to a mammoth appeared in front of Ichigo. What's this? At this moment, Ichigo was stunned on the spot. He had never seen such a terrifying creature. He, your soul feels delicious just by smelling it. The mammoth-sized creature first smiled gently at Ichigo, and then showed an extremely ferocious expression. Aizen Sosuke, who was paying attention to Kurosaki Ichigo at this time, was a little worried. Because of Masaki, Aizen could not place too many things around Ichigo because Masaki would find out. But he absolutely cannot tolerate that his greatest masterpiece was killed by the 10-headed miscellaneous fish before it has grown up. It seems that I really have to take the time to go to Hawako Mundo. It is necessary to explain my Aizen rules to those lawless hollows. The flat mirror on the bridge of Aizen's nose kept reflecting the light, and he spoke with a cold face. From today on, Aizen will never allow Yushu to go to Karakura Town and disturb his experimental subjects without his permission. But Aizen didn't take the Kion in front of him seriously. After all, Kurosaki Masaki, a pure-blooded Quincy, is a ruthless character who can even kill his Kyoshi. A mere fool, he is no match for Masaki Kurosaki, a pure-blooded Quincy. Brush. Just when Aizen Sosuke was thinking this, Kurosaki Masaki had already arrived in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, blocking the ferocious Manos Grande in front of him with one hand. Before Grand Fisher could taste the Kurosaki Ichigo that he regarded as a delicacy, Kurosaki Ichigo's mother Kurosaki Masaki had already used the Quincy's flying kick to save the young Ichigo and blocked the powerful attack with one hand. Grand Fisher. Impossible. How can a human have such huge power? Who are you? Are you a Shinigami? Grand Fisher looked at Masaki, who exuded a strong sense of oppression, and countless cold sweats broke out on his forehead. When Masaki Kurosaki saw his child being attacked and showed the determination of a mother, Grand Fisher instinctively felt endless fear. Me, I'm just a pure-blood Quincy. Kurosaki Masaki seemed to have not made a move for a long time. She first moved her muscles and bones, and then opened a bow composed of souls with one hand. The shining sacred destruction continued to exude a white and silver glow on Saki's writing. A Quincy. There is actually a Quincy alive in this world. Grand Fisher looked shocked when he heard this. He had only heard of Quincy in legends. This was the first time he saw a living Quincy. It is said that Quincy is the mortal enemy of Hollow, a group of people who specialize in hunting down Hollow monster. You don't need to know much. Goodbye, Manos Grande. Masaki Kurosaki said this and opened the Reiko bow in his hand. Masaki seems to be full of confidence in her divine destruction. She believes that her divine destruction can wipe out Manos Grande in front of her with one shot. In fact, this is also true. After all, even the powerful experimental body created by Aizen, Kiyoshiro, can be killed by Masaki using his own divine destruction. Grand Fisher yelled, and he seemed to be planning to run away. However, being targeted by Masaki, he had no time to make any preparations. However, just when Masaki was about to release the Holy Annihilation, her eyes suddenly showed a hint of astonishment. The next second, Masaki felt someone whispering in her ears, as if someone was attacking the Quincy power in her body. Keep calling. Brush. As Masaki's pupils dilated slightly, the spirit bow and arrow in her hand immediately dissipated between heaven and earth. Good chance. Grand Fisher looked at Masaki, whose spiritual power was constantly dissipating, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why Masaki, who had already had all the advantages, suddenly lost his power, he clearly knew that his opportunity had come. Grand Fisher had no intention of giving up the opportunity. He pounced directly on Masaki in front of him and bit Masaki's neck. For a time, the sky was filled with bright red. The bread bag in Masaki's hand fell to the ground due to the huge impact of Grand Fisher, and countless pieces of bread were mixed with blood. And the young Ichigo, who Masaki used all his strength and life to block behind him, looked at everything in front of him in astonishment. The young Ichigo simply didn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Mother. Ichigo looked at his mother, who was suddenly bitten by the huge creature in front of him, and murmured to himself. Masaki, who was being bitten fiercely by Grand Fisher, did not respond to Ichigo behind her. She lowered her head like a dead corpse. Mom. This made the young Ichigo feel tight. However, only by biting Masaki Grand Fisher at this moment can we realize how serious the situation in front of us is. Why are you so tough? You just when Ichigo was worried, the Grand Fisher suddenly roared. I saw Masaki, who had been bitten by Grand Fisher in the mouth and had let go of the bread bag and umbrella, looking like a corpse. Suddenly, countless fine purple lines lit up on his body. Those lines were like an invisible armor, protecting him. Holding Masaki's body, the blood on the ground actually flowed from Grand Fisher's mouth. At this moment, Grand Fisher felt like he was biting on a huge iron scale. Not only was he bitten, but his mouth was also full of wounds. Even his proud man who could break through the steel skin of other Manos Grande, several of his teeth, which were now illuminated by the armor on Masaki's body, were broken and his mouth was bleeding for a while. Got you. As for Kurosaki Masaki, she showed a wicked smile at this moment, and she hugged the big head of the Grand Fisher in front of her. At the same time, her white hands suddenly lit up with a purple luster, and she instantly gathered two souls. These arrows were aimed at Grand Fisher's temples on both sides. You have such strength, but you still plot against me. You insidious and cunning Quincy, I don't want you to die a good death. You guys who play tactics are so dirty. You should be if you step on the horse. These were Grand Fisher's last words. He understood everything at this moment. Kurosaki Masaki just now did not lose his power. It was a trap to attract him to attack. PFF'd. As Masaki activated Holy Destruction, Grand Fisher had two huge holes in his head, and countless bright reds were scattered on the ground. At the same time, he lay on the ground unwillingly. Are we, Grand Fisher, born to die? Grand Fisher roared, and his body gradually turned into a sky full of spiritual beings. Kurosaki Masaki looked at the dead Grand Fisher, his eyebrows slightly frowned. At this moment, Masaki didn't feel the slightest bit happy because she had killed this Manos Grande. She didn't know why, but she was still a little sad. Maybe her compassion is causing trouble again. However, if the power in her body had not been summoned just now, a cry of, the most radiant light, suddenly rang out. A ray of light completely covered her body surface so that her spiritual power did not disappear. Maybe she was the one who died. Mom, what was he talking about just now? I don't understand what he is saying at all. The young Ichigo looked at the dead Grand Fisher with great doubts in his small eyes. He didn't understand Grand Fisher's words just now. Ah, pay it back. Masaki looked at the young Ichigo, gently rubbed Ichigo's little head, and then smiled. You will know when you grow up. Oh, Ichigo nodded in understanding. It's a pity that Masaki didn't know that her eldest son still couldn't understand it when he grew up. It has even evolved to the point that even if others explain a lot to him face to face, he still can't understand a word. What a good kid, he started to be deaf at such a young age. He is indeed the destined son of D-deaf, selective deafness. In the previous life, countless netizens commented on the three male protagonists of the hot-blooded manga, Naruto, Luffy and Ichigo, after they met the eloquent villain. Naruto refused the opponent's mouth escape and used his own superior mouth escape to convince the other party. Luffy ignored the other person's words and insisted on his own ideas. Kurosaki Ichigo was the most ruthless among the three. No matter whether what the other party said made sense or not, he said that he didn't understand it at all. He yelled, "I don't understand what you are talking about," and then picked up the phone in his hand. Zanpakuto, if you don't accept it, do it. When a powerful brick flies, no rules are of any use to him. The big knife in his hand is everything. At the same time, because the bread Masaki bought fell to the floor, she freed her hands and picked up the young Kurosaki Ichigo. She held an umbrella with one hand and held Ichigo with the other, and walked toward her. Go home. At this moment, Masaki's face did not feel any joy because she defeated Grand Fisher. She frowned tightly, as if she was thinking about something. Just now, the Quincy power in my body did waver for a moment. That power, what happened? It seems I have to go back and ask Isshin. Masaki knew clearly in his heart that the palpitations just now and the wavering of the Quincy's power must be something wrong with their Quincy lineage. But Kurosaki Masaki doesn't care much about this. To put it bluntly, Kurosaki Masaki doesn't know anything about Yhwach. Meanwhile, Soul Society, in the shadows of Seraiti. The invisible empire hiding in the darkness. On the throne that stands at the top of all things, a majestic and aloof figure sits quietly on it. His eyes seem to be staring at all things in the three realms, overlooking the past and future of all living beings, and controlling everything in the world. The name of the man who seemed to be omniscient and omnipotent was Yhwach. In this dark country, this is how Quincy calls men. Yes, the man's name is Yhwach. He is the king of the Quincy, the true enemy of the Shinigami. He led the Quincy 990 years ago and was the culprit who invaded Soul Society. As recorded in the Holy Emperor's hymn, the Quincy who was sealed Wong, it took 900 years to regain his heartbeat, and another 90 years to regain his consciousness. At this moment, the Quincy King Yhwach has completely restored his heartbeat and consciousness, and woke up from endless sleep. The first thing Yhwach did after waking up was to use the Holy Spirit to take back. He obtained the power within the mixed-blood Quincy who were basically useless in his eyes and were scattered around the world. My people, during the time when I was sealed, you were the ones who were killed. Now I have completely awakened from my dark sleep. In 9 years, I will completely regain my strength. Then, as predicted, I will lead you to seize the entire three realms within 9 days. And create an ideal world for us. Yhwach sat on the throne. His voice was hoarse, calm, and full of power, ringing in the minds of every Quincy living in the invisible empire. Praise be to the great Emperor Yhwach. At this moment, countless Quincies raised their right hands high, clenched their right hands into fists, and clasped them hard on their hearts. They were willing to dedicate everything they had to the great Quincy King, including their strength, spirit, life and heart. Then take it. Hasward's current reign at Soul Society. Who is it? Is he still the old guy from Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni? Yhwach said. His stern eyes looked at the shadow beside him, and he spoke indifferently to the person standing in the shadow. Return to His Majesty Yhwach. The current person in charge of Gotei 13 is not Yamamoto Genryusai, but Genryusai's apprentice Beilong. Decades ago, Beilong defeated Yamamoto Genryusai in public and became the new captain of Gotei 13. As for the original captain Yuan Lujai, according to my intelligence, he has long lost his past ambitions and is so old that he simply went to the Spiritual Arts Academy to teach. The students have gone, and now we are focusing on cultivating the new generation of Shinigami. After listening to Yhwach's words, Hasward replied calmly. Oh, Beilong. It's a name I've never heard of. Ha, Yamamoto Shigekuni was defeated by his apprentice. It's really sad. It seems that Yamamoto Shigekuni is already old. Exclamation mark quote. Yuhabok sighed. It was obvious that Yuhabok still attached great importance to his old rival. So, what about the killer group led by Yamamoto Shigekuni back then? Are they still in Soul Society? Are they all too old to look good? Hasward's mouth twitched slightly. Yamamoto Genryusai's first-generation Gotei 13. Currently, only 3 people have clear traces of their activities. The first one is Yamamoto Genryusai himself, and the second one is the current Gotei 13. The captain's wife and the current captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu. We didn't seem to have fought with this person thousands of years ago. Yuwatch asked in confusion. After all, the current Yuwatch has nothing to do with omniscience and omnipotence, so he can only listen to Hasward's report. Yes, the original name of Unohana Retsu is not Unohana Retsu, but Unohana Yasunryu, that pervert crazy woman. Hasward obviously remembered something bad, and his evaluation of Unohana Retsu was not that good. Good. Oh, that crazy woman is still alive today. And she's even married. How outrageous. Even Habak thought this was a bit nonsense and said with a speechless expression. She is no longer the captain of the combat team, but the best doctor in Soul Society. She is famous for her gentleness and beauty. HMPH, how ridiculous. Yamamoto Shigekuni's team has turned into this. The last one is Seni Shihuan. He is currently retired at home. He only has fun every day. The rest of the first-generation captains are said to have all died in the struggle of Soul Society. Hasward concluded. First-generation Gotei 13 all died in battle. Stop joking. How could those killers be killed by mere nobles? It's just a dirty political struggle. In peacetime, you don't need a knife stained with too much blood. But this Shinigami is equivalent to cutting your wings, Habak said disdainfully. Obviously, in the eyes of Yuwatch, only first-generation Gotei 13 is his biggest opponent. In the war 1,000 years ago, the Gotei 13 were invincible. It was because they were cold-blooded and like a tireless fighting machine. The current Gotei 13 is just a flower blooming in a greenhouse, sunny, beautiful, and vulnerable. It is no match for our invisible empire. Yuhabak laughed at this moment, and his sinister eyes seemed to be a little more playful. Not to mention how much fun he felt when he heard that Shinigami was beginning to decline. Ikibe Hayasube, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Everything you two did to me thousands of years ago, I will return to you intact. In Yuwatch's heart, he gritted his teeth and said 2 names. The 2 people were ranked in order of their hatred. Obviously, except for the monk and Yamamoto Genryusai, everyone else is not within the scope of Yuwatch's revenge. I just don't know if this blind Yohabak can defeat the fake monk and old man Shan who have been strengthened by Beilong for several waves. He, Yuhabak, has remembered this grudge for almost 1,000 years, 1,000 years later. It's never too late to take revenge on Yuha. Hasward, do you have anything else to report to me? Yohabak gently touched his chest, which was the place where Yamamoto Genryusai penetrated. After Yoha thought about it for a while, he asked Hasward. Your Majesty Yuwatch, there is one more thing I need to report to you. Although the Shinigami are no longer as powerful as before, the few apprentices Beilong trained are still worthy of your attention. They are the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, the 6th Division captain, Yukuya Kuchiki, the 10th Division captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and the 11th Division captain, Zaraki Kenpachi. Especially Zaraki Kenpachi, he is very powerful. Because the other teams all of them are the 6th, and they all hide their secrets. Only Zaraki Kenpachi is a reckless man, and he has basically shown how much strength he has. Oh, maybe not entirely. At least Benkai is still hiding it. Well, he is the 6th of the family. Hasward looked at Yohabak sitting on the throne and spoke softly. Oh, hearing this, Yohabak's expression became a little more curious. Let me see how strong Rulong's disciple is. Yuwatch murmured to himself, his eyes seemed to be looking at the distant Seraiti. After a while, Yuhabak suddenly smiled softly, haha, that's all. Although Yuwatch's brows were furrowed, he still gave Beilong several apprentices such evaluations. He has a tough talk, and this is the reason why Hasward has not been able to discover Aizen. Aizen is the most powerful existence among these captains. Now, in the Urahara store, has you watch, the Quincy King, awakened. Urahara Kazuki pressed the green bucket hat on his head and murmured to himself. Because Urahara Kazuki has been close to Quincy such as Ishida Ryujin over the years, he has also learned about the Quincy, the legendary ode to the Holy Emperor. According to the knowledge learned in the history class of Spiritual Arts Academy, it seems that nearly 1,000 years have indeed passed since the war between Yhwach and Shinigami. It's really leaking in the house and it rains all night. The enemies inside Shinigami have not been found yet, but the enemies outside Shinigami have revived and are ready to invade Soul Society next time. Then Captain Beilong, are you ready to deal with powerful enemies from all walks of life? Or is it that in this fateful battle that has been going on for thousands of years, even you, Captain Beilong, are not sure of victory? Quote. Urahara Kazuki looked at the drizzle outside and murmured to himself. Although Yhwach has a tough talk, he still pays more attention to Beilong. After all, he is the strong man who defeated his old enemy Yamamoto Shigekuni. No matter what, Yhwach must collect clues about Beilong. Then, he saw a one who fooled around with his wife all day long. Although he can't see what Beilong is doing, this man spends 18 hours a day with his various wives. It's hard for Yhwach to have a good impression of him. Yamamoto Shigekuni is even more outrageous. Apart from raising flowers and grass every day, he also teaches students. From time to time, he also makes a guest appearance as an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes. Habak is completely speechless. Please respect me. I am the boss. Looking at the chores done by master and disciple Yamamoto Genryusai every day, Yhwach almost laughed out loud. How could such a master and disciple with insect body rule the soul world well? This soul society, it only needs to be ruled by our invisible empire. Yhwach, who had been observing for a period of time, once again entered a deep sleep with satisfaction. It was not because of anything else. Although he was alive, he was still unable to move normally. Even during the time when he regained his power, the time range of his activities was limited. Sleeping can allow him to better regain his power. And then, time flies, 6 years have passed. Karakura Town in the present world. Karakura Town number 1 High School, High. A young man with orange hair was sitting quietly by the window in the back row, known as the hometown of the king. He was silently looking at the scenery outside the window in a daze, even though the teacher on the podium kept giving lectures vividly and hard, but still couldn't attract the orange-haired boy's eyes for even a moment. He just frowned and looked into the distance. The boy's name is Kurosaki Ichigo. He is 15 years old, a vocational student, and loves to fight. He is often mistaken for a bad boy by outsiders because of the color of his hair. After Kurosaki Ichigo was forced to become the target of bad guys because of the color of his hair, he had no choice but to use his fists to beat up the entire Karakura town. Yes, little Kurosaki Ichigo has completed the challenge of dominating all the high schools in Karakura town. No matter whether the opponent is a dozen delinquents, nearly 100 people, or a large delinquent organization with more than 100 people, that is, the Bosozoku. In front of Kurosaki Ichigo, they all looked like trash, being beaten down constantly. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo can knock down all his enemies just by constantly swinging his fists. So now Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly feels confused and doesn't know where he should go in the future. In particular, one time, in front of countless delinquents, Kurosaki Ichigo accidentally punched a wall made of blue bricks. After the punch was done, the delinquents were all scared, and they knelt down in front of Ichigo one by one. In front of him, he kowtowed and said, "Yes, I'm sorry. You made us blind. I offended Mr. Kurosaki, please spare our lives." It was also after that time that all the high school students in Karakura town spread the news that Kurosaki Ichigo, a freshman at the first high school in Karakura town, was a monster who could explode steel with one punch. However, after such rumors spread in the market, Kurosaki Ichigo's ideal, ordinary high school career did not appear. Instead, he provoked many students from other schools who were trying to reach the so-called strongest high school student's throne. Kurosaki Ichigo's high school came to duel with Kurosaki Ichigo. After doing this many times, Kurosaki got another nickname, the fighting captain of Karakura town's number 1 high school. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know it yet, but the gears of his fate were about to start turning. Because of Soul Society at this time. Division 13. Let me stay in this world for a while. Rukia Kuchiki frowned slightly after receiving the order. Rukia Kuchiki is now in the third position. After all, she is strong enough in person and has a strong background. Her promotion speed is really no different from riding a rocket. Yes, this is an order from Central 46, asking the 13th Division to send a strong man to investigate why Karakura town has not been invaded by hollows for so many years. Jashiro Yukitaki also said helplessly. Well, I have to blame Aizen for this. Ever since that hollow attacked Kurosaki Ichigo last time, Aizen, Kurosaki Ichigo's biological father, has really protected him meticulously. Since then, no hollow has dared to appear in Karakura town. Because if you go, no matter whether you can come back or not, you will still die. Ishida Sozuru is still alive now. A veteran pure-blood Quincy is not comparable to Ishida Yuryu's half-heartedness. Don't tell me, just looking at the strength of the Quincy gang in the Thousand-Year Blood War chapter, Ishida Yuryu's strength can be ignored. If Yuwatch hadn't given him a big trick at the end, Ishida Ryu would have had no sense of existence at all in the final chapter. Oh, even if it is turned on and off, there is no sense of presence. That's okay, but the animation will be added, I look forward to it. Will personally supervise the production, plus the 3 strongest original animation teams of Mygon Comics. It's still very reassuring. After all, Shiraman Senjumaru's Bankai is amazing. This is the power of Shinigami's original team. This resulted in Karakura town becoming a place where the 13th Division Shinigami retires. There is no virtual existence anyway, just send people there casually and that's it. Aizen's plan is also logical, secretly controlling Rukia Kuchiki to send a wave. Meet Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, according to Aizen's idea, what Inoue Orihime? Kuchiki, Wang Jiao Jiao, Rukia as the good wife he chose for Kurosaki Ichigo. Of course, Aizen also didn't expect that Inoue Orihime's perfection technique would be so pervert. It was almost like turning back time. Even the dead could be saved. I understand. I'll go back and tell my master and brother, and go directly to the present world through the Kuchiki family's world traveling gate. Rukia Kuchiki didn't show any pretense and nodded in agreement. After all, the 3 powerful combatants of the 13th Division, Jashiro Yukitaki and Shiba Kyan, the captains and deputy captains, are not suitable to go, so it is normal to send her as the 3rd seat. Jashiro Yukitaki nodded. To be extra safe, just run away if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat. I know, Captain. Rukia Kuchiki nodded, and Shunpo left from the captain's room. Division 3, Captain Shiyu. What, Rukia, are you going to appear in the world? Ichimaru Jin was not anxious yet, but Hinamori Momo, the current deputy captain of the 3rd Division, became anxious first. Calm down, Hinamori, why don't you go to Karakura town? That city is completely free of hollows, don't worry. Ichimaru Jin didn't care about this dispatch. After all, Rukia is now a 3rd-class spiritual power, and she could have been the captain before. Jin, Rukia has never been to the present world. Hinamori Momo called Ichimaru Jin's name in dissatisfaction. Ichimaru Jin quickly waved his hand, not daring to continue talking. It's okay, Hinamori, Karakura town is very safe. You can't have an accident as soon as I go there. Rukia Kuchiki comforted with a smile. If Beilong were here, he would definitely say, yes, something will happen as soon as you go. Aizen Sosuke is just waiting for you to go. Hinamori Momo calmed down after listening to Rukia Kuchiki's words, and kept urging Rukia Kuchiki like an old mother. Rukia Kuchiki smiled happily. Now that you've decided, go and come back early. Don't forget to tell your brother and sister. Ichimaru Jin also nodded. Although his 2 apprentices are not as talented as the apprentices accepted by his master, none of them are simple. Ichimaru Jin is still very relieved about Rukia Kuchiki. After all, this is a captain-level combat capability. He already has the strength of a whole lot of Quanshi. The same thing happened at Kuchiki's house. Hinamori was also very worried when she heard about Rukia's departure to the present world. Like Hinamori Momo, Hinamori also kept urging Rukia like an old mother. This made Rukia speechless. One of you is my best friend and the other is my sister, but you all act like you want to be my mother. Well, It's obvious that Hinamori Momo wants to be her master's wife. Everyone in Seoul society knows about this, including Ichimaru Jin. Maybe Aizen has a little regret now. If he was the first one to arrive at the scene, then would Hinamori Momo, the perfect toolman, be his vice captain now? It's not that there's anything wrong with Kira Izuru, but Hinamori Momo is obviously not very smart and is better suited to execute his plan. After finally reporting to her family, Rukia Kuchiki set out on her way to Karakura town. Kurosaki Ichigo is still bored in school. A dark shadow suddenly drifted past his eyes. Are you kidding? How can humans fly in the sky? Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils narrowed slightly and he murmured to himself. He seemed to see a girl with an onion head, wearing a dark kimono, a samurai sword on her waist, walking in the sky. However, when Kurosaki Ichigo blinked, the girl disappeared from him again in front of my eyes. Fellow onion lover Kurosaki Ichigo certainly captured this figure instantly. In the official novel, Kurosaki Ichigo's reaction after learning that Rukia was going to marry Abarai Renji was very interesting. Moreover, it was only after Rukia Kuchiki got married that Kurosaki Ichigo got together with Inoue Orihime. Well, you fine product factory. Maybe I saw it wrong just now. Kurosaki Ichigo blinked again and then yawned. Kurosaki-san, please try this question. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo was yawning, he suddenly heard the voice of his homeroom teacher. In response, Kurosaki Ichigo subconsciously replied, "What are you talking about? I can't understand you." Obviously, Kurosaki Ichigo's old habit has happened again. Ha ha ha. As Ichigo finished speaking, the whole class was filled with laughter. Ha ha, Kurosaki-san is still the same as before. Among them, a cute girl with a young face but a big heart and long orange hair murmured in a low voice while looking up and down at Kurosaki Ichigo several times. Ah. In response, Kurosaki Ichigo just yawned lightly. Ding ding ding. Kurosaki Ichigo's listless state did not improve until the bell rang and the teacher standing on the podium announced that school was over. After school, Kurosaki Ichigo, after greeting his classmates and saying goodbye, went to the flower shop, bought a bouquet of flowers, and inserted them into his car accident under a telephone pole on his way home from school. In a vase in memory of a certain girl. This is what Kurosaki Ichigo does every day. Thank you, Yin. The dead girl was lingering in the place where she passed away in the form of a ghost. When she saw Kurosaki Ichigo returning from school, she was immediately filled with smiles. The girl thanked Ichigo, but also felt a little regretful. It would have been great if she could have met Ichigo before she was alive. She would never let go of the good man in front of her who looked like a gangster. Kurosaki Ichigo has a bit of love in him, but unfortunately, whether it is Kujo Nozomi or Akane Shizuku, the ending is not very good. After all, they are original characters, and the probability of survival is not high, but not all of them cannot survive. The three righteous souls and the princess of Shah Dalu's family survived. Of course, there are many in comics. This is what I should do. Also, you no longer need to be afraid of the souls who died around you. They all got beaten up. If they bully you again, remember to tell me that I will beat them until they get over it. Kurosaki Ichigo gently patted the girl's soul on the little head, and then left with a smile. Well, goodbye, big brother. The girl heard this and waved her hand in the direction where Ichigo left. Hee. In response, Ichigo just raised his hand handsomely and gave the girl a back look. But after returning to his home, Kurosaki Ichigo was dumbfounded. I remember, I have a family, right? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the dark room and wondered if his family had been kidnapped. If he hadn't remembered what happened when his mother killed a giant Manos Grande. Sure enough, after turning on the light, Kurosaki Ichigo found a note on the table left by his unreliable parents. Ichigo, when I was buying rolling papers, I happened to win the jackpot and got a 3-day and 2-night trip for 4 people to North Blue Road. When you see this note, your mother and I. Now you have set off with your 2 younger sisters, okay? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the note in his hand, and veins suddenly stretched on his forehead. That idiot dad. After Ichigo cursed, he threw the note on the table and left the house again, heading to a nearby convenience store. After all, his mother, Yuzu, and Shali all followed his annoying father. If he was alone, there would be no point in cooking. He could go to the convenience store to buy a bento or a bowl of instant noodles, whatever he wanted. Once your stomach is satisfied, it's done. Welcome next time. Ever since, when Ichigo came out of the convenience store, he had a bento and instant noodles in his hands. So because of the half price, I bought them all. Speaking of which, that convenience store clerk is really eloquent, Ichigo murmured to himself. Unknowingly, he bought 2 things under the clerk's trick. Anyway, go back. Because there was no one at home, Kurosaki Ichigo ate the noodles, stuffed the lunchbox into the refrigerator, turned off the light, and fell asleep on the bed. Crack. It wasn't until Ichigo heard the sound of the window being pulled that he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, in Ichigo's eyes, a girl with onion hair and a black kimono broke into his room. "Ah, are you the one who showed up at school this morning?" When Ichigo saw the girl, he frowned slightly. He sat up from the bed first, and then stared at the girl silently. Strange. The girl naturally felt Ichigo's gaze, but she didn't care at all. After all, ordinary people couldn't see their Shinigami. "Hey, did you hear me?" Answering other people's questions is the most basic courtesy, right? Ichigo asked the girl. Is the instrument broken? The girl still ignored Ichigo. She was holding the instrument in her hand, detecting something. On the first day she came to Karakura town, Kion appeared. The girl was obviously very unhappy. A good retirement plan was forced to do so. On duty. Ichigo looked at the girl's arrogant look and couldn't help it anymore. Then, Ichigo kicked the girl's butt. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know that this kick would change his life. It hurts. The girl who originally had a serious face was kicked out by Ichigo, and her head hit the bookshelf. She then covered her red and swollen forehead and wailed in pain. "Hey, can you hear me this time?" Ichigo asked angrily to the onion-headed girl in front of him. "Huh, you can see me. No, this is no longer a question of whether you can see me or not. How can you actually touch me? It's incredible. You are just a human being. Where did you get such power?" The onion-headed girl turned around, her eyes widened as she looked at Ichigo. It seemed that this was the first time the girl had encountered a human being who could both see her and touch her. "What are you talking about? You brat. Don't think that by pretending to be having a Chunibyo attack, I will forgive you for what you did. This is my home. And miss, you obviously came in without my permission. You are already suspected of breaking into a private house. So if you have any words of explanation, go and talk to the gentleman at the police station later." Ichigo said angrily to the onion-headed girl in front of him. "That's ridiculous. Your human laws can't control me." After hearing what Ichigo said, the girl angrily yelled at Ichigo. "It's going to be difficult now." Kurosaki Ichigo, on the other hand, seemed to look a little embarrassed. Ichigo discovered that the girl who appeared in front of him at this moment seemed to be in the late stage of Chunibyo, and she was still in the role. But speaking of it, if your brain was really healthy, you wouldn't be able to break into a private house, right? What do you mean it's not easy? Human beings. The girl at this moment, that is, Rukia Kuchiki, has not noticed that Ichigo is unusual. She still looks at Ichigo with an arrogant look. Ouch. However, just when Rukia and Ichigo were about to say something, along with a hoarse roar, Rukia's expression suddenly changed. "Stay here and don't move around. I'm going to kill the guys outside right now." Rukia patted Ichigo's shoulder gently, then took out the Zanpakuto and walked out. Her purpose was simple, to kill all evil spirits. Are you kidding? This is the second floor. Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils trembled when he saw Rukia's movements. Just because Rukia actually jumped from the second floor of their house. This startled Ichigo, and he immediately moved to the window of his house and looked outside. After all, if the girl who broke into the house died or was injured in their Kurosaki house, then the problem is big. What is that? However, when Ichigo approached the window, the scene in front of him shocked him. I saw a giant creature about 20 meters tall, standing in the middle of the street, looking at everything invincibly. And the girl in black kimono had her abdomen pierced by the monster at this moment. Ouch! Kurosaki Ichigo's movements seemed to directly attract the monster's attention. Hearing the monster roar, his eyes turned to Kurosaki Ichigo, who opened the window. Oops! Rukia naturally discovered at this moment that the monster had seen Ichigo. At the same time, she also knew one thing clearly. The Reiatsu she had just located was not the terrifying monster in front of her, whose strength matched Ijuka's. But it comes from this mysterious, yellow-haired boy. In other words, this boy's power is greater than the giant hollow whose Reiatsu is close to Ijuka's. Ouch! Before Rukia could think about it, she was already like a rag and was flung away by the giant. A string of blood beads was seen in the sky, and Rukia quickly smashed towards the ground. After all, Rukia is a third-class spiritual power, and was sealed before coming to the world. Otherwise, Meino's Grande, who is comparable to Ijuka's, would never be her opponent. Hateful. Just when Rukia thought that she might be knocked unconscious by a blow from this giant hollow, she suddenly felt a soft feeling behind her. When Rukia opened her eyes, she saw that the young man with yellow hair had come behind Rukia at some point and jumped into the air, which is absolutely impossible for humans to jump. He picked up the injured Rukia. Hey, are you okay? My family runs a hospital. I'm going to get you some gauze to stop the bleeding. Just hold on. Ichigo hugged the petite Rukia in his arms and couldn't help but talk. No, it's too late. If we don't kill this shoe, even if you use tools to stop the bleeding, we will still die. Rukia grabbed Ichigo, who was about to get the hemostatic tool, and spoke to Ichigo seriously. Hey, stop talking now, your face is too pale. Ichigo looked at Rukia's pale face and said worriedly. Human boy, listen to me. It's too late. You only need to answer me one question now. You want to live, right? Rukia's right hand was clenched tightly. Ichigo asked seriously as he raised his left wrist. Isn't that natural? Ichigo heard the words and answered truthfully. Then it's up to you to fight for me. Human boy, let's become a Shinigami. Rukia said. Without any explanation, she stabbed her Zanpakuto directly into Ichigo's chest. Why? Ichigo looked at the knife that stabbed into his chest, his pupils trembling slightly. Ichigo doesn't understand why Rukia wants to kill him when he obviously saved Rukia. However, without giving Ichigo time to understand, Rukia had already transferred her spiritual power into Ichigo's body through the medium of Zanpakuto. In fact, Rukia originally didn't want to study, but from the moment she injected Reiatsu into Ichigo's body, her Shinigami power was out of control. Boom! Before Rukia could think about it, Kurosaki Ichigo, accompanied by endless waves of energy, holding a huge Zanpakuto and wearing a dark death tyrant costume, appeared on the spot. Ouch! It was at this moment that Nikatsu had already rushed in front of Ichigo. Be careful! Rukia looked at Ichigo standing in front of her and shouted nervously. Whoosh! Before Rukia could think about it, along with a bright silver sword light, the giant hollow that was 20 meters tall and nearly 50 meters long was instantly cut in two by Ichigo's sword light. Endless blood spilled into the sky, leaving only the body behind. The girl in white clothes who lost the power of Shinigami, and Kurosaki Ichigo who just became Shinigami and can kill Meino's Grande with a single blow. You're lying, you killed me with one knife. Even if this strength is placed in the current Gote 13, it is the strength of a deputy captain. It is too powerful. Note: Beilong's reformed deputy captain is a third-class Lingwei. Rukia couldn't believe what she was seeing. Haha, I did it. After listening to Rukia's words, Ichigo chuckled lightly, then lay down on the ground with a thud, falling in front of Rukia. Of course, it's not that Ichigo fainted because he couldn't withstand Rukia's Shinigami power. It's Ichigo's own power that begins to awaken with the help of Rukia. Flop, flop, flop. Ichigo felt as if the blood in his veins was boiling, and lines on his body continued to flash. Unfortunately, Rukia was busy repairing the site at the moment and had no time to see Kurosaki Ichigo, which had undergone major changes. The inner world inside Kurosaki Ichigo's body at this moment. Sorry, Ichigo, I didn't mean to do that. But you have to understand that once I give you all my power, you will never be able to get away from this battle again. Once your connection with Shinigami becomes too deep, then in the near future, I'm afraid I will kill you with my own hands. This is definitely not what I want to see. I want to protect you, there is no doubt in my heart. So please stay away from this 1,000-year-old battle between Shinigami and Quincy. Only in this way can you survive. Come down. A man wearing a dark cloak and sunglasses on his nose looked at the sleeping Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him, as if he were looking at his own child, and spoke extremely tenderly. Suck. Forget about the altar. The man took a breath first, and then activated his ability on Kurosaki Ichigo. The name of his ability is the Altar of Separation, which is the ability that Yuachi uses to seize the power of others. Whoosh! At the moment when the man activates his power, deep inside Ichigo, there is a head with bull-like horns on his head. His whole body is white and covered with dark patterns. In terms of Reiatsu and power, the monster that has definitely reached the upper level Manos Grande Vasto Lord, and even is still above Vasto Lord, was just extracted from Ichigo's inner world by the man. Yes, the power of men seems to be still above this Manos Grande. You are. Naxu was still confused at this moment. Seal it for me, the man said, without giving Kion a chance to speak. He sealed Manos Grande and the Shinigami power that was inside Ichigo's body, mixed with the power of Kion. The man used the power of the Hollow and Shinigami in Ichigo's body to create a glowing sword. The knife just fell to the ground, waiting quietly for someone to pick it up. In this case, Ichigo should be safe. The man murmured to himself, and he also thought about what he should do if Ichigo encountered danger or needed more powerful power. When the time comes, it's better to use the Quincy's sword. For the time being, I'll lend it to Ichigo who needs strength. The man seemed to calm down a lot when he thought about this. Immediately afterwards, the man walked towards the Shinigami power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body that had been sealed by him and turned into a sword. He made a gesture to pick up the sword. Yo, what are you doing? You watch. However, just when the man's hand was about to touch the knife, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. Under the man's surprised eyes, a man wearing the feathered uniform of the first team leader stopped him. The hand that touches the power of Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami. Huh, who are you? Yuachi was surprised when he saw this man who looked like the captain of the first division wearing a white feather cloth. He never knew that there was such a power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Don't be so nervous, Yuachi, you can call me Blade King. You are the power derived from the ancestor of the Quincy, Yuachi, and I am the power derived from the current Captain Beilong. That's right, the person who came was none other than the power Beilong had left in Masaki Kurosaki's body back then. The light was enough to protect Kurosaki's life, so most of the power went directly into the body of Kurosaki Ichigo, the child of destiny. Yuachi, Kiyoshiro, and the 10 sacred blades of Blade King represent the 4 powers in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Quincy, Hollow and Shinigami, and most importantly, the power of the Soul King. In other words, the blade represents the power of the Spirit King. In other words, the current Kurosaki Ichigo actually has the prerequisites to be made into a wedge of the 3 realms. It's just that Beilong doesn't need Kurosaki Ichigo to sacrifice like this. Blade King Sword, it's a name I've never heard of. Yuachi said calmly. Don't be so nervous, we are now one force. In other words, you, Yuachi, are just one of the forces under my control. Blade King Sword said with a smile. Yuachi's face darkened. Indeed, he could target Shubai and limit the power of Shinigami and Shu in Kurosaki Ichigo's body, but facing the man in front of him, he had no choice. Instead, like Zubai, he has become something that can be slaughtered by others. It's so unpredictable. Yuachi, or the Quincy power in Ichigo's body, sighed helplessly after listening to Blade King's words. It seemed that for the first time, he had doubts about the future he had seen. It seems that what happened today was something that even Yuachi could not have predicted 1,000 years ago. That's why I say that there is no truly omniscient and omnipotent person in this world. The 10th Blade King of Blades laughed after hearing the words of Yuachi's power. Whatever you say, my decision will not change, Yuachi said resolutely. Then let's see how this kid chooses. Blade King Ken 10 Holy Blade said, picking up the Hollow and Shinigami power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body that was sealed by Yuachi on the ground. Whoosh! The moment the Blade King held the sword transformed by the power of Shinigami on the ground, a mask made of white bone material suddenly appeared on his face. Okay. The Quincy power in Kurosaki's body narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing the words of Blade King Ken 10 Holy Blades. After careful calculation, he nodded vigorously. Then let's wait and see. Blade King Ken 10 Holy Blade used a hoarse voice full of electronic sounds to speak coldly to the Quincy power in Kurosaki's body in front of him. Yuachi glanced at the Blade King and slowly disappeared. The Blade King smiled slightly, omniscient and omnipotent. I have killed more than one omniscient and omnipotent one. After saying that, he also disappeared. The next day. What a dream. When Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes, he stretched lazily. Ichigo had a dream yesterday. He dreamed of many bizarre worlds. He dreamed of an onion who claimed to be Shinigami. He also dreamed of a monster that should only appear in tokusatsu dramas. He also dreamed of becoming a Shinigami. One knife kills his monster instantly. What are you eating today? Eat the food you bought at the convenience store yesterday. Ichigo was still talking to himself when he came downstairs. Until he saw the girl with short onion black hair sitting around the restaurant table, sitting in his usual dining position, wearing his pajamas, using his tableware, and eating the breakfast he bought last night. Finally, Ichigo's figure paused. So everything I dreamed about yesterday was not a dream. Ichigo looked a little pale and muttered to himself. Hey, human boy, you're awake. Rukia said with a familiar look. Are you ready to save the world? The onion-headed girl smiled softly at Ichigo and then continued to talk to herself. Huh, are you kidding? Hearing this, Ichigo's eyes twitched slightly. I don't know if it was his misunderstanding, but he always felt that his encounter with the girl was a mistake. The ordinary campus life he was looking forward to seemed to be over like this, maybe. I'm not kidding. You have to take over my job. Then it's time to go, the new Shinigami. The girl said, with a red glove in her hand, and she immediately slapped it towards Ichigo. What is that? Before Ichigo could think about it, his soul was taken out of his body by the girl. Ichigo was stunned when his soul came out of his body. He found that his body was lying on the ground, and he was floating in midair, like a ghost. The only difference was that he seemed to be wearing a dark kimono and carrying a huge sword on his back. Set off. Rukia didn't give Ichigo a chance to ask or explain at all, and directly took Ichigo on patrol. It was not easy for her to meet such a powerful substitute fighter. If she didn't take advantage of it, it would be too wasteful to eliminate all the voids in this city. Although she didn't know why, as soon as she came to this city, voids started to appear. Wait. Despite Ichigo's wailing, he was taken away by Rukia. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo said, My name is Kurosaki Ichigo, I am male, I am 15 years old, I am a high school student, and I am a trainee Shinigami. Soul Society. Kurosaki Ichigo gained Rukia's Shinigami power as I expected. Then now, it's time to give Ichigo some ingredients. I hope Ichigo can grow up from this. Aizen Sosuke sat in front of a huge screen. After watching Ichigo's performance, he showed a somewhat satisfied look. Ichigo's potential was higher than he thought. In Aizen Sosuke's opinion, this is really good. Just because the stronger Ichigo becomes, the more proud he will be of the sense of accomplishment that shaped Ichigo. But he didn't know that the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo actually involved a lot of aspects. Aizen, who thought he was the founder of Kurosaki Ichigo, was actually just a few other trends. The result of the power game. No matter it is Soul King, Beilong, or you watch, there is a reason why Kurosaki Ichigo has to grow up. By the way, Rukia should have met Kurosaki Ichigo. Then the drama will begin at this time. I'm really looking forward to seeing you, Aizen, perform a gorgeous rebellion for me. Beilong sat in the first team, smiling. In Beilong's plan, Aizen Sosuke was never his ultimate goal. The object of Beilong's game has always been one person, and that is the Spirit King. Yuwatch and Aizen Sosuke are nothing more than the Spirit King's pawns. The Spirit King also wanted Beilong to become his pawn, but he failed under the influence of the 10 sacred blades. This is also the reason why Beilong has confirmed his biggest opponent. Only the Soul King's omniscience and omnipotence are qualified to be cut off by the Blade King's holy blade. The omniscience and omnipotence of the Spirit King is the closest thing Beilong has ever seen to an omniscient and omnipotent existence. Of course, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo still didn't know that everything about him had been arranged by others. He is happily cultivating a relationship with Rukia Kuchiki. As the biggest yellow guy in Karakura town, all I can say is, Abarai Renji is in danger. However, does Rukia really not care about Kurosaki Ichigo? Haha-san. Current world, Karakura town, Kurosaki house. Different from the original work, the hollow sent by Aizen this time died too simply. After all, Rukia Kuchiki's Reiatsu level was a bit higher than that of the original work. So Kurosaki Ichigo's house was spared. On the afternoon of the second day after Kurosaki Ichigo became a trainee Shinigami, Kurosaki Masaki, Kurosaki Isshin, Kurosaki Yuzu, and Kurosaki Kari, who were traveling, finally returned home. Ichigo ni, I brought you souvenirs. When Yuzu opened the door to the living room, rushed into the room, and went straight to her brother, whom she longed for, she was shocked to find that there was a black-haired girl in the living room. Woo 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 woo. It was at the moment when Yuzu saw the girl that her big watery eyes burst into tears. Before the girl and Ichigo could explain, Yuzu turned around and ran out of the house. Then, he shouted at his parents in front of him. Shouted, "Mother, father, it's not good. Brother, he started to bring girls into the house." Although I had expected this day to appear, it was still too early. Allah, Ichigo actually got the idea, it's really not easy. That kid is so aggressive all day and night. I thought that except for Longwei and Orihime, no other girls would have anything to do with him. After listening to her daughter's words, Masaki smiled and stroked her left cheek. She couldn't help but sigh as she recalled the experience of her first child, Kurosaki Ichigo, from the time he was born until now. In Masaki's memory, her good son, 727, Kurosaki Ichigo was naturally good everywhere when he was at home. But as soon as he walked out of the house, he seemed to be a different person and went into berserk mode. He was not fighting with others. When others fight, you are on the way to fight with others. Originally, in Masaki's opinion, a child like Ichigo would never interact with any girl except Ryuki, a girl whose gender is pronounced as a berserker, and Orihime, a cute girl. But now it seems she still underestimated the charm of her grown-up son. Mother, how can you say that? No matter how you look at it, Higa Takaya is only 5 years old. It's too early to fall in love now. After hearing what Masaki said, Yuzu retorted angrily. Really, I think it's okay. Masaki looked at the angry Yuzu and replied hesitantly. Absolutely not. Hearing this, Yuzu emphasized with all his strength. At the moment, Yuzu has initially exposed his brother-controlled nature. In fact, Kurosaki Isshin has always been extremely reassured about his two daughters. He never cares whether his Yuzu and Shaoli will be snatched away physically and mentally by Huang Mao, just because his eldest son, Kurosaki Ichigo, is the most yellow-haired person in Karakura town. Yuzu and Natsuri, who grew up together with Kurosaki Ichigo, the king of gangsters and the king of minotaurs, have no interest in other yellow hairs at all. Of course, there is a certain certainty. Huang Mao Shaoli is indeed not interested, but it is not certain for Bai Mao. The evil consequences Kurosaki Isshin has done will always come back to him. An unknown white-haired boy captain of Soul Society sneezed and muttered to himself, is someone thinking about me? Anyway, let's go in and have a look. If that guy Ichigo does something unforgivable to that girl, I will never forgive him. At this time, Kurosaki Isshin spoke. His eyes were determined, revealing a trace of murderous intent. Father is right. After hearing what Isshin said, Yuzu finally showed a relieved smile. Hee. Yixin heard the words and smiled lightly. Yes, the reason why Kurosaki Isshin said such firm words just now is because he knew clearly in his heart that as long as he said this, his daughter would definitely give him a happy smile. In one opinion, nothing in this world is more important than your daughter's smile. Then, Kurosaki house, in the living room. Kurosaki Isshin, Kurosaki Masaki, Yuzu and Shaoli, like the judges of Central 46, sat on the sofa in the living room. Standing in front of the four people were Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki. So do you have anything to ask? Ichigo put his hands in his pockets and frowned. Ichigo is still handsome today. This frown is really something that others cannot learn from. Ichigo ni, so handsome. After Yuzu glanced at Ichigo, little stars couldn't help but appear in his eyes. No, Yuzu Price must be firm. You must protect your brother, don't let him make the same mistake again and again. Yuzu murmured to herself, and she decided to protect Ichigo. Just like that, Yuzu looked at Rukia Kuchiki beside Ichigo with a slightly murderous gaze, and secretly said in his heart, this is the guy, the bad woman who seduced my brother. Uncle, aunt, and Kurosaki Ichigo's sisters, good afternoon. First time we meet, my name is Rukia Kuchiki. I am a classmate of Kurosaki Ichigo's class. Due to some special reasons, I plan to temporarily live in your residence today. I hope I won't cause any trouble to you. Just like a teacup dog, Yuzu used his silly eyes and tried his best to look fierce, glaring at Rukia Kuchiki fiercely. Rukia introduced her life experience to Yixin and others in a generous manner. Although Rukia Kuchiki met Shiba Isshin in Soul Society, after so many years, the original handsome captain has turned into an uncle. However, for Rukia Kuchiki, who lived a long life, Shiba Isshin only disappeared for a short time. It's just time. It's normal for a face that has changed so much to be unrecognizable. Shiba Isshin and Rukia Kuchiki knew each other. In the official novel, after Shiba Kyan died, Shiba Isshin still wanted to visit Rukia Kuchiki. But considering that I didn't know what to say, I gave up. This was said by Kurosaki Ichigo to Rukia Kuchiki personally. Obviously, the two knew each other. Kuchiki. Rukia Kuchiki-san. After hearing Rukia's self-introduction, Isshin kept moving his feet up and down, tapping the floor of the living room. He seemed a little nervous. Exist. What are your orders, Mr. Kurosaki? Rukia heard this and looked at Kurosaki Isshin, who asked the question. Why do you want to live in our house temporarily? Because. Kurosaki Isshin asked Rukia. I had a quarrel with my family and am currently running away from home. After listening to Shin's question, Rukia showed a sad look, looked at everyone with tears in her eyes and said, I have no place to go except here. I don't know the kind-hearted uncle and aunt. Can you take me in? Take her in. She is so pitiful. As Rukia finished speaking, Yuzu, who had been extremely tough just now, surrendered first. She was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see others suffer misfortune with her. Yuzu, you surrendered too quickly. Shali said speechlessly after hearing this. Yes, Sister Rukia is really pitiful. Shali, don't you mind about Sister Rukia? Yuzu heard this and looked at Mali and said. I don't care from the beginning. Shali waved her hand and punched away an undead that approached Yuzu rashly. In that case, Rukia, just stay. You can stay here as long as you want, until you make peace with your family. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Isshin and Masaki looked at each other. After they understood each other's meaning, they smiled at Rukia. Thank you for your generosity. Hearing this, Rukia Kuchiki smiled happily. For a moment, only Kurosaki Ichigo, who wanted to drive Rukia away, was stunned. This is completely different from what he imagined. Rukia Kuchiki, if I remember correctly, the other party should be the adopted daughter of the Kuchiki family, right? She is also the apprentice of Ichimaru Jin. Remember that she is from the 13th division, that is, the subordinate of that boy Kyan, eh? It really scared me to death. I originally thought that with her knowledge of our Shiba family, she would directly recognize my identity. In the end, she looked at me as if she were looking at a stranger. It turns out that the adopted daughter of the Kuchiki family is face-blind. This is really shocking news. I will have to find time to tell Byakuya Kuchiki that someday. The boy and Ichimaru Jin, no matter what, we are companions of the five nobles, we must learn to help each other. But then again, my son's charm is quite good. He actually conquered the adopted daughter of the Kuchiki family in one fell swoop. If Ichigo and Rukia get married, should their child's surname be Kuchiki, Shiba, or Kurosaki? It's so nerve-wracking. But, then again, I would like to see the extremely stinky current head of the Kuchiki family, Byakuya Kuchiki. After seeing that my sister, who I worked hard to use the resources of the Kuchiki family and cultivated, was abducted by my stinky boy. What kind of expression will he show after running away? This is really exciting. Obviously, Kurosaki Isshin has taken over. The two of them are not related yet. Now he is starting to think about whose surname his children will have in the future. Abarai Renji. That's not right. This is wrong. Shouldn't the child have my last name? Kurosaki Ichigo. Gia. Abarai Renji, I'm sorry, I won't let Rukia leave me this time. Then, Rukia Kuchiki successfully lived in Kurosaki Ichigo's home. What annoyed Kurosaki Ichigo the most was that Rukia lived in the closet of Kurosaki Ichigo's room. This made Ichigo feel 10,000 uncomfortable. His original private space disappeared without a trace. The next day, Kurosaki Ichigo took advantage of the fact that today was Monday, had a few bites of breakfast, and hurriedly went to Karakura Town No. 1 high school to go to school. He had spent enough time with this family and spent enough time with Rukia. He needed some free time of your own. Good morning, brother. On the way Kurosaki Ichigo went to school. Countless delinquents and bosozokus showed respect to him, and then bent down and bowed to say hello, whether they were students from the school, students from other schools, or even those who had graduated from school and had half a leg. People who have entered the underworld will bow respectfully and say hello after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't ask, just ask. It was Kurosaki Ichigo who punched it out with his own fists. Morning. Ichigo carried his school bag behind his back with one hand. His eyes were equal, or in other words, he was completely arrogant. No matter who greeted him, he just nodded lightly and then said no more. In this way, Ichigo, like the big brother of the underworld, came to Karakura Town No. 1 high school amidst the praises of countless younger brothers. Ichigo, good morning. As soon as Ichigo entered high school, some classmates ran to him to say hello. It's just that the classmate's appearance is too vulgar, so Ichigo can't. He looked at the other person and replied, "Good morning, Asano." Ichigo, you didn't even look at me. A boy with brown hair named Asano said dissatisfiedly to Ichigo. I don't need to look at you, it's enough to hear your voice. Ichigo returned casually, carrying his school bag. Hey, good morning Ichigo. When Ichigo strode to the door of his class, where he was in the first year of high school, he happened to arrive at the same time, a gentleman with a good aristocratic temperament who took care of his hair meticulously. The boy smiled at Ichigo. Oh, good morning, Kojima Mizuhiro. Ichigo glanced at the boy in front of him and nodded gently. Immediately afterwards, Ichigo opened the classroom door and walked in. Ichigo doesn't seem to stop for anyone. Ichigo heard that your family went on a trip over the weekend. As soon as Ichigo entered the classroom, he heard the voice of his childhood sweetheart, Arasawa Tatsuki, ringing in his ears. To be precise, everyone except me has gone on a trip. Ichigo corrected after hearing this. Ha ha ha, you've been left behind again. Long Wei heard this, patted Ichigo's shoulder hard, and said with a smile. Ang. After hearing Long Wei's words, Ichigo curled his lips speechlessly, and then said firmly, I don't plan to go either. You're still as arrogant as before. Long Wei said, locking Ichigo's neck and joking. Looking at the entire Karakura town, the only high school student who dared to lock Kurosaki Ichigo's neck was Ryuki, who was Ichigo's childhood friend. After all, the two had grown up and had no scruples about each other. Nonsense. I didn't say that before. I tell the truth, and I love telling the truth. Ichigo knows Long Wei so well that he naturally knows what Long Wei is talking about. Probably when he was a child, every time he was defeated by Long Wei in karate class, he would cry and shout, I will definitely defeat you in one fell swoop. Although, Ichigo has never defeated Ryuki, but since he entered the first grade of junior high school at the age of 12, his body suddenly began to grow uncontrollably, and his strength, speed and skills have surpassed that of normal humans. Category: sometimes Ichigo thinks, maybe even Bateman in the comics, or the failed man, won't be his opponent, right? You are so tough again. Long Wei heard this and said angrily. This guy Ichigo is very unlovable. He has never been soft even once since he was a child. Ichigo-kun, Ryuki. At this moment, a soft and cute voice sounded, attracting Ichigo and Ryuki. I saw a pair of plump girls who caught Ichigo and Ryuki's eyes first, and then a head of orange hair attracted Ichigo and Ryuki's eyes. Orihime. After Long Wei saw Orihime, he immediately let go of his arms. Then he ran to Orihime's side and gave Orihime a big hug. Perhaps Long Wei was exerting too much force, and Orihime's proud plumpness kept jumping up and down. Of course, all of this was ignored by Ichigo. He was completely at peace at the moment. After all, that annoying guy probably wouldn't bother him today. Everyone, please return to your seats quickly. Just when Ichigo was sitting in his seat, Orihime was looking at Ichigo, and Ryuki was looking at Orihime. Ichigo's class teacher Ochimayu, known as Miss Xiaomei, a woman who wore myopia glasses and whose eyes shone with wisdom, entered the classroom. Okay, Teacher Xiaomei. When everyone saw Uzimayu, they all returned to their seats. Today I would like to introduce a transfer student to you. After seeing everyone return to their seats, Mayu smiled at the girl outside the door. Okay, you can come in. Good teacher. When Mayu finished speaking, there was a voice outside the classroom door that made Ichigo feel very familiar, and he saw an onion head walking into the classroom triumphantly. Hi everyone, my name is Rukia Kuchiki. From today on, I am a classmate with everyone. Please exhibitions. Then, under everyone's surprised eyes, the onion said his name. Ha, are you kidding? When Ichigo heard the name Rukia Kuchiki, he finally came to his senses. He watched Rukia's eyes widen and said angrily. So, dear Kurosaki Ichigo, let's start our happy and wonderful school life. Rukia smiled at Ichigo and replied. You're not happy. Watching the interaction between Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki, Inoue Orihime next to him suddenly felt like, I was the one who came first. Between classes, Kurosaki Ichigo was leaning against the window, sulking alone. On the other hand, Rukia Kuchiki was smiling and communicating with Ichigo's classmates. For a moment, Ichigo, a yellow-haired and Tauren man, had the illusion that he was being fooled by others. Obviously, those were his friends. He was the one who came first, ahem. In a sense, these two people are quite compatible. So Rukia and Ichigo are acquaintances. Orihime clasped his hands behind his back, approached Rukia, and asked curiously. Of course. By the way, I'm staying at Ichigo's house now. Rukia replied with a smile upon hearing this. Although Rukia doesn't know why, she always feels that this person will be her biggest enemy when facing this big-breasted girl. Hey, are you and Ichigo already living together? Following Rukia's answer, a group of high school students let out shocked sounds. It doesn't count if we live together. If we insist on saying so, she can only be regarded as a guy who stays in our house and eats for free. Ichigo, who had been speechless, frowned tightly after hearing what everyone said. He thought that if he didn't clarify it, the relationship between him and Rukia might be spread by these idle guys. What does it look like? Ah, Ichigo-san, that's wrong. My uncle and aunt really like me. After hearing Ichigo's words, Rukia still had a smile on her face, but there were veins on her forehead one after another. Hee. Hearing this, Ichigo just sneered. He neither refuted nor admitted. But then again, my relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo. If you insist, I'm Ichigo's distant cousin. Rukia thought for a moment and spoke out the character she had developed for herself. Because my father and mother died unexpectedly due to some accidents. For a while, I seemed to be without a trace. But fortunately, I contacted my uncle, Ichigo's father, Uncle Kurosaki Isshin. Because I found that besides my uncle Kurosaki Isshin, I seemed to have no other relatives in this world, so after careful consideration, I went to seek refuge with my uncle Kurosaki Isshin and temporarily stayed at the home of Kurosaki Ichigo. At the same time, my uncle was afraid that he would not be able to take better care of me, so he went through the transfer procedures so that I and Ichigo could study at Karakura Town First High School. When Rukia Kuchiki told lies, her face was not red and her heart was not beating. She calmly explained her relationship with Ichigo, and at the same time, she thought of a very suitable reason for herself to transfer to school and live in Ichigo's home. It turns out she's Ichigo's cousin. After hearing Rukia's words, everyone suddenly shouted. If she was Ichigo's cousin, it wouldn't be surprising to temporarily live in Ichigo's home and transfer to Karakura Town No. 1 High School. At the same time, everyone also felt sympathy and pity for Rukia's experience. Thank you for your hard work, Rukia. Among them, Orihime even held Rukia in his arms and said excitedly. Orihime, who also lost her family at a very young age, can best understand Rukia's pity, and she is full of sympathy for Rukia. What cousin? Ichigo's eyelids twitched slightly after hearing Rukia's words. This was the first time he discovered that this guy Rukia really didn't blush when he told lies. Rukia, who was held in Orihime's surging arms, seemed to feel Ichigo's gaze. She shook her fist vigorously at Ichigo, and then made a series of mouth gestures. If you don't want to cause trouble, don't expose me. And, at my age, not to mention being your cousin, even being a grandma is enough, so from today on, you brat, remember to show some respect to me in the future. So in a sense, Kurosaki Isshin is really considered a Lolita control. After all, Kurosaki Masaki is only in his infancy, whether he is a Quincy or a Shinigami. What a fool. After Kurosaki Ichigo heard Rukia's words, he was so angry that his teeth itched. But in the end, Ichigo endured it. Does Ichigo have a cousin? Why have I never heard of it? After Ichigo's acquiescence, everyone in the class seemed to accept Rukia's identity. Only Arasawa Tatsuki, who had grown up with Ichigo since childhood, furrowed his brows and kept mumbling, seeming to still be confused about Rukia's identity. However, since Ichigo didn't say anything about Rukia's identity, she, Ryuki, didn't bother to question anything. Since the rightful owner of the world had admitted it, she, a childhood sweetheart, would seem a bit ignorant if she continued to say random things. But theoretically speaking, the four nobles now are more or less related, just like when Kuchiki Ginling wanted Byakuya to marry Yoruichi. It is normal for the four nobles to intermarry. In a sense, Rukia Kuchiki is really the distant cousin of Kurosaki Ichigo, but there is no blood relationship at all. In this way, with Ichigo's acquiescence, Rukia successfully became one with Ichigo's classmates as Ichigo's cousin. Rukia even used Ichigo's name to quickly become the first member of Ichigo's class and even the entire Karakura town. The eldest sister of a freshman in high school. This made Ichigo, who was already upset about Rukia's arrival, even more upset. The ordinary high school life I dreamed of is gone forever. Didi. While Rukia was chatting with Ichigo's classmates, the mobile phone she carried suddenly lit up with a series of scarlet flashes, and a series of electronic notification sounds rang in everyone's ears. Ichigo, let's go. Rukia's expression changed slightly. She immediately stood up from her seat, took Ichigo's hand, and ran outside. Is it Shu again? Since Kurosaki Ichigo's awakening, Aizen has given up his ban on Karakura town, and Hawako Mundo has begun to raid Karakura town again. Although Ichigo felt 100 reluctances in his heart, he still followed Rukia and ran out of the classroom. However, after Ichigo walked out of the classroom, he seemed to remember something again. He turned around and said to Orihime and Longwei, Orihime, Longwei, help me and teacher Xiaomei take a leave of absence. I have a small problem at home and I have something very important to do. Thank you. After Ichigo finished speaking, without waiting for Ryuki and Orihime's reply, he turned around and disappeared into the corridor. Good. Ichigo's words made Orihime and Longwei slightly stunned. Although they both had many questions to ask Ichigo, they still nodded lightly and agreed to Ichigo's request. It was not long after Ichigo and Rukia left the classroom that Orihime suddenly saw Kurosaki Ichigo wearing a dark kimono through the window and carrying a huge zanpakuto on his back. Ah, Ori looked at Ichigo dressed up like this, her eyes widened. Orihime, what are you looking at? Perhaps it was because Longwei and others had not yet met Hollow, and they could not see the spirit body at this moment, so they did not see Kurosaki Ichigo wearing the Death Tyrant costume. No, it's nothing. When Orihime heard this, he immediately shook his head and suppressed the doubts in his heart. It's strange, why is Rukia the only one left, where is Ichigo? Longwei had no doubt that he was there. He followed Orihime's line of sight and looked out the window. Then she frowned. She only saw Rukia alone. Orihime was stunned for a moment, then became even more confused. Am I the only one who can see it? Orihime whispered to himself in his heart. The other side. As a trainee Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo, under the guidance of Rukia Kuchiki, killed the target's hollow with great ease. He waved the huge zanpakuto in his hand and said disdainfully, these hollows are nothing more than this, so I will kill them instantly. It's just a level. A guy like you has just become a Shinigami and has no idea how powerful the hollow is. Don't think that just because you kill a few fish, you feel invincible. Now, if you meet a powerful hollow, if you still have this mentality, you will die. Rukia looked at the proud Kurosaki Ichigo and immediately warned him. Apart from anything else, if I encounter an Ajukas with the current ability of Kurosaki Ichigo will definitely not be able to defeat it. In essence, the current Kurosaki Ichigo uses. Or is it Rukia Kuchiki's power, his own Shinigami power, that hasn't appeared yet? Is it as mysterious as you said? Hearing this, Ichigo seemed a little unconvinced. You guy. Rukia naturally saw the disbelief in Ichigo's eyes. She raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Ichigo's lecture angrily. Rukia didn't know what to say to the stupid Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, as a disciple of Ichimaru Jin, she had received educational resources from both sides. She couldn't be more clear about the level of the hollow. If Aizen hadn't hidden the Ajuka's level hollow in the body of an ordinary hollow, even Ruki, who was only 1/5 Reiatsu after being restricted. Yeah, they are hard to beat. I have to say that regardless of mental arithmetic or not, Aizen is still very strong in this aspect. Just as Rukia was giving Kurosaki Ichigo some knowledge, a voice sounded. That guy is right, Kurosaki Ichigo. Hollows are not that easy to deal with. Guys who underestimate hollows will eventually be killed by hollows and become their food. Chapter 81. A cold voice suddenly sounded from above the heads of Ichigo and Rukia. Yes, that's it. Ichigo, you finally figured it out. When Rukia heard this, she kept nodding her head. She found her soulmate for the first time. However, the next second, Rukia noticed something was wrong. This does not seem to be what Kurosaki Ichigo said. Since it was not said by Ichigo, then who said this? Rukia thought so, raised her head and looked upward, in the direction of the sound, and saw a person. The boy wearing the uniform of Karakura Town No. 1 High School and wearing myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose was silently looking at Rukia and Ichigo. The person who spoke just now was none other than him. Who are you? Rukia looked up at the boy in front of her and asked doubtfully. My name is Ishida Ryu, and I am a Quincy. That young man was Ishida Ryu who had sensed the void and came over. He gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose and spoke calmly to Rukia. Quincy. Rukia's pupils shrank slightly after hearing Ishida Ryu's words. As the eldest daughter of the Kuchiki family and a disciple of Ichimaru Jin, Rukia had naturally heard the rumors about the Quincy. Rukia's eyes were full of wariness about this young man who showed up uninvited and claimed to be a Quincy. Color. Who are you? I don't understand what you are talking about. Unlike the surprised Rukia, Kurosaki Ichigo was very calm at the moment. He looked at Ishida Ryu floating above his head and asked with a puzzled expression. Obviously, Kurosaki Ichigo's Holy Script has been activated again, Holy Script D, so terrifying. Kurosaki Ichigo, you really should go to the hospital to have your ears checked. After hearing what Kurosaki Ichigo said, Ishida Ryu's eyelids twitched slightly and he spoke with an unhappy expression. You actually know my name. It's really strange. Ichigo said in surprise after hearing Ryu say his name repeatedly. We are from the same school. And we are classmates in the same class. Are you mistaken, Kurosaki Ichigo? Ishida Ryu broke through the defense directly, and Kurosaki Ichigo was so annoying that he didn't even recognize his classmates. Although I don't recognize many of my classmates now. Ouch. Just as Ichigo and Ryu were talking, another white hollow roared and rushed towards Ichigo and Rukia who were in a daze. Oops. When Ichigo and Rukia heard this, their expressions changed. They quickly turned around and planned to fight the visitor, but it was still a step too late. Naxu had already arrived in front of Ichigo and Rukia. No matter how you look at it, Ichigo and Rukia were too late to fight back. Aha! At this critical moment, the self-proclaimed Quincy, Ishida Ryu, who stood alone in the sky with a foothold composed of Reikos, opened the Reiko bow and arrow in his hand. Along with a whistling sound, an extremely powerful sacred destruction directly cut through the air and shot the arrow through the shoe's head. Bump! With a roar, the shoe that was shot through the head by Yuryu's arrow turned directly into a sky full of spirit particles and then dissipated in the air. So fast. It was also at the moment when Ryu drew his bow and arrow that he easily eliminated the hollow that sneaked up on Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia. Ichigo finally reacted, his pupils shrank slightly, and he praised from the bottom of his heart. Quick, Kurosaki Ichigo, do you call an arrow of this level fast? Compared to my grandfather's arrows, my arrows are too immature. However, even such an immature arrow is difficult to catch with your current dynamic nerves. So, Kurosaki Ichigo, do you understand? You are still too immature now, at least in front of me. Not even close. Yulong gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose, said a few arrogant words, and disappeared into the air triumphantly. What the hell is this guy doing? Ichigo said dissatisfiedly after seeing Ryu leave. A Quincy. Ichigo, you go back to school first. I have some things to investigate. Rukia looked at Ishida Ryu who was walking away, and while whispering, she walked towards the distance. The destination Rukia was heading for was the store where Urahara Kazuki was. Even Rukia Kuchiki knows the truth about the Shinigami's great enemy, the Quincy. Ha! Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Rukia and Ishida Ryu, who left him without authorization. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he said very unhappily, "I'm really fed up, you guys are doing it one after another. The way you talk to yourself in front of me is really disgusting." However, even though Kurosaki Ichigo talked a lot, he still walked towards his school. He returned to the bathroom where he used to store his physical body before he left. After the spiritual body and the physical body merged into one, Kurosaki Ichigo returned to the classroom without thinking about himself. "Oh, Ichigo, you are back, where is Rukia-san?" After Ichigo returned to the classroom, a group of classmates gathered around and asked Kurosaki Ichigo. "I don't know. Don't ask me," Kurosaki Ichigo said unhappily. "Kurosaki Ichigo, are you being left behind?" In response, the students in the class looked at Ichigo with smiles and asked. "You are kidding, I will be left behind by others." Hearing this, Ichigo's face changed slightly. Lies will only make people laugh, the truth is the sharpest knife. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo will be given a tough-talking holy text. Ha ha ha. The classmates looked at Ichigo and laughed. Obviously, everyone already knows what happened between Ichigo and Rukia. HMPH. In response, Ichigo sat by the window and looked out the window boredly. Ichigo found that he could only get a little peace when he returned to his seat. Perhaps this is the special blessing brought by the hometown of the king in the back row. "Kurosaki-kun, I saw you before, you seemed to be wearing a dark kimono, carrying a huge two-handed sword, and ran out of the school playground. Kurosaki-san, did you really not do anything dangerous?" Just when Ichigo was looking out the window and thinking about the Quincy, a soft voice suddenly sounded in Ichigo's ears. "Orihime, can you see me just now?" When Ichigo heard this, his expression was slightly startled. He looked at the gentle girl beside him who spoke, Inoue Orihime, and asked doubtfully. "Yeah, I can see it." Orihime nodded vigorously after listening to Ichigo's words. "Kurosaki-san in kimono is also very handsome." Then, Orihime seemed to have thought of something, and added with a slight blush on her pretty face. Then before Ichigo could speak, Orihime added, "But Kurosaki-san with a big sword is really dangerous. Kurosaki-san must pay attention to his own safety. You can indeed see me just now." After listening to Orihime's words, Ichigo finally confirmed Orihime's special nature. His pupils shrank slightly and he looked Orihime up and down. "Kurosaki-kun, don't look at me like that, I'm a little embarrassed." Orihime blushed even more when she felt Kurosaki Ichigo's burning gaze. I'm sorry, Orihime. I made you feel uncomfortable. Actually, I only recently became that person. My current identity is not just an ordinary high school student, but also a trainee Shinigami." Kurosaki Ichigo first apologized to Orihime, and then looked seriously at Orihime explaining his identity. After Ichigo said these words, his face turned slightly rosy. Ichigo himself didn't know how serious he was. He said such words that made him feel chunabu. At the same time, Ichigo was also a little worried. What should he do if Orihime didn't believe what he said? Shinigami. It's really suitable for Kurosaki-san. Inoue Orihime's heart is comparable to Kurosaki Ichigo's mother Kurosaki Masaki. Even after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo say this, she still definitely recognized Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was curious why only Inoue Orihime could see him. That's of course because Inoue Orihime is special. To put it bluntly, part of Inoue Orihime's perfection technique can even be equal to the power of the 10 holy blades. If Beilong hadn't known that he had made no mistakes in this life, he might have thought that Inoue Orihime was his daughter. Of course, at this time, Beilong, like Aizen, was watching Kurosaki Ichigo's live performance of Shinigami. It must be said that the effect was much better than catching up on the show. Kurosaki Ichigo is Beilong's very important figure. Although he has the intention of scheming against him, it doesn't mean that he has a girl to compensate for. Beilong feels very at ease that he has cheated on this guy who, according to his seniority, is not his son. The next day, when Ichigo woke up from his room, he first opened the door to his closet, but unfortunately, Rukia didn't seem to come back. Well, In this regard, Ichigo sighed helplessly. He didn't know what he was worried about, but he was worried. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he walked downstairs and walked towards the restaurant, preparing to have a simple bite and then go to school. Yo, Ichigo, did you sleep well yesterday? When Ichigo arrived at the dining room, he went to his seat and sat down very skillfully. A faint greeting suddenly sounded in his ears. It's okay. Ichigo nodded casually, listening to the familiar voice. It was after Ichigo said hello to that person that he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Wait, why are you here? Ichigo looked at Rukia Kuchiki sitting next to him while eating, and his eyelids twitched slightly. Is there any problem? Lucia was stunned for a moment and then asked. Don't worry about leaving and coming back. Hearing this, Ichigo replied angrily. Sorry, I was mainly busy with some urgent matters yesterday. Anyway, I have investigated the Quincy matter clearly. Rukia looked at Ichigo and replied confidently. Of course, what Rukia knew was that Urahara Kazuki made up lies to deceive her. Urahara Kazuki couldn't tell her that he was working with a Quincy. Especially a genius pure-blood Quincy. What kind of existence is a Quincy? Ichigo was stunned for a moment after hearing Rukia's words, and then asked. They are very dangerous existences. Rukia frowned and said in a deep voice. The Quincy is dangerous. Hearing this, Ichigo's pupils shrank slightly. Rukia nodded vigorously. She checked a lot of information yesterday and found out that the Quincy could be called the Shinigami's enemies. After hearing Rukia's words, Ichigo frowned and fell into deep thought. De Li Jiao, suck. On the other side, Kurosaki Masaki, who was sitting across from Ichigo and Rukia, quietly listening to the conversation between Ichigo and Rukia, was silently drinking miso soup from the bowl. Quinnies are dangerous. Masaki Kurosaki heard this and narrowed his eyes slightly. So, her eldest son, Kurosaki Masaki, and her husband Kurosaki Isshin's friend in Soul Society, said in front of her, a pure-blood Quincy, that Quincy are dangerous. This is really interesting. Forehead. In response, Yixin lowered his head and said that he heard nothing. Didn't hear it at all. At this moment Kurosaki Isshin awakened Shinmonji D order. However, the consciousness of Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo is really poor. Even though Ishida Yuryu's incident happened yesterday, they are still discussing it in front of Kurosaki Isshin and Kurosaki Masaki. Obviously, these two little ones never thought that the other two people here would be involved in the world of Shinigami. Especially when there's a real former pure-blood Quincy sitting among them. The reason why it is before is because Kurosaki Masaki is no longer a pure-blood Quincy after being contaminated by Hollow's power, otherwise Yuacha's sanctification should be ineffective against her. In the last holy meeting, Habak was targeting the half-blood Quincy, Kurosaki Masaki. But obviously, when Rukia Kuchiki came back, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was not very interested last night, was instantly resurrected with full health. The current state of Kurosaki Ichigo is just like the time when Kurosaki Isshin met Kurosaki Masaki. In essence, Kurosaki Ichigo longs for a different life. Otherwise, he would not be eager to master new power after losing his power. Anyway, let's go have some contact with that Quincy first. As for whether that Quincy is dangerous or not, we will make a judgment after we have formal contact with him. After Ichigo thought for a while, he spoke to Rukia beside him. Okay. At this moment, Rukia and Ichigo reached a consensus. As for Kurosaki Masaki and Kurosaki Isshin, they are a bit curious. I'm curious as to how Ichigo and Rukia plan to contact the person they just mentioned. After all, according to their knowledge, the only Quincy alive in this world are Ishida Ryu and his family. After all, Ishida Ryujin has seen the Quincy who has not been killed by Beilong. In a sense, it can be regarded as a death-free gold medal issued by Soul Society. The 13th Division in charge of the current world will treat Ishida Ryujin. A family that turns a blind eye. After a hearty meal, Rukia and Ichigo went to school. Because Ichigo remembered that the clothes Ishida Ryu was wearing yesterday were the uniforms of their school, so Ichigo and Rukia quickly found Ishida Ryu who was reading quietly in class during the break. Dragon. That's the guy. Ichigo and Rukia opened the crack of the door and looked at Ishida Ryu inside the classroom, and they suddenly said in surprise. It seems we have found the person. The next step is to let the other party explain the purpose of yesterday's visit. In response, Rukia winked at Ichigo. I understand. Ichigo nodded slightly after receiving Rukia's prompt. Are you Ishida Ryu? Ichigo walked into his class and greeted Ishida Ryu. Kurosaki Ichigo, I know why you are here. At 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, we will meet in Central Park. Ryu looked at Ichigo beside him and seemed not surprised by Ichigo's arrival. He gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose and said coldly. Ah, Ichigo just nodded slightly. How to say? After Ichigo walked out of the classroom door, Rukia immediately approached Ichigo and asked. That stinky guy said that he knew why I was here. He asked me to go to Central Park to find him on Saturday. Ichigo did not hide this, and directly told Rukia what Ryu said. I see. It seems like this guy also knows that school is not the place to do anything. After hearing Ichigo's words, Rukia sighed helplessly. Since Yulong had no intention of talking to them, they seemed to have no other good solution besides delaying the matter until Saturday. Ever since, a few days have passed by in a hurry. During these few days, Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki dealt with Inoue Orihime's brother Inoue Hao, and helped Sato Yasutora kill a villain who was enough to enter hell. Seeing the gate of hell appear. Finally, it's time to meet Ishida Ryu. 8 o'clock on Saturday morning. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia went to Central Park together to look for traces of Ishida Ryu. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are here. You are 15 seconds late in total. You are a little too unpunctual. As expected, your character is as undisciplined as your strength. Ryu looked at Ichigo. He replied coldly, it's just 15 seconds late. Hearing this, Ichigo's eyelids twitched slightly. HMPH. It's useless to talk more. Kurosaki Ichigo, to be precise, trainee Shinigami Kurosaki Ichigo. Come and have a competition with me, a competition to prove who is the best between Shinigami and Quincy. I will make you lose completely today. Before Ichigo could say anything, Ishida Ryu looked at Ichigo coldly and spoke in a deep voice. Hey, Ishida Ryu, have I offended you in any way? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Ishida Ryu, who was full of malice towards him, scratched his yellow hair feebly, and asked in confusion. Kurosaki Ichigo, don't you understand? The battle between the Quincy and Shinigami has nothing to do with you or whether you have offended me. This is the fate between the Quincy and Shinigami, and it is also the fate between you and me. The fate of time, Kurosaki Ichigo, from the moment you chose to become Shinigami, no matter you are my classmate AGDJ or my acquaintance. You have already stood on the opposite side of me, you and I. This antagonistic relationship between them cannot be easily reversed. Ishida Ryu gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose. His eyes when he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo were full of disgust. In Ryu's eyes, Kurosaki Ichigo, the Shinigami, is obviously unqualified. He didn't even know what a Shinigami was and what kind of responsibilities he shouldered, so he resolutely became a Shinigami. This is completely a dabbler. It is completely different from someone like him who has been aiming to become a qualified Quincy since birth as his ultimate life goal. He, Ishida Ryu, no matter who he loses to, he will never lose to Kurosaki Ichigo such half-heartedness. Although in the eyes of Ishida Ryushin, Ishida Ryu just has no talent. To put it bluntly, without Yawacha's attack, Ishida Ryu would never have been able to touch the first-class spiritual power in his life. What are you talking about? I don't understand. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, he was slightly stunned at first, and then asked. You don't need to understand me. Ishida Ryu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was deaf at critical moments, and couldn't help but look a little helpless. Anyway, you and I have a showdown. That's enough. I will use my strength to prove that Quincy is the best existence. The level of excellence far exceeds that of Shinigami. Ishida Ryu said, taking out what looked like a coin from his arms. Ishida Ryu, what exactly is that thing in your hand? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the coin in Ryu's hand and frowned slightly. Is that not good? At this time, Rukia also saw the coin in Ryu's hand. Combining the information about Quincy that she learned from the profiteer Urahara yesterday, Rukia quickly recognized the coin in Ryu's hand and what it was about, things. This is the time for Quincy to hunt and use it as bait to attract prey. As long as I crush it, the entire Karakura town, and even all the hollows in Tokyo, will be attracted to it. Kurosaki Ichigo, the outcome between you and me will be decided by the number of hollows we hunt. I will use my own strength to prove that the Quincy is far superior to the Shinigami. Ishida Ryu didn't give Rukia time to speak. While introducing the bait in his hand to Kurosaki Ichigo, he crushed the bait and turned it into a sky full of spirit seeds. Oops. Rukia looked at Ishida Ryu's actions, and her expression suddenly changed. It was also the moment after Ishida Ryu crushed the bait that the entire Karakura town sky was filled with a bit of haze. The pitch-black sky seemed to make Karakura town look a bit eerie. Ouch! It was also the moment after Ishida crushed the bait that, accompanied by roars one after another, hollows one after another headed towards the direction of Ishida. Whoosh! Ishida held the bow in one hand and fired a divine destruction, directly killing the overestimating hollow. Then he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki and said coldly, "The first one. I am in the lead now." Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes wide. "Keep an eye on how I, as a Quincy, will fight." With his efficiency, to put it bluntly, Ishida Longxian can kill thousands of hollows in 1 second. You crazy person. Ichigo has no time to linger, come with me. Now Karakura town has been surrounded by hollows. These hollows will cruelly devour all the hollows staying in Karakura town. After the hollows are swallowed up, they will set their sights on some people who are naturally superior to spiritual power. Ordinary human being, Kurosaki Ichigo, can you understand what I'm saying? Your family is in danger right now. Rukia Kuchiki first scolded Ishida Ryu and then said in a deep voice to Kurosaki Ichigo. My family is in danger. After hearing Rukia's words, Kurosaki Ichigo's expression suddenly changed. Now is not the time to stay here any longer, I have to save Yuzu, Shali and mother. After Kurosaki Ichigo learned from Rukia that his family might be in danger, his eyes suddenly turned a little red. Deep in his heart at this moment, he was extremely worried about the safety of his mother and sisters. As for his old father, he didn't really care. Kurosaki Isshin. 6. My eldest son is filial. However, just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to leave, one after another, hollows appeared in all directions of Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia, and surrounded Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo cursed angrily. There were too many hollows surrounding him at the moment. It was obvious that he would not be able to get away in a short time. There is no other way. We can only kill all the virtual ones here first. Kurosaki Ichigo cursed angrily, waving the wide Zanpakuto in his hand, and rushed towards the hollows. Although Kurosaki Ichigo was currently unable to do so because the Blade King of Sword 10 Holy Blades in his body was controlling the power of Yuwatch, completely liberating the true power of Shinigami in his body. The power he is using now is only a small part of Rukia Kuchiki, the power in his body, and the overflow of the seal. Even so, it is enough for him to deal with these miscellaneous fish, whether they are no matter how huge the hollow was. He was stabbed in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. So strong. On the other side, Ishida Ryu was standing on the overpass. At this moment, beads of sweat were pouring out from his forehead. He was constantly pulling the bow in his hand. Sacred destruction, one after another, was fired from Ishida's hand. Every shot was holy destruction as enough to kill a powerful hollow. However, despite this, Ishida cannot be much superior to Ichigo in terms of the number of hollows killed, which makes Ishida feel pressure one after another. It's weird, there's something wrong with the density of this void. Can my bait really attract so many shu? I always feel like I've fallen into someone's trap. At the same time, Ishida Ryu also gradually noticed that something was wrong. The queue that kept appearing in front of him and Kurosaki Ichigo looked a bit wrong. It was not the first time that he used this bait, but no matter where even once, it was far less than the bait he used today, attracting and summoning more voids. At the same time, Aizen, who was watching the show, couldn't help it. I see, no matter what, Kurosaki Ichigo is also a descendant of the Shiba family. Although he has not received any education, and even Zanpakuto is not his own, he can still show the fighting power of the Gote 13 vice captain. It seems that these ordinary hollows are nothing to Kurosaki Ichigo. No matter how many trash fish come, they can't put any pressure on Kurosaki Ichigo. It seems that for the growth of Kurosaki Ichigo, it is time for me to give him keep adding more ingredients. Aizen was sitting in his office, looking through the screen in front of him quietly at the picture of Kurosaki Ichigo chopping melons and vegetables, defeating dozens of ordinary hollows. Yes, come here. Thinking of this, Aizen called to someone behind him. Lord Aizen, what are your orders? After hearing this, Tusen Kanami immediately approached Aizen and asked. Send an Ijukas disguised as Killian to Karakura town in the present world. It's time for Shiba Ishin's son to press. Aizen spoke calmly to Tusen Kanami behind him. Sir Aizen, once we send Manos Grande-like Ijukas to the present world, they will definitely be discovered by the people from the Science and Technology Development Bureau. By then, these people from the Science and Technology Development Bureau will probably not only pay attention to Manos Grande's affairs, but also you will find that Rukia Kuchiki, who passed on the power of Shinigami to humans, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who gained the power of Rukia, will also be paid attention to by Gote 13. By then, your plans and experimental subjects will be exposed to Beilong. What is the commander-in-chief looking like? After listening to Aizen's words, Tusen. He frowned tightly and spoke anxiously. Yam, since when did you come to have Gote 13 discover that Rukia Kuchiki and Kurosaki Ichigo were not part of my plan? On the contrary, I want Gote 13 to discover them. All preparations are in place, it's time to get Urahara Kazuki's Hogyoku and play the final game with Captain Beilong. In order for our plan to proceed smoothly, don't you think, we need an existence that can attract enough firepower for us? This can help us attract firepower and make Gote 13 unable to care about our actions. It has to be Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki. The two nobles of Shiba and Kuchiki are enough to give the entire Soul Society a headache. Aizen Sosuke sat in his seat and spoke calmly to Tusen Kanami. That's it, I understand. After Tusen Kanami heard Aizen Sosuke's words, he suddenly felt enlightened. He once again discovered that there were really too many differences between himself and Aizen. No wonder he is the boss and I am just a worker. Tusen Kanami thought this way. Then let's wait and see what happens next. Kurosaki Ichigo, I hope you won't disappoint me. Aizen sat in his seat very casually, and his eyes under the lenses seemed to exude endless brilliance. He calculated everyone in the world equally. As for those who were not plotted by Aizen, they were not considered human beings in Aizen's eyes. They could only be regarded as ants that he ignored. However, Kurosaki Masaki and Urahara Kazuki are in some trouble. I hope they are sensible enough and don't cause trouble for my plan. Aizen then muttered to himself. After all, there are really not many Quincy's who can vast, O Lord. In this era before the spread of holy writings, even pure-blood Quincy's do not have such outrageous combat power. This world, I can't free my hands at all. Rukia, help me think of a solution. After Kurosaki Ichigo killed more than a dozen hollows in a row, he looked at more and more hollows gathering around him, with countless cold sweats breaking out on his forehead. In desperation, he had no choice but to look at Rukia behind him, and asked Rukia for help. Hado number 4 White Thunder. At this moment, Rukia, who has recovered some Reiatsu, is constantly using Kido to fight against the surrounding hollows. Obviously, facing the increasing number of hollows, Rukia has no good solution. Tisk, what should I do now? I can't worry about Yuzu and the others. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Rukia, who was also trapped, with more and more beads of sweat on his forehead. But at the same time, Inoue Orihime and Sato Yasutora awakened their full expression skills, and not only had the ability to save their lives, but also began to kill the hollows targeting the Kurosaki Ichigo family. Ichigo, you kill the hollows here, I will go back to protect your family. Although Rukia's Reiatsu has not recovered much, it is powerful after all. Facing these hollows who are far different from Jillian, only a simple Hado you can kill them all. Sorry to trouble you, Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo was overjoyed and thanked him quickly. What nonsense, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Rukia kept holding Kido and rushed out of the encirclement of Kurosaki Ichigo. Moreover, Rukia also discovered that it seems that these hollows are really coming for Ishida Ryu and Kurosaki Ichigo. After Rukia left, Kurosaki Ichigo no longer had any worries, and his fighting spirit instantly rose. At this moment, the Reiatsu in Kurosaki Ichigo's body continues to surge. He not only wants to win and slap the stinky Ishida Ryu in the face, but he also wants to save Karakura town and protect everything he holds dear. He is Kurosaki Ichigo, the protector. On the other side, Rukia also hurriedly arrived at the door of Kurosaki Ichigo's house. Because the Kurosaki family's natural reiatsu is far superior to ordinary people, there are many more hollows gathered here than in other places. But what surprises Rukia Kuchiki is that so far, no hollow has entered Kurosaki Ichigo's home, as if they are afraid of something. After meeting Rukia Kuchiki, these ghosts began to attack Rukia Kuchiki. What's going on? A puzzled Rukia Kuchiki kept cleaning up the surrounding voids, but there were too many voids. Rukia Kuchiki's current efficiency simply couldn't kill them all. At this moment, the door of Kurosaki Ichigo's house was suddenly pushed open. Kurosaki Ichigo's mother, Kurosaki Masaki, walked out with a smile, looked at Rukia, a look of satisfaction flashed in her eyes, and said softly, "It's Rukia-chan, hurry up. Come inside. Auntie, be careful." Rukia felt bad when she saw Kurosaki Masaki come out. She was afraid that something would happen to Kurosaki Ichigo's mother. Allah, it seems that there are quite a few pests attracted by the bait. However, a scene that was beyond Rukia's expectation appeared. Kurosaki Masaki faced the hollow in front of him and did not feel any fear. Instead, he opened a bow and arrow composed of spirit seeds with his bare hands and aimed at the hollow head. Ouch! Both Shu and Rukia fell into silence. Call out. Unfortunately, Masaki Kurosaki would not stop her actions because of this. She just gently pulled the spirit bow in her hand, and immediately a shot of divine destruction shot out from her bow, directly piercing the head of the hollow, killing him. Completely eliminate. I haven't exercised for a long time, and my skills are a bit rusty. Kurosaki Masaki did not stop her actions after killing the hollow without eyes. She used the spirit bow in her hand to aim at the hollows who kept appearing. After many years, Kurosaki Masaki once again deployed her bow. This time her reason for deploying her bow was to protect her family from being harmed by hollow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Masaki held the spirit bow in his hand and pulled it gently. I saw one shot after another of sacred destruction, like meteors, fired from the spirit bow in Masaki's hand. In just an instant, hundreds of them were attracted to the sky by Ishida Yuryu's bait. Cleaned up completely. They are both Quincy. Masaki's divine destruction and Ishida Yuryu's divine destruction are like two completely different things. Whether it is speed, power, or quantity, Masaki can crush Ishida Ryu in all directions. Compared to Kurosaki Masaki, a pure-blooded Quincy who can kill Aizen's experimental subject Kiyoshi, a Quincy of Ishida Yuryu's level cannot be called a Quincy at all. At most, he can be regarded as a trainee. Archers, that's all. Call, it's finally over. After Kurosaki Masaki cleaned up the void in the sky, she gently wiped the sweat beads on her forehead and showed a big smile to Rukia. Everyone in Rukia is dumbfounded. My dear, Ino is actually by my side. Look at Kurosaki Masaki. This is the real annihilation. But Rukia quickly came to her senses and said quickly, in that case, Auntie, I'm going to help Ichigo first. If anything happens, we'll talk about it when we come back. Seeing that Rukia was about to leave, Kurosaki Masaki quickly called out to her and said, wait a minute, Rukia-chan, don't tell Ichigo about today's incident. Rukia was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Some things are too complicated. I'm not ready for a showdown with Kurosaki Ichigo. Letting him know too many things now is just putting pressure on that kid. Masaki said with a look of helplessness in his eyes. Rukia nodded again. I understand, Auntie, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Shunpo left. Although Rukia is very curious about Kurosaki Masaki's identity, she knows that Kurosaki Ichigo was involved in this world by her. There are some things that she should not ask, and Rukia will not get to the bottom of it. The other side, the main battlefield where Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Ryu are. Rukia rushed back again. Shu didn't kill many people. It took a long time just to run away. Ichigo, don't worry, the hollows near your home have been cleaned up. I met Inoue and Sato on the way back. They awakened their power and will protect your home. After listening to Rukia's words, Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. I understand Rukia, help me tell Orihime and Yasutora, thank them for their help, and wait for me to go back and treat them to milk tea another day. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo looked embarrassed and panted while talking to Rukia. As for the surroundings of Kurosaki Ichigo, there are many empty corpses with missing arms and legs that were killed by Kurosaki Ichigo. There are more than 100 corpses all over the place. Ho, 137, I'm still ahead. Not far away from Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Ryu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was panting heavily while preaching to Kurosaki Ichigo. Idiot, now is not the time to decide the winner. How many hollows can you summon with your bait? Kurosaki Ichigo complained to Ishida Ryu. I don't know either. This is my responsibility. In my original plan, the total number of baits I had was just to summon 50 or 60 hollows. Under normal circumstances, the maximum number could be 100. But now it's obviously exceeded my expectations. I even wonder if there is something wrong with my bait. Otherwise, how could I summon all the virtual beings in Hueco Mundo to Karakura Town in this world? It's so strange, so weird, abnormal. Yulong murmured, subconsciously feeling that someone had tampered with his bait. Now is not the time to think about whether something went wrong with your bait, nor is it the time to identify who is responsible. The most important thing now is that there is only one thing. That is how to deal with these hollows that keep appearing. This is what you and I should consider. In short, there is no other way. Let's join forces for the time being, Ishida Ryu. We'll talk about the outcome later. Solving the current problem is the key. After Kurosaki Ichigo received the news that his family was all safe, he carried his huge Zanpakuto and came to Ishida Ryu's side, frowning and muttering. Kurosaki Ichigo, you guy. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Ishida Ryu looked stunned for a moment, then nodded, just do what you say. You and I join forces to fight against the enemy. Good, Kurosaki Ichigo said, carrying the sword and rushing forward. Leave the huge hollows to me, and leave those that can be killed instantly by you to clean up. Everything is focused on saving time and fighting quickly. The Zanpakuto in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand flashed with silver-colored sword light, and his figure was like a bolt of lightning, constantly running on the streets. Every time he swung the sword, he could cut off the huge bodies of the hollows who overestimated their own strength. You don't need to tell me. Yuryu's expression changed again and again after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. In the end, Ryu just yelled at Kurosaki Ichigo arrogantly, and then opened the bow and arrow in his hand, shooting arrows one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with the sound that broke through the air, one hollow after another was buried in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. This gave Kurosaki Ichigo a little more chance to breathe. Ryu, thank you very much. Before Kurosaki Ichigo continued to fight, he turned his head, smiled at Ryu behind him, and thanked him loudly. HMPH. Ryu snorted coldly when he heard this, and retorted at the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo-san, pay attention to your words. I don't remember the relationship between you and me. It's good enough that we can call each other by name. Anyway, cut. At this moment, Kurosaki didn't take Yuryu's words to heart at all. He was like a fighting madman, constantly waving the Zanpakuto in his hand, killing one after another, and stepped forward to stop his hollow. Whoa. When the sky was filled with bright red, one after another, they fell on their backs and fell to the ground. Ishida Ryu and Kurosaki Ichigo joined forces and gradually moved towards the moment of victory. Click. A gap suddenly opened in the blue sky, and then the blue sky was broken like glass by someone, revealing the dark space inside. Then a pair of penetrating big hands pulled out from the dark space. A completely black monster with a long white nose and a bone mask, which was completely different from the other hollows, appeared on the bodies of Ryu and Ichigo. Forward. Ouch! When the huge hollow appeared in the sky, the ordinary hollows who were still roaring suddenly began to tremble. They seemed to feel the instinctive fear. The newly appeared hollow had something similar to them. Essential differences. Love from Aizen Manos Grande, Jillian, who appeared in the form of Ijukas who had her mind wiped out, appears in Karakura Town. The moment they saw this huge creature, Ishida Ryu and Kurosaki Ichigo's expressions became extremely ugly at the same time. No way, absolutely impossible. Totally possible, funny face. How could my bait summon such a being? Yulong looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with despair and confusion. This is Manos Grande. Manos Grande actually appears in this world. Rukia Kuchiki also despaired of the huge shadow in the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo, run away. This is not something we can deal with. Rukia persuaded Kurosaki Ichigo. If Rukia still had the power of Shinigami now, she would definitely not say this, but unfortunately, she does not. After all, even Jillian is not something that a 4th-level Shinigami with spiritual power can handle. Run away. I don't want to. After Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Rukia's words, he moved his neck slightly, and then strode towards Manos Grande, who is actually the Ajuka's level of Killian. Ichigo. Rukia looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who looked like he was not going to hit the wall, and never looked back. She suddenly panicked and ran towards Ichigo, intending to bring Ichigo back and then run away. Hey, Miss Kuchiki, we haven't seen you for a long time. However, before Rukia could move forward, a man wearing a green fisherman's hat, a dark green kimono, a cane in his hand, and wooden clogs fell from the sky and stood in front of Rukia. Urahara Kazuki, get out of the way and don't get in my way. When Rukia looked at the visitor, his expression changed first, and then he spoke angrily. I'm sorry, Miss Rukia, please continue watching here quietly. The next battle belongs to Kurosaki Ichigo alone. This is a fate he cannot escape. He must work hard to become stronger. After Urahara Kazuki heard what Rukia said, his eyes hidden under his hat flashed with light. He pointed at Rukia lightly, and Rukia was trapped in place. Is this Bakudo? Rukia suddenly felt a little unbelievable. Although she had already guessed that Urahara was extraordinary, she never thought that Urahara Kazuki could even use Bakudo, which can only be used by Shinigami. In other words, Urahara Kazuki was probably also a Shinigami, or Urahara was once a Shinigami, which shocked Rukia. Ouch! It was at the moment when Rukia was controlled by Urahara Kazuki that the Killian level Manos Grande opened his acupoint. It seems that Manos Grande felt the threat to him from Kurosaki Ichigo, so he relied on instinct and made the decision to eliminate Kurosaki Ichigo. That's Sero. Bad. Kurosaki Ichigo, run quickly, this is not something you can handle. At this moment, Rukia was already panicking. Although this was the first time she had seen Manos Grande's Sero, the scarlet energy that shone brightly made the light distort. Rukia also felt the powerful power of this move. Boom! Finally, amidst Rukia's roar, Killian released the terrifying light of destruction at Ichigo. A huge beam of light fell on Ichigo, and then a thick layer of dust exploded from the ground. Ichigo. At this moment, Rukia screamed heartbreakingly. You must know that Ichigo's power of Shinigami comes entirely from Rukia. It was Rukia who led Ichigo into the path of Shinigami. In other words, without her Rukia, Kurosaki Ichigo would not have to face the situation in front of him. Manos Grande. So in the final analysis it was she who killed Kurosaki Ichigo, a genius child who was not even a baby according to Shinigami's age. At this moment, Rukia was a little desperate. She couldn't forgive herself for killing her child. Of course, it was unclear whether she had other feelings. Maybe Rukia has to figure it out on her own. At this moment, the one who had the same idea as Rukia was Ishida Ryu. He kept cursing his incompetence in his heart. If he had some ability, he would not kill himself in the same class and in the same school because of the bait thing. Classmate Kurosaki Ichigo. Miss Kuchiki, don't panic, keep watching. However, Urahara Kazuki was extremely calm at this moment. After hearing Urahara's words, Rukia's expression paused slightly. She raised her head and looked in the direction of Kurosaki Ichigo, and then her pupils flashed with incredible light. Are you kidding me, Kurosaki Ichigo, is he a monster? Before Rukia could speak, Ishida Ryu had already expressed Rukia's thoughts. I saw that Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been burned to death by Manos Grande's Sero in Rukia's eyes, was holding Zanpakuto at this moment, holding up Manos Grande's Sero, standing firm in the red storm, and even it occupies quite an advantage. Behead me. Ichigo only felt a little sweet in his throat and his pupils were slightly dilated. In his inner world, there were two figures covering the Zanpakuto in Ichigo's hand at the same time. At this moment, they held Ichigo's hand and waved it towards Nakalian. Zanpakuto. Boom. Suddenly, a gorgeous slash came out of Ichigo's hand. Shua. Immediately, the Ajuka's level Manos Grande was cut in two by Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes, success. Kurosaki Ichigo said, looking at the blue sky above his head, showing a proud smile. In the eyes of Kurosaki Ichigo, even a mere Manos Grande can be killed for you to see. So strong. I lost. Kurosaki Ichigo, the power of Shinigami clearly comes from me, but the Reiatsu that just exploded is actually stronger than me. This is so wrong. For a moment, both Ishida Ryu and Rukia Kuchiki recognized the great strength of Kurosaki Ichigo. But none of them could understand where Kurosaki Ichigo got his power. Although Soul Society had no precedent of Shinigami passing power to humans before Rukia, there have been examples of Shinigami passing power to Shinigami. Among these examples, Shinigami who passively accepted power did not gain any power. The one who can surpass the person who transmits the power. For a moment, Rukia's mood was a little complicated. I always feel like all my efforts over the years have been in vain. Rukia frowned in response. It was also the moment when Ichigo defeated this Manos Grande. Soul Society, Bureau of Science and Technology Development. This is really incredible. Akakan, the third person in the show's opening scene, immediately followed up after detecting an unknown powerful Reiatsu in the real world and switched to the scene. After Akon located Karakura Town, he switched to the scene of Karakura Town. He saw the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Killian, as well as Rukia Kuchiki who could not be Shinigami, all in his eyes. The relationship between Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo, the origin between them seems to be unspoken. Director, come and take a look at this. In response, Khan approached Kuritsuchi Mayuri with the footage he had investigated. This is really interesting. Report this to Captain Bailong and Room 46. After receiving the report, Kuritsuchi Mayuri raised the corners of his mouth and spoke with a smile. Yes. In response, all the staff in the Science and Technology Development Bureau nodded. Division 5. Okay, let's get everything started. Kurosaki Ichigo, Urahara Kazuki, Rukia Kuchiki and Hogyoku. All the important personnel are in place. The stage has been set up. It's time to start your performance. I'm looking forward to giving you a big surprise. Aizen sat in his captain's room with a smile on his face. At the same time, Bailong, who was watching the play in the first group, couldn't help but applaud. He couldn't be more excited to watch this good show. Moreover, since it is already so interesting, how could Bailong not get involved? Now there are no Yoruichi Kurosaki Ichigo and others as guides, so what Bailong has to do is let his little wild cat play. When Kurosaki Ichigo finds out that the person who helped him enter Soul Society is actually the captain's wife, then his face will definitely be wonderful. Bailong couldn't help but reveal a nasty smile. At this point, the duel between Ishida Ryu and Kurosaki Ichigo came to an end when Ichigo killed an Ijuka's level Manos Grande with just one sword. Countless hollows looked at the Ijuka's level Manos Grande who was falling behind him with endless bright red spray. They did not care about Ishida Ryu's bait. They no longer continued to cause trouble in Karakura Town, but turned around. One after another they rushed into the black cavity where Ijuka's was, and kept eating the huge body. Perhaps, this is the so-called, one whale drops all things. In front of the corpse of Ijuka's level Manos Grande, a collection of powerful spiritual beings that far exceeds the ordinary hollow level, no matter how many wandering souls there are, they can't look down on it. This corpse is to ordinary hollows. Appeal. The word evolution seems to be engraved in the deepest part of every virtual soul. They know clearly in their hearts that as long as they devour the body of this Ijuka's level Manos Grande, they will have the capital to evolve into Manos Grande. By then, they will be essentially improved. Kurosaki Ichigo I lost. Ishida Ryu looked at the Kions who started to instinctively fear Kurosaki Ichigo after Manos Grande fell, and scattered and ran away. He gently pushed the myopia on the bridge of his nose and dropped it on Kurosaki Ichigo. After a word, he left alone. This guy. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his arms bleeding, and his body was about to collapse due to the high load of collected souls. Ishida Ryu, who was at the end of his strength, originally wanted to stop him, take Ryu home, and give it to him. His father wanted to check him out. After all, his father was also a well-known doctor in Karakura Town, right? Unfortunately, Ryu didn't give Black Knight a chance to speak. Ichigo, let's go. At this time, Rukia seemed to have thought of something. She leaned close to Ichigo and whispered. Good. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think much, just nodded slightly to Rukia Kuchiki. The next day, Kurosaki Ichigo has been lying at home for a whole day. Of course, it's not that Ichigo wanted to just lie motionless on the bed, but he couldn't move at all. Perhaps it's because he squeezed out his potential against Manos Grande on Saturday and unleashed a Reiatsu that was completely unbearable with his current spirit. As a result, after Kurosaki Ichigo woke up today, his body seemed to be unable to move. The muscles all over his body were tingling, and every piece of meat seemed to be damaged to some extent. What a troublesome thing. Kurosaki Ichigo kept sighing, his eyes seemed a little dull. Fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo recovered quickly. Early the next morning, Kurosaki Ichigo found that his body was fine and he could go to school normally. At this point, Kurosaki Ichigo yawned and headed to Karakura Town First High School with Rukia Kuchiki, who was sleeping in his closet. Good morning everyone. After Kurosaki Ichigo came to the class, he first said hello to the classmates he met, and then walked towards Inoue Orihime and Sato Yasutora. Thank you for what happened yesterday. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Orihime and Yasutora and thanked him. Where? On the other hand, Auntie also treated us to some delicious juice. Orihime laughed after hearing what Ichigo said. Luki. Ya said that Inoue Orihime and Sato Yasutora went to his home to help protect his family. This is different. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the kind-hearted Orihime and just smiled softly. Kurosaki, regarding what happened the day before yesterday, I have caused you trouble. Just when Ichigo, Orihime, and Yasutora were thanking them for helping the Kurosaki family the day before yesterday, Ishida Yuryu, with his arms bandaged, entered the room where Ichigo was. Class, apologized to Ichigo. It's okay, as long as no one was hurt. But Kurosaki Ichigo just smiled softly after hearing what Ryu said. Speaking of which, your injuries don't matter, right? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the bandages on Yuryu's body and couldn't help but ask. You don't need to worry about this. Ishida Ryu nodded to Ichigo, then turned around and returned to his seat. This guy. Ichigo looked at Yuryu's cold expression and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Ishida-san, how did you get yourself into this state? Were you bullied? Just after Ishida Ryu returned to his seat, Mei, the teacher from Kurosaki's class, walked in. She looked at the bandages on Ishida's body and couldn't help but ask. No, I didn't fight with anyone. It's just that I accidentally fell down the stairs at home yesterday. Ishida Ryu replied without a red face and a heartbeat. As expected of a wealthy family, in a normal family, there is no such thing as stairs. Really, pay attention to yourself. Regarding this, the head teacher didn't want to ask any more questions and just reminded Yulong. Okay, Yulong just nodded lightly when he heard this. This guy. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Yuryu's back with a trace of worry in his eyes. Don't worry, that guy will be fine. Seeing this, Rukia Kuchiki persuaded Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo heard this and nodded in agreement. What Kurosaki Ichigo didn't notice was the trace of haze and worry under Rukia Kuchiki's eyes. As a Shinigami, Rukia Kuchiki couldn't say some things to others, so that at the moment, only Rukia herself knew that she had already stayed too long. After school that day, Kurosaki Ichigo returned to his room and began to preview his homework. After Ichigo finished all his homework, he suddenly discovered that Rukia, which was very rare today, did not bother him, which made him feel a little strange in his heart. Rukia, don't you need to go out and eliminate hollows today? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his closet and asked. However, what was rare was that Ichigo's closet didn't make any noise today. Rukia. This made Kurosaki Ichigo look slightly stunned, then he stood up and pushed open the closet. What is this? When Ichigo opened the closet, he found that there was no one in the closet today. Strange. This made Kurosaki Ichigo feel weird. He frowned and started thinking until Kurosaki Ichigo picked up a letter from where Rukia slept. Kurosaki Ichigo personally initiates. After Kurosaki Ichigo opened the envelope in front of him, what he saw was a letter filled with kana and composed entirely of pinyin, making it impossible to decipher. Are you kidding? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the letter in front of him, his eyelids twitching slightly. Isn't there too much ta in this letter? After removing it, for some reason, I have to leave. Don't come to me, and don't worry about me. Please burn the letter after reading it, and if possible, please find a safer place to hide for the time being. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly decoded Rukia's letter and then read it out. What a joke. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished reading Rukia's letter, he crumpled the letter in his hand and yelled angrily. Moreover, not only Rukia Kuchiki, but soul this guy has also disappeared. But Kurosaki Ichigo found the soul when he went to the toilet, and learned about Rukia's departure from the soul's mouth. Brother Ichigo, you can't watch your elder sister die like this. Looking at her expression, she must be in trouble that can't be solved. Soul said with tears in his eyes. Stop arguing. If Rukia leaves, there's no way I can become Shinigami. What should I do? Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo's heart was even more entangled. Although Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia have only known each other for a few months, during these few months, Kurosaki Ichigo has been exposed to the real world and developed a deep relationship with Rukia. Kurosaki-san, it looks like you could use a little help. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo became a little irritable after reading Rukia's letter, a handsome figure appeared beside Kurosaki Ichigo's second-floor window. Profiteer. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the visitor with a slight pause in his eyes. Come on. Urahara's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard what Ichigo called him. He held the crutch in his hand and pushed hard against Kurosaki Ichigo's chest. Whoa! Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo's soul left his body. At the same time, the sky was getting dark. Rukia was wearing a white short skirt and running alone on the street. She was trying her best to stay away from Kurosaki Ichigo's home to avoid causing trouble to Kurosaki Ichigo. In fact, from the day Rukia met Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia had already guessed her ending, but she didn't expect that this day would come so soon. My dear apprentice, where are you going? A familiar and gentle voice sounded in Rukia's ears. At this moment, Rukia's whole body became hard. This voice is Ichimaru Jin-sensei, Rukia said in a slightly trembling voice. Turning around, she saw that it was her dear teacher. Ichimaru Jin rubbed his hair helplessly and said, Rukia, it's only been a few months since you came to this world. Why has your alertness dropped so much? What did the teacher teach you? Have you forgotten it? Although Rukia was pleasantly surprised to see Ichimaru Jin, now, even to her dear teacher, she did not dare to say anything because this time, she really made a mistake. Seeing Rukia standing there blankly, not saying anything, Ichimaru Jin was helpless and could only say again, okay, don't be so nervous. Your matter is just a small problem. Come on, good disciple, take it away. Tell the guy who used your Shinigami power. No, master, that's not the case, Rukia retorted quickly. She knew very well that Ichimaru Jin said this to throw all the blame on Kurosaki Ichigo's head, so as to ensure her safety. Rukia is not stupid. Of course she knows what Ichimaru Jin means. As long as she does what Ichimaru Jin says, not only will she not be convicted by Soul Society, but she will also receive certain compensation, but the premise is that she must reverse right and wrong. She cannot do this by convicting Kurosaki Ichigo as a madman who despised Soul Society and attempted to plot the power of Shinigami. Thinking of everything she had with Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia smiled from the bottom of her heart. Ichimaru Jin rubbed his hair helplessly again and said, that's it. That would be a bit troublesome. Seeing Rukia Kuchiki's expression, how could Ichimaru Jin not know that his own cabbage was eaten by a pig? Ichimaru Jin clapped his hands and said helplessly, Byakuya, it seems I can't make sense. You and Vice Captain Abarai can find a solution. As soon as these words came out, Rukia Kuchiki's face turned even more ugly, because his brother-in-law and elder brother, Uncle Ja, and his childhood sweetheart were all here. Hey, Rukia, wake up. Do you know your current situation? Abarai Renji listened for a long time, and his eyes were almost green with anger. Isn't it just a business trip? Why does it feel like the color on my head suddenly changed? But in fact, the current relationship between Rukia Kuchiki and Abarai Renji is not this, it is all a case made up by his own imagination. Come on, tell me now, where is the guy who stole your Shinigami power? Watch me kill him and bring his body back to Seraiti. Only in this way can it be given to Soul Society. Give Room 46 an explanation. Abarai Renji certainly knows that Rukia must have her own reasons for transmitting her Shinigami power to a mortal. As for the human being who gained Rukia's power, maybe he is really innocent. But right now, he can no longer care about so much. The most important thing at the moment is to do everything possible to protect Rukia and let Room 46 acquit Rukia. Everything else will wait until Rukia is acquitted. Let's solve it again. Rukia Kuchiki looked at Abarai Renji as if looking at a stranger, and said coldly, Renji, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is of my own free will. He is innocent. Rukia, I'm saving you, idiot. I don't need this kind of rescue. Rukia is also a stubborn person, and coupled with her relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo, of course she will not agree to this approach. Renji was so angry that he didn't know what to say. At this time, another voice sounded. Rukia, long time no see. Rukia turned around, and behind her, there was a cold voice from the north. The voice was like 1,000 years of ice, which made Rukia shiver. Sister, brother. Rukia turned her head and looked at the man next to her who had sharp features like knives, a pair of sword eyebrows that made her look calm and self-defeating, and exuded the aura of a superior person all over her body. She couldn't help lowering her head and said the man's identity. Rukia, do you know what you are talking about? Although Byakuya's face is cold, his words are full of emotion. Brother, I know what I'm talking about. Teacher, I'm sorry, but he is innocent. I will not tell his name and whereabouts. I will go back with you. Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kuchiki were both dumbfounded. They were obviously at the top of Shinigami, but there was really nothing they could do to this little girl. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Anyway, with your master here, Room 46 won't start a big fight. Ichimaru Jin said helplessly. Byakuya Kuchiki also nodded. After all, there is a backstage. No matter how big or small the matter is, it can be solved. Okay, Renji, go and open the world-traveling door. Let's go back to Soul Society first. Byakuya Kuchiki said to Abarai Renji, who was still looking like he wanted to eat people. I understand, Captain. Abarai Renji calmed down and opened the portal. Hey, where are you taking Rukia? However, at this critical moment, a man wearing a Death Tyrant costume and carrying a huge Zanpakuto behind his back blocked the way for Twice and others. Originally, Ishida Ryu was supposed to arrive first, but the situation is different now. Instead, Ishida Ryu arrived late, and Kurosaki Ichigo arrived first. Huh, who are you talking to? Do you know who we are? Tell me which squad you are from. Renji glanced at the person who came. After seeing the death domineering outfit on the other person's body, Renji was a little sensitive and mistakenly thought that the person who came was Shinigami from Gotei 13. Renji thought that Rukia's affairs should be kept secret and cannot be known to more people. Therefore, his brows suddenly knitted together, and he scolded the man in the Death Domination uniform loudly. I am Abarai Renji, Vice Captain of Division 6. When you see me in the future, remember to call Vice Captain. Brat. Because there were too many team members in Gotei 13, Renji did not recognize the identity of the person who came. However, just because Renji could not recognize the other party did not mean that the other party should not recognize him as well. He was the vice captain of the 6th team, so he is a prominent character in Gotei 13, and most of the team members should know something about him. I don't understand what you mean by the vice captain of the 6th division. No matter who you are, put down Rukia right now before I get angry. Shinigami, who was wearing a Death Tyrant outfit and had short orange hair, shouted at the red-haired Abarai Renji. Ha! Renji was stunned for a moment when he heard what the yellow-haired Shinigami in front of him said. He didn't seem to understand what the yellow-haired Shinigami in front of him said. Ichigo. On the other hand, Rukia, who was caught by Byakuya, had countless beads of sweat on her forehead. She looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of her very nervously. That's it, I understand. You are the human who was granted the power of Shinigami by Rukia, right? After a brief daze, Renji suddenly came to his senses. He glared at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him and asked coldly. Who are you? After hearing what Renji said, Kurosaki Ichigo frowned and asked coldly. I told you my name is Abarai Renji. Remember for me, what is the name of the person who killed you? Renji said and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Renji. Rukia's pupils trembled slightly as she looked at Renji who was drawing the sword. Rukia, it's useless to talk more. When I solve all this, you will explain to Central 46 what you did. Don't let the human sacrifice in front of you become meaningless. Do you hear me clearly? Renji glancing at Rukia behind him, he said coldly. I don't need you to help me like this. Rukia said solemnly to Renji. This is not just to help you. The Kuchiki family does not allow anyone to pass on the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization. Rukia, think carefully about your sister's situation. Renji scolded Rukia. Rukia's body was shaking after listening to Renji's words. She was indeed in a dilemma now. Rukia, just stand there and watch, see how I defeat them. Just when Rukia was in trouble, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded again. Run Ichigo, you are no match for them. Rukia looked at Ichigo with some despair at this moment. She hoped that Ichigo could escape. She did not want Ichigo to sacrifice himself to save her. She would bear the responsibility for the mistakes she made alone. Instead, Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with interest, looking this guy up and down. In fact, for Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kuchiki, it is not a big deal for Rukia to commit this crime. If nothing else, they are lawless people themselves. With Beilong and Yamamoto Genryusai as their protective umbrella, Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kuchiki often caused trouble in Soul Society when they were young. In fact, they just want to see if the person chosen by Rukia Kuchiki is worthy of their recognition. But at first glance, well, Kurosaki Ichigo looks like a pure fool with a very bad mind. Maybe Aburai Renji is the only one who takes this matter seriously. This is also due to the narrow vision brought about by different status and status. Haha, I've never beaten you before, how do you know I can't beat you? After hearing Rukia's words, Ichigo just laughed. He seemed to be full of confidence in himself. Human boy. After listening to Ichigo's words, Renji frowned tightly. He decided to teach this arrogant human brat a lesson. Of course, if your brain is not good, you can practice it slowly. What is your strength is what Byakuya Kuchiki and Ichimaru Jin value. This time, they both came with a mission. Beilong personally gave an order to destroy the people who stole the power of Rukia Shinigami, Suojiya and Po Sleep. As for the reason, Beilong just told them that the stolen Shinigami power is not his own after all. If the Shinigami power belonging to Rukia in that person does not disappear, Rukia will not be able to restore her own Shinigami power. Come on, kid, take a stab at me. Aburai Renji exploded instantly and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo with a knife. Well done. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't panic at all. He pulled out his huge soul-cutting sword and slashed at Aburai Renji. When the two soul-cutting swords collided together, and Aburai Renji was shocked. Although he had only just Bankai, his power was definitely not something that an ordinary Shinigami could withstand. In other words, the human in front of him, Reiatsu, is no worse than him. Of course, Renji is still in a sealed state at this time, but Kurosaki Ichigo is not using his own power, so it's hard to say who of the two suffered more damage. Kurosaki Ichigo used his strength to force Aburai Renji back. Aburai Renji was shocked, his eyes narrowed. Kid, don't blame me then. Roar. Zabumaru. In an instant, Aburai Renji's soul-cutting sword underwent a huge change, and a large saw-like sword appeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. What is this? Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes almost popped out. Rukia Kuchiki didn't tell him that the soul-cutting sword would change. Ha ha ha. Kid, you don't know. The Soul Zanbing sword has a name. How dare you call yourself Shinigami even if you don't know the name of your own Soul Zanbing sword? Aburai Renji verbally attacked Kurosaki Ichigo. HMPH. What a flashy thing. There's no point in talking, let's fight. Kurosaki Ichigo was not affected at all. Of course, with the power of someone else's Shinigami, there was no way he could discover the name of his soul-cutting sword. Aburai Renji snorted, swung Zabumaru in his hand, and the sword seemed to be alive, shooting straight into Kurosaki Ichigo's face. So fast, Kurosaki Ichigo had no time to parry and quickly rolled to avoid Aburai Renji's attack. However, Zabumaru's attack was not over yet. Aburai Renji continued to swing his soul-cutting sword and bite Kurosaki Ichigo continuously. His Soul Zankin is so difficult to deal with. With such an attack range, I can't get close. Kurosaki Ichigo thought as he dodged. Such an offensive cannot continue forever. Stay calm, Kurosaki Ichigo. There must be a weakness. Kurosaki Ichigo summoned himself, but forced himself to calm down. After dodging 3 rounds of attacks from Abarai Renji, Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes flashed with light. He looked at Zabumaru, who was returning to his original state, and said in surprise, "This is it. Every 4 times he attacks, the Soul Zanto will return to its original state." Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo was no longer confused, his eyes were firm, and he watched Abarai Renji's attacks and counted them silently. Once, Kurosaki Ichigo ran towards Abarai Renji and rolled to avoid his attack. Twice, Kurosaki Ichigo held the soul-cutting sword at his side and withstood Abarai Renji's second attack, but his footspeed was not slow at all. 3 times. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo jammed one of Zabumaru's joints with his Zanzanto, but was scratched on the cheek by the blade, but Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care at all. 4 times. Abarai Renji saw Kurosaki Ichigo charging towards him, and panicked a little. He swung his soul-cutting sword straight and stabbed Kurosaki Ichigo in the chest. But this time, Kurosaki Ichigo made a sliding tackle and directly approached Abarai Renji. Abarai Renji's expression changed, because it was time for his Zabumaru to return to its original state. "Let me catch you," Kurosaki Ichigo roared, slashing at Abarai Renji with his soul-cutting sword. "It's over. I can't escape. I was careless." Abarai Renji panicked. But at this moment, Byakuya Kuchiki, who had been watching the battle, moved. Kurosaki Ichigo felt his eyes blur, and his hand suddenly became clear. When he came back to his senses, his soul-cutting sword had broken apart. Only the hilt was left in his hand. Turning around, he saw Byakuya Kuchiki crushing his soul-cutting sword with his bare hands. "HMPH, Renji. I'll train for a month after I go back. I let a kid push me to this point. It seems I'm too relaxed about you." Byakuya Kuchiki glared at Abarai Renji. Abarai Renji quickly said nervously, "I understand, Captain Kuchiki." Rukia Kuchiki looked desperate. She knew from the beginning that no matter how strong Kurosaki Ichigo was, he would never pose any threat to her master and brother-in-law. These two were trained by Beilong, the current captain, since childhood. How is that possible? Kurosaki Ichigo is almost autistic. Is this the strength of brother Rukia Kuchiki? The next moment, Byakuya Kuchiki moved again. 2 blood marks appeared out of thin air on Kurosaki Ichigo's chest, and countless bright reds gushed out from the wounds. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the wounds on his body and his pupils were dilated. He didn't know what happened from beginning to end. Plop. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could think about it, he was already lying on the ground and completely fainted. Ichigo. Rukia Kuchiki couldn't believe what she was seeing. She looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, her eyes filled with a sense of powerlessness. She was really too weak to help Kurosaki Ichigo get rid of the fate of being beheaded. "It's over." After Byakuya said this, Ichigo had completely lost consciousness. "Let's go, Rukia," Ichimaru Jin said. "Don't worry, the child just lost his Shinigami power. The knot and body sleep were destroyed, and your brother-in-law didn't kill him." Ichimaru Jin explained. "I can't do it without an explanation. According to Beilong, this guy will probably end up with Rukia Kuchiki in the future. If this causes a gap between Rukia Kuchiki and Byakuya Kuchiki, that wouldn't be beautiful." Rukia breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. "I understand, let's go." "Rukia, don't go." However, just as Rukia was about to leave with Byakuya and Ichimaru Jin, the voice of Kurosaki Ichigo rang in her ears again. "Ichigo." Rukia turned around and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had obviously lost consciousness but was still whispering her name. Her eyes couldn't help but be filled with mist. "Idiot, are you stupid?" Rukia's body undulated slightly, and she smiled bitterly at Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded approvingly. "It's very good. In line with his opinion, he just has no brains. His strength and understanding are both top-notch. After he discovers his own Shinigami power, it will definitely soar into the sky. Let's go." Byakuya Kuchiki didn't explain, and walked into the boundary gate with Rukia Kuchiki with a bitter look on his face. Ichimaru Jin rubbed his hair helplessly and said, "Oh, I really don't want to do this kind of thing." Then, he also walked into the boundary crossing gate. Only Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still lying on the ground, was left waiting for Urahara Kazuki to retrieve him. A few hours after Byakuya Kuchiki and others left this world, Kurosaki Ichigo finally opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he shouted loudly, "Rukia! Hey, Kurosaki-san, are you awake? Don't worry, the operation was very successful. You are a girl now." Unfortunately, when Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes, it was not Rukia who appeared in front of him, but a profiteer with a fisherman's hat on his head. Are you kidding? Kurosaki Ichigo's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He subconsciously reached out and touched his most important part. Fortunately, his good brother was still there. After Kurosaki Ichigo made sure that his brother was safe and sound, he slowly let out a breath. "Ah, sorry, Ichigo-chan, I just said it wrong. To be precise, you are an ordinary human now." Urahara Kazuki laughed after teasing Kurosaki Ichigo. "You profiteer." Kurosaki Ichigo naturally knew that he was being teased by Urahara Kazuki. His eyelids twitched slightly, and then he angrily yelled at Urahara Kazuki. After Kurosaki Ichigo scolded Urahara, he suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. Where is Rukia? Where did Rukia go? Rukia was taken away by her brother and master. Don't worry, with them here, Soul Society won't do anything to Rukia. Urahara Kazuki smiled after listening to Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Is that so? Kurosaki Ichigo frowned, with a somewhat strange look in his eyes. If Rukia is really safe and sound, then why did she leave him that letter? So Rukia's brother and master, as well as the red-haired tattooed gangster, came to Karakura town from Soul Society, which is far away from the real world, to bring Rukia back. Kurosaki Ichigo feels that things are not that simple. I'm going to find Rukia to find out, Kurosaki Ichigo said, getting up from the bed. With your current strength, what will happen even if you go to Soul Society? Even if you go, you can't change anything. Urahara Kazuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and smiled. Being unable to change and doing nothing are two different things. Even if nothing can be changed, I will go find Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo's attitude is extremely resolute. If he looks at Rukia being taken away today and doesn't care, then he tomorrow will definitely despise him today. He. Urahara Kazuki just smiled softly after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. It seems that Urahara Kazuki is not surprised by Kurosaki Ichigo's attitude. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo's parents, Kurosaki Masaki and Shiba Isshin, are like this. As their two children, Ichigo should follow his parents. Good money is good. So, I will give Mr. Kurosaki some special training next. Byakuya Kuchiki has indeed destroyed all the organs, soul sleep and chains that you use to create spiritual power, thus causing you to lose the power of Shinigami you obtained from Rukia. You have transformed from a Shinigami into the most powerful general. Common mortals can eat it. But, that kid Byakuya Kuchiki is really too careless. He didn't realize that Mr. Kurosaki, you have the talent to become a Shinigami. And next, I will spend 10 days. Time, Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, let you, Mr. Kurosaki, completely master your own Shinigami power. In other words, Mr. Kurosaki, in order to save Rukia, become a Shinigami again. Opening parenthesis. Byakuya Kuchiki. Fanny Madby, if my teacher hadn't told me to only destroy the knot in soul sleep, do you think this kid could have developed his own Shinigami power? Urahara Kazuki's eyes, covered by the shadow of the fisherman's hat on his head, shone with a shrewd light. He seemed to be planning something interesting. Be Shinigami again. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment. He seemed not to have thought that he could become Shinigami again, and this time he would use his own power to fight. That's right. Urahara clicked with a chuckle after hearing this. What Kurosaki Ichigo lost was Rukia Kuchiki's Shinigami power. The power that truly belonged to him was still untouched by the rule of the Blade King. This time, Yuwatch probably didn't have a chance to deceive Kurosaki Ichigo with his blood-moving outfit and static blood outfit. Well, Blade King probably fooled him. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know yet that Blade King had already prepared a surprise package for him and was waiting for him, and Urahara Kazuki didn't even know either. In Urahara Kazuki's opinion, Kurosaki Ichigo should thank Byakuya. Under Byakuya's slash, the most primitive power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body has begun to awaken. When Kurosaki Ichigo completely controls the power in his body, he will definitely shock everyone. As long as I control the power in my own body, can I go to Soul Society to find Rukia? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Urahara Kazuki and asked. Of course. Urahara nodded slightly after listening to Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Even at my level, it will take 7 days to create a world transmitting gate that allows you to successfully pass through and go to Soul Society. Before that, you should calm down and work hard to become stronger. Urahara Kazuki explained to Kurosaki Ichigo. You guys. However, when Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Urahara's words, he seemed to grasp the key point. Yes, you guys. In addition to Mr. Kurosaki, Inoue Orihime, Sato Yasutora and Ishida Ryu, as well as other, unexpectedly powerful reinforcements, will help you go to Soul Society with you. This time, I will fully help Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo to achieve your goal. Purpose. Urahara Kazuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said seriously. Thank you. Kurosaki Ichigo felt the burning gaze of Urahara Kazuki, and his face turned slightly red. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know what he is capable of, so that Urahara Kazuki can help him like this. No thanks, these are what I should do. Although Urahara Kazuki didn't know that Kurosaki Ichigo blushed like a bubble teapot, he still nodded. In fact, Urahara Kazuki has his own purpose. Hogyoku has been stuffed into Rukia Kuchiki's body by him. It seems that he wants to hide Hogyoku, but in fact, he uses Rukia Kuchiki and Hogyoku as a lure for the one who was there 100 years ago. As for Kurosaki Ichigo and others, it was just a cover to attract the attention of Soul Society and Gotei 13. The real killer, Urahara Kazuki, was someone else. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo still doesn't know that he has been used by Urahara Kazuki. He has become a pawn on the chessboard between Urahara and Aizen. At this moment, he is sincerely grateful to Urahara Kazuki for giving him a chance to regain his power. In fact, Kurosaki Ichigo also vaguely guessed that Urahara Kazuki seemed to have his own plan. Urahara Kazuki seemed to be helping him, but in fact, he seemed to be making some big moves behind his back. But Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care. He never cared whether others took advantage of him. He only cares about whether he can profit from it, thereby protecting the people he cherishes. Of course, what seems to be a game between Urahara Kazuki and Aizen Sosuke is actually a game between Beilong and the Soul King. Beilong wants to see how the slave master can influence him through Aizen. After all, both Yuach and Aizen are perfect wedge candidates. This is the reason why Beilong has not given birth to a child for so many years. If nothing else, Beilong doubts whether this guy will be reincarnated directly into his own family and become his own son. After Yuach successfully becomes the new Spirit King, Beilong will give birth to children normally. Then let's start our training. Urahara Kazuki did not give Kurosaki Ichigo much time to think about it. He had already asked for leave from Karakura Town No. 1 High School for Kurosaki Ichigo. In the next 10 days, he must train Kurosaki Ichigo twice as hard to make Kurosaki Ichigo better in the shortest possible time. Obtain a Reiatsu that rivals the captain. Otherwise, even if Kurosaki Ichigo regains the power of Shinigami, he will not be able to make any big waves in the current Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Gotei 13. After all, the Gotei 13 currently led by Captain Beilong is known as the strongest Gotei 13. Good. Kurosaki Ichigo has a determined gaze. No matter how hard the training ahead is, he will never regret it. As long as he can rescue Rukia, everything will be worth it. After that, after Kurosaki Ichigo agreed to Urahara Kazuki and showed his determination, Urahara Kazuki took Kurosaki Ichigo to the basement of the Urahara store and opened the secret door of the basement in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the secret door with a bit of surprise and curiosity in his eyes, but he still followed Urahara Kazuki down. As Kurosaki Ichigo and Urahara Kazuki entered the secret door in the basement, what caught their eyes was a huge open space, and blue sky and white clouds. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank slightly. He had long known that Urahara Kazuki was not an ordinary person, but he didn't expect this guy to hide so many secrets. Hey, that's really weird. Who is this guy? Why is there such a big training ground underneath the store? It's really weird. And why are there blue sky and white clouds on the ceiling of the training ground? This is simply not in line with human common sense. It's really weird. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could speak, Urahara Kazuki spoke first. You guy, you don't need to tell me, I'm surprised too. After what you said, I'm not surprised anymore. Anyway, stop talking nonsense and start training quickly. After Kurosaki Ichigo heard Urahara's words, the tension in his heart instantly dissipated without a trace. He looked at Urahara Kazuki's back and spoke speechlessly. Ha ha ha, okay. Anyway, Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, please don't die. Urahara Kazuki said and kicked Kurosaki Ichigo directly. Puff. With a soft sound, Kurosaki Ichigo's soul was kicked out of Kurosaki Ichigo's body by Urahara. This is. After Kurosaki Ichigo's soul left his body, he was stunned when he looked at his white clothes and the long chain on his chest. This was completely different from his previous soul. Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are already human. The first step is to avoid Xiaoyu's attack. Only by dodging can you regain your spiritual power. As he spoke, a timid little girl came out from behind Urahara Kazuki, with gloves on her hands. Kosame, who was also chosen as the backup Soul King, launched an attack on Kurosaki Ichigo. After a period of torture, Kurosaki Ichigo finally escaped Xiaoyu's attack, but at the same time, Urahara Kazuki cut off the chain between Kurosaki Ichigo and himself. What are you doing, profiteer? How can I return to my own body? Everyone in Kurosaki Ichigo was dumbfounded. The person whose chains were cut off was a dead person and there was no way he could return to his own body. Ahaha, of course there is a reason. Urahara Kazuki laughed. Because your knot has been cut off by Byakuya, you will be unable to control yourself due to the dominance of instinct and start to evolve towards hollow. Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, what you have to do is to try your best, do whatever you can to regain control of your Shinigami power before you completely hollow. By the way, if you become completely hollow, then I will kill you here with my own hands. Urahara Kazuki smiled at Kurosaki Ichigo. Sermon. Huh, you didn't say that the so-called training is so cruel. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted angrily after hearing what Urahara said. So you want to go back on your word? Urahara looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a cold look in his eyes. Repent. What a joke. I will become a Shinigami before hollow to show you. Kurosaki Ichigo heard this and angrily yelled at Urahara Kazuki. AJ. Kurosaki Ichigo is just angry because Urahara Kazuki didn't explain this training clearly to him. As for going back on his word, that doesn't exist at all. Kurosaki Ichigo never regrets. He's just a little deaf from time to time. I really saw you right. Then Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, please come on. Urahara Kazuki said, binding Kurosaki Ichigo's hands and feet with Bakudo. Ha! After Kurosaki Ichigo was tied up by Urahara, his expression changed slightly. Hold on, I'll leave this to you. After Urahara Kazuki finished all this, he smiled at a dark figure on the training field. Leave it to me. The black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Urahara Kazuki and nodded gently to Urahara. So big. After the black shadow revealed its true form, Kurosaki Ichigo also saw the person clearly. The man was more than 2 meters tall, with rough muscles all over his body. He was an old man with a big beard and dark skin. He looked very difficult to mess with at first glance. 99 of Bakudo. Swastika. In fact, this uncle is really not easy to mess with. As soon as he came up, he performed a non-chanting version of Bakudo number 99 for Kurosaki Ichigo. Boom! Kurosaki Ichigo felt his body tighten, and his entire body was immediately bound by countless belts specially designed to seal Reiatsu. Depend on. Kurosaki Ichigo was completely unable to move at this moment. He kept yelling at Urahara and Junji in his heart, and his whole body was fighting against instinct. As for the broken chain on Kurosaki Ichigo's chest, 2 hollow-like big mouths were exposed at this moment, and they began to swallow up the long chain. Although Urahara Kazuki didn't say anything, Kurosaki Ichigo also felt it. What's wrong with that big mouth is that once it swallows all the chains, he seems to be doomed. At the same time, Yoruichi, the leader sent by Beilong to help, also began to teach Sato Yasutora and Inoue Orihime. Although Yoruichi did not know what his men wanted to do, but for fun, this has always been Yoruichi's favorite thing. After Ishida Ryu learned about this, he thought that he was the culprit who let Rukia be discovered by Soul Society. Ishida Ryu also trained hard to go to Soul Society. However, this time, Ishida Munasuru and Ishida Ryujin are teaching together. Urahara store. Hey, how many hours has it been? This thing on my chest has swallowed my chains for the 4th time. If this continues, when they wake up next time and start devouring the chains for the 5th time, I will definitely die here. Kurosaki Ichigo lay in the dark cave and roared outside. However, returning to Kurosaki Ichigo, there was silence. Is there anyone? Urahara Kazuki, Profiteer Urahara. Are you really out there? Urahara Kazuki, just wait for me and don't let me get out of here. Otherwise I will definitely kill you. I promise I will kill you. Kurosaki Ichigo kept roaring, and he had already decided that after he regained his Shinigami power, he would stab Urahara Kazuki to death with a sinister smile on his face as soon as possible. Sorry, Kurosaki Ichigo-san, you have to rely on yourself from now on. Urahara Kazuki sat outside the cave, drinking green tea comfortably. He silently observed Kurosaki Ichigo in the cave, with no intention of helping Kurosaki Ichigo. Time flies. Not long after, the hollow that was devouring the knots on Kurosaki Ichigo's body seemed to have been completely digested. The knots they had devoured before. At this moment, they woke up again. After waking up, they opened their bloody mouths and continued to swallow them. They took out the remaining small knot on Kurosaki Ichigo's chest, and merged with Kurosaki Ichigo at the moment when Kurosaki Ichigo's knot was completely swallowed up by them. It was also after these imaginary powers entered Ichigo's body that Ichigo began to spit out countless white. The substance, a virtual mask, appeared on the face. Hollow. Urahara Kazuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, Kurosaki Ichigo still showed the same symptoms that Hiriko Shinji and others had back then. This shows that the void that resided in Kurosaki Masaki's body was indeed the same as before. This was done by the mastermind behind the trap that harmed him, Hiriko Shinji and other captains. Ichigo, go tame him. In response, the old god Urahara Kazuki looked at Ichigo in the hollow and said with a smile. Yes, Urahara Kazuki is confident about Kurosaki Ichigo's hollow. He knows that Ichigo will succeed. After all, he has already used his Hogyoku as early as the moment Ichigo was born. Treated Kurosaki Ichigo. As for Kurosaki Ichigo, after swearing angrily, he finally lost consciousness completely. Kurosaki Ichigo, wake up. Kurosaki Ichigo, open your eyes and take a good look at who I am. Kurosaki Ichigo, wake up quickly and call my name. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know how much time had passed. He just felt the calls coming one after another in his ears. This voice was so noisy that Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't sleep. When Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes, what caught Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes was a towering building and a handsome silver-haired man standing on the building. Hey, I finally woke up. Kurosaki Ichigo. Of course, it's not just this handsome guy, there's another one looking at him. This man has long dark shawl hair, wears a dark cloak, and wears handsome sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, giving people the impression of a cool uncle. It was this extremely handsome uncle who had been calling him just now. The other one is wearing a white haori with the word, Yi, written on the back. It is obviously similar to the haori style of Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kuchiki who took away Rukia Kuchiki. What is going on? Who are you? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the two handsome guys standing in front of him at this moment, with completely different styles, but both of them were extremely handsome, and was stunned again and again. Kurosaki Ichigo, we are the power within you. He is the most familiar existence to you in this world. The man wearing Captain Haori and Death Ba's uniform was the first to speak to Kurosaki Ichigo. The most familiar existence to me in this world. Kurosaki Ichigo's expression paused after hearing what the man in the Death Tyrant costume said. Exactly. Now, Kurosaki Ichigo, make your choice. Your choice will determine your future path. When Kurosaki Ichigo was puzzled, the uncle in the black cloak continued to speak. As soon as he came up, he went straight to the topic. Choose path. I don't understand what you are talking about. Kurosaki Ichigo was very puzzled at this moment. He was practicing in order to become Shinigami. As a result, as soon as he entered the world in his heart, he met two people who felt very strange to him. For some reason, Ichigo's intuition told him, these two people are not just two forces in his body. It seems that these two people have other identities. Kurosaki Ichigo, you don't need to think about this. You only need to know one thing. No matter what path you choose, we will protect you. The man, who was wearing a jet black trench coat and sunglasses and looked extremely handsome, answered Kurosaki Ichigo with a calm expression. In fact, the man in the trench coat, Kurosaki Ichigo, couldn't bear the Quincy's power inside his body. He revealed a lot of information at this moment and told Ichigo. Yes, Japan, no matter who you choose, we will always support you. As the 10 holy blades remain in Kurosaki Ichigo's body, the man wearing a haori also spoke. Let me choose. Kurosaki Ichigo fell into deep thought. He looked left and right between the two people, and finally gritted his teeth and said. Then I will choose you. I believe that the power of Shinigami in my body will not lie to me. What Kurosaki Ichigo is referring to is the calendar area represented by the Blade King. Ha 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 ha, Ichigo, this is definitely the wisest choice you have ever made. This way you won't have to use my power later. Blade King laughed. Yuwatch remained silent. After Kurosaki Ichigo made his choice, he felt relaxed. How about it? Aren't you convinced? Anyway, you are only part of my overall strength. Now that you have lost, why don't you contribute your strength? Blade King's sword said rudely to Yuwatch. Yuwatch snorted and transformed into a large black kitchen knife, floating in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo said in confusion, didn't I choose you? Why did I still get his power? Choose, ha 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 ha, Ichigo, we are all your power, there is never a choice. It's just whose power you want to use. He is a kind of power that I coordinate, and now I won't let you use mine. Power, it's just too early, your current power is not enough to use my power, for example, my name is XXX. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't hear what Houken was saying at all. Houken saw Kurosaki Ichigo looking confused and helplessly spread his hands. Look, even if I tell you my name, you can't hear it at all, right? Master its power first, and then I will slowly let you master all my power. I know. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes became firm. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo's consciousness finally made contact with himself outside. For a moment, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still struggling, started to perform a complete hollow. Suddenly it became quiet. Before waiting for the next second, the Reiatsu in Kurosaki Ichigo's body burst out instantly, forming a terrifying Reiatsu pillar rising into the sky. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's Reiatsu was even close to the second-class spiritual power, which is the captain-level Shinigami's Reiatsu. Crack, click, click. It was precisely at the same time that Ichigo exploded with Reiatsu that the remaining white bone-like material after the hollow on his body began to crack, revealing the true appearance of Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo, congratulations on your success. Now you have rediscovered your Shinigami power. The moment Ichigo revealed his true face, Urahara Kazuki's figure fell in front of Ichigo and smiled at Ichigo. Urahara Kazuki, I told you. When I regain the power of the Shinigami, I will definitely kill you. Now it's time for you to experience the power of my soul-cutting sword. Kurosaki Ichigo said, and took out a black, huge, kitchen knife-like Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ichigo, do you already know the name of your soul-cutting sword? The sight of Kurosaki Ichigo taking out his soul-cutting sword made Urahara Kazuki stunned. Originally, it was supposed to be the next stage of training for Kurosaki Ichigo to know the name of his soul-cutting sword, but as a result, Kurosaki Ichigo completed the training ahead of schedule. Haha, of course I know the name of my soul-cutting sword. The name of my sword is the Holy Sword, Zangetsu. Under Urahara Kazuki's surprised gaze, Kurosaki Ichigo revealed his soul-zanting sword's famous minister. Kurosaki Ichigo-kun, what is the name of your Zanzanto? Urahara Kazuki held a small fan in his hand, covering his surprised expression, and asked Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. My Zanpakuto's name is Holy Sword, Zangetsu. What's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo asked in confusion after listening to Urahara Kazuki's words. Holy Sword, Zangetsu. The corner of Urahara Kazuki's eyes twitched. The soul-cutting sword with the word, Holy Sword, on it. Urahara Kazuki only knew about the one in the hands of Beilong, the current captain. Although he knew in advance that the power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body was comparable to that of Madara. It was a combination of Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy, and full-bringing technique. The sum of these four powers was inherently different. Perhaps, Kurosaki Ichigo could really do it. He might awaken something, a soul-cutting sword with unexpected abilities. However, what Urahara never expected was that the soul-cutting sword awakened by Kurosaki Ichigo actually contained the word, Holy Sword, so that he didn't know what to say for a while. At the same time, Urahara was also secretly asking a certain big-eyed monk in his heart, does this name really not matter? After all, if the captain's wives knew about this, they would definitely doubt who the father of this soul-cutting sword came from. Kurosaki Ichigo-kun, let me ask you a question first. Do you really know what the word Holy Sword actually represents? Urahara Kazuki thought so. He first took out the handkerchief he carried, gently wiped the cold sweat on his face, and then looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him and asked. I don't know, but the sword in my hand tells me that it is called this name. That soul-cutting sword will definitely not lie. Urahara Kazuki became serious and said to Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki-san, please do not say your soul-sanding sword's full name in Soul Society, otherwise you will be in trouble. Ah, is that so? I'll just call him Zangetsu. It'll be okay, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Urahara Kazuki nodded. Speaking of which, you said before that you wanted to train me in combat skills, right? Don't waste time, start now. Ever since I was sealed underground by you with Bakudo, I have been looking forward to the day when I will beat you up. Kurosaki Ichigo said, holding the soul-cutting sword in his hand, and walked straight towards Urahara Kazuki. So fast. Urahara Kazuki was stunned for a moment, then immediately pulled out the soul-cutting sword he had hidden in his crutch, and whispered, wake up. Benihime. Chang Chang. With Urahara Kazuki's scream from Benihime, his soul-cutting sword, which was originally in the form of a cane, immediately changed and turned into a weapon that looked like a tang sword with a red light emitting from the blade. Kurosaki Ichigo's soul-cutting swords, which were like kitchen knives, collided together. Boom! The moment Urahara Kazuki's sword collided with Kurosaki Ichigo's sword, the surroundings of the two seemed to freeze, and then a violent roar broke out. It's not easy, Kurosaki Ichigo. Whether it's the speed of your attack just now, the strength of your swing of the soul-cutting sword, or the Reiatsu you are unleashing now, there is no doubt that you are at the captain level. I have to say, Kurosaki Ichigo, you have definitely grown. However, with your current strength, it is not enough to defeat me. Urahara Kazuki held the soul-cutting sword in his hand and said with a smile after withstanding Kurosaki Ichigo's attack. You said that with my current strength, I can't defeat you. Profiteer Urahara, did you make a mistake? I don't remember myself and showed you my true calendar. After listening to Urahara Kazuki's words, Kurosaki Ichigo raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled slightly wildly. It seems that after Kurosaki Ichigo regained his Shinigami power, he began to feel that he was good again and could defeat Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki had some doubts in his eyes after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Even Urahara Kazuki, who has been observing Kurosaki Ichigo since he was a child, doesn't know that Kurosaki Ichigo is so crazy. The current Kurosaki Ichigo is completely indifferent to others. Kurosaki Ichigo-san, you seem to have changed a bit. In response, Urahara Kazuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo warily and said. Changed, Urahara Kazuki, whether I have changed or not is not your decision, but my own decision. In fact, I have always been me. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It's just that in my life, I have never changed. I feel as happy as I do today. Let you open your eyes wide and experience it. My newly acquired abilities. Kurosaki Ichigo ignored Urahara Kazuki's meaning and continued to talk to himself. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't seem to notice that something was very wrong with him at the moment. He saw Kurosaki Ichigo's Reiatsu rising continuously, his eyes flashing with instinctive brilliance, and then he raised the soul-cutting sword in his hand high, directly surpassing him, of the head. Crescent Moon Celestial, Kurosaki Ichigo said, and directly used his ancestral slashing attack, Getsuga Tensho. Boom! For a moment, a huge crescent rose straight into the sky, directly destroying the barrier of Urahara Kazuki's store. The terrifying Reiatsu condensed into a pillar, which had reached the level visible to ordinary people's naked eyes, and then turned into a slash, heading towards. Urahara Kazuki rushed over. What? Not good. Urahara Kazuki looked at the huge slash with a little cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, Urahara Kazuki was really panicking. Cry, Benihime, shield of blood clouds, split, Benihime. In just a short moment, Urahara Kazuki directly changed into a form of Zanpakuto. First, he used Benihime to launch a Crimson Sero-like attack, which offset part of the power of Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho, and then released a Crimson Spirit Child. The shield blocked the remaining part of Kurosaki Ichigo's slash. When Urahara's shield began to crack, Urahara took the initiative to abandon his shield, causing the shield to explode instantly and turn into countless scarlet bullets swelled together with the last part of Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. Boom! With a roar, when the smoke cleared, the seemingly unharmed Urahara Kazuki appeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes, with Urahara Kazuki at that critical moment. And continuously changed the form of Benihime to save the situation in time. Kurosaki Ichigo's extremely domineering Getsuga Tensho finally disappeared in front of Urahara Kazuki. Hey, Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo. Your Getsuga Tensho is so powerful. I was almost killed by you. Urahara Kazuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said with a smile. You are really strong, profiteer. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the unharmed Urahara Kazuki and couldn't help but frown. But it doesn't matter, I think you can block a few of my crescent moon sky rushes. Kurosaki Ichigo said, once again raising the soul-cutting sword in front of Urahara Kazuki. Hey, are you coming again? You're not joking, right? Can this extremely destructive ability be launched continuously? Urahara Kazuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was swinging his sword again, and the smile on his face fell. Take the move, Urahara. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Urahara Kazuki, who had no smile on his face, and he started laughing. Yes, the smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. However, when Kurosaki Ichigo exploded with all his spiritual power and was about to hit Urahara Kazuki with a huge Getsuga Tensho, his body suddenly felt tired, and then Kurosaki Ichigo's consciousness suddenly blurred. Are you really too brave? Kurosaki Ichigo cursed secretly, and then fell forward behind him. Kurosaki-kun, are you okay? Urahara Kazuki looked at the fallen Kurosaki Ichigo and was stunned for a moment. Then he approached Kurosaki Ichigo and kept asking questions to Kurosaki Ichigo, who was lying on the ground. Aha! It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo-san really fell down this time. Urahara Kazuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who fell to the ground, and said with a smile. But, what you did is beautiful enough. I was almost planning to bankai. Urahara Kazuki said, raising his right hand holding the knife, and saw that on the right hand of Urahara Kazuki holding the knife, there was a cut, about 15 centimeters long, deep enough to show the bone. Even at that moment the mouth is still flowing outwards. Kurosaki Ichigo-san, you were indeed worse in the past, but if it were you now, you would definitely be able to turn the entire Soul Society upside down. I'm starting to get a little curious. Kurosaki Ichigo-kun, how strong will you become after you come back from Soul Society? Maybe you will surpass me, maybe. Urahara Kazuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had fainted due to exhaustion, and said with a smile. At the same time, in Kurosaki Ichigo's inner world, Yuachi is talking to Blade King. Hey, this kind of force test is still too early for Jugo. What should Jugo do if he finds out that the force he used is not the power of Shinigami? Yuachi said to the King of Swordsmen in dissatisfaction. No, this power is not enough. Yuachi, you have no idea how powerful Gote 13 is now. If Ichigo cannot quickly master the power, Ichigo may not survive this trip to Soul Society. Blade King Jien shook his head slightly and directly refuted Yuachi's dissatisfaction. Yuachi was stunned. After all, he didn't know what the current situation of Soul Society was, but he knew that it was impossible for someone as proud as Blade King to lie. Don't worry, Yuachi, even your true body will eventually die under the 10-guard sword. Yi Zujian further launched a spiritual blow to Yuachi. HMPH. Let's wait and see. Then just wait and see. While Kurosaki Ichigo successfully obtained his own Zanpakuto and passed out due to excessive force, others were also making efforts that were beyond the comprehension of normal people. Although Yoruichi doesn't understand the complete technique, Yoruichi understands Kido. Essentially, the complete technique is a special Kido based on the Soul King fragment. This is Yoruichi's professional project. Yoruichi, who can integrate Kido and white hits, continues to improve the abilities of Inoue Orihime and Sato Yasutora. Not only these two, Ishida Ryu is also making continuous progress. However, rather than saying that the progress is great, it is more of a bigger blow. In just 7 days, Ishida Ryu was completely transformed by his father, Ishida Ryujin. Even though he had already used the Soul Scattering Glove, a prop that greatly increased his own power, compared with his father, the difference is still more than 1.5 stars. His father didn't even use his blood armor before he beat Ishida Ryu inhumanely. Ishida Ryu can only say that he is in pain and happy. 3 days later, Kurosaki Ichigo finally woke up from the coma. After Kurosaki Ichigo woke up, he did not waste any time and directly started learning Shinigami abilities under the leadership of Urahara Kazuki. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo is also constantly familiar with the abilities of his soul-cutting sword. Of course, Kido is not what the current Kurosaki Ichigo can understand, it is more about letting him understand how to deal with these Kido. For a time, the strength of Kurosaki Ichigo, Inoue Orihime, Sato Yasutora and Ishida Ryu, the 4 people who plan to go to Soul Society to save Rukia Kuchiki, continued to increase explosively at a geometric growth rate. After the training is over, it will definitely bring a certain shock to Soul Society. After all, in today's world, there are very few strong men at the captain level. Time flies, and another week has passed since Kurosaki Ichigo woke up. The 10 days of training that Urahara Kazuki promised Kurosaki Ichigo before has completely ended. In fact, during these 10 days of training, Urahara Kazuki found that he had nothing to teach Kurosaki Ichigo. At the moment, Kurosaki Ichigo had nothing to teach him except for Bankai. There is no difference from ordinary captain-level Shinigami. Urahara Kazuki promised Kurosaki Ichigo to help Kurosaki Ichigo and others go to the door of Soul Society. After that, it's time for the storm. Kurosaki Ichigo, the next step depends on your luck. I have already taught you everything I need to teach you. As for what I haven't taught you, I can only wait until you go to Soul Society to practice on your own. Urahara Kazuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and sighed. Except for Zanpakuto's Bankai, Urahara really has nothing to teach Kurosaki Ichigo. As for Bankai, it's not that Urahara doesn't want to teach Ichigo, but his Bankai is really not good at training others. However, fortunately, Urahara Kazuki has solved the problem of Kurosaki Ichigo learning Bankai. After Urahara Kazuki discovered that Ichigo's Reiatsu reached the 2nd level and could learn Bankai, he contacted Shihoin Yoruichi and entrusted Shihoin Yoruichi to arrange for Kurosaki Ichigo to he trained with Yoruichi back then, in the training ground under Shuangji Hill, and used the transformation body he invented to help Ichigo learn Bankai. With Shihoin Yoruichi, a veteran captain, and the help he developed specifically for learning Bankai, Kurosaki Ichigo must be able to learn his own Bankai soon. Urahara Kazuki has never doubted Ichigo and Yoruichi. After all, in a sense, the current strongest Shinigami Beilong in Soul Society got there by sparring with Yoruichi, not to mention the disciples Yoruichi taught over the years. To be honest, Urahara Kazuki has seen a lot of geniuses in his life. After all, Soul Society is a place where there are crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and not much else, but there are always a lot of geniuses. Just at Spiritual Arts Academy, there are so-called tendanya every day. But Urahara Kazuki has never seen such a pervert as Kurosaki Ichigo. In just 10 days, Kurosaki Ichigo crossed the threshold that 99.9% of Shinigami cannot cross in their lifetime, and entered the 2nd-class spiritual power, strength. Just wait for my good news with peace of mind. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo was full of confidence in himself. He has become stronger, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he has been reborn. If he were to meet the pretender who defeated him on the rainy night when Rukia left, he would definitely make him fall into disgrace, so that the other party will never dare to show off in front of him for the rest of his life. Well, before going to Soul Society, Kurosaki Ichigo is already thinking about how to beat up his uncle. Ichigo, come with me. After Urahara Kazuki heard Kurosaki Ichigo's confident words, he said no more. He brought Ichigo to what he had prepared, in front of the Medei crossing gate. This is. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the boundary gate in front of him with a trace of doubt in his eyes. This is the gate through the world. It is an important tool to help you go from the living world to the soul society. You will pass through this gate later to go to the soul ghost. Urahara Kazuki opened the gate behind him for Kurosaki Ichigo. Boundary gate. Oh, I know this thing. The people who took Rukia away also left through the boundary gate. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, his expression flashed in a trance, and then he answered seriously. Haha, there are still some differences from the boundary gate used by Byakuya Kuchiki and the others, but in principle it is almost the same. Urahara listened to Ichigo's words. He replied with a smile. When do we leave? Kurosaki Ichigo asked, looking at Urahara Kazuki. Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, please wait for a while. Our people haven't arrived yet. Urahara Kazuki laughed after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. By the way, Inoue and Sato haven't come yet. Ichigo was stunned for a moment, and then thought of Inoue Orihime and Sato Yasutora. Say Sao Sao, and Sao Sao will come. Kurosaki-san. Ichigo, Yoruichi, who transformed into a black cat, rushed to the scene with Inoue Orihime and Sato Taihu. You are here. Kurosaki Ichigo was also very happy to see his two partners. Well, we have to save Rukia too. After all, she is also our classmate. Inoue Orihime showed Ichigo a smile as warm as the sun and preached loudly. Quote. Yeah, as for Sato Yasutora, he just nodded slightly. By the way, where did this black cat come from? Kurosaki Ichigo pointed at Yoruichi and said strangely. Did Mr. Urahara raise him? Ahem, Kurosaki-san, there are some things you shouldn't say nonsense. Yoruichi-sama is so noble. Urahara Kazuki suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Except for Beilong, no one dares to say that they have Yoruichi. Kurosaki-san, this is Mr. Yoruichi, the teacher who has been teaching us recently. Inoue Orihime quickly introduced. Oh, that's right, sorry, Mr. Yoruichi. Kurosaki Ichigo apologized quickly. It doesn't matter, my form is really incomprehensible. Yoruichi deliberately said in a male voice. After all, she is the captain's wife. If others see the captain's wife entering Seraiti with a group of travel troubles, they don't know what trouble will happen. Profiteer, I mean Mr. Urahara, can you open the door now? Ichigo asked Urahara Kazuki after Inoue Orihime and Sato Yasutora arrived. Even, because Ichigo was so excited, he almost pronounced the nickname he gave Urahara Kazuki just like that. In fact, because Urahara taught Kurosaki Ichigo for 10 days, Ichigo already regarded Urahara as half of his teacher. See, now he has sincerely called Urahara sir. Everyone hasn't arrived yet. Urahara Kazuki heard this and replied with a smile. Not all here yet. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Sorry, I'm late. Just as Ichigo doesn't know, who else? When the meeting came, the door of Urahara Kazuki's store was opened again. Ishida Ryu, wearing the spirit-dispersing gloves and Quincy battle suit, walked into Urahara under the leadership of Yoruichi. The basement of the store. Ishida, are you here too? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the arriving Ishida Ryu and was stunned for a moment. Don't get me wrong, I just accepted Rukia Kuchiki's love, so I have to repay it. That's all. My opinion, or prejudice, against Shinigami has not changed. Ishida Ryu certainly knew what Kurosaki Ichigo was thinking. He first gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then spoke seriously. Haha, it's great that you're here. Having you here is really a big help. Kurosaki Ichigo walked up to Ishida Yuryu's side and patted Yuryu's shoulder while affirming. Snort. After hearing what Kurosaki Ichigo said, Ryu first snorted coldly, and then calmly, his pretty face turned slightly red. Although Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know why Ikiryu is blushing. Okay, everyone is here now. Are you ready to go to Soul Society? Urahara Kazuki saw Ishida Ryu arriving, opened his small fan, and activated the world traveling gate in front of everyone. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the boundary gate and said silently in his heart, Rukia. Wait for me, this time, I will definitely bring you back. After entering the boundary gate, you must absolutely obey my command. This road is not that easy to walk. Yoruichi was not polite at this time and demanded directly. Mr. Yoruichi, are you going with me? Kurosaki Ichigo asked curiously. Of course, Lord Yoruichi is your guide this time. It can be said that no one understands Seraiti better than Lord Yoruichi. Urahara Kazuki also opened his fan and smiled. Kurosaki Ichigo no longer hesitated, nodded, smiled and said, "Please, Mr. Yoruichi." At this time, the boundary gate became stable, and Urahara Kazuki said, "Well, everyone, it's time to hit the road." The 4 people filed in under the leadership of Yoruichi. Urahara Kazuki looked at the 4 people who disappeared through the boundary gate and said silently, "It's up to you." Meanwhile, Soul Society. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo is ready to go to Soul Society, so I can start my action. Rukia Kuchiki, you must perform well for me. Aizen Sosuke, after confirming that Kurosaki Ichigo had already started heading to Soul Society, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and began to use the 46th room, giving his order. Everything is under control. Break the boundary. A special passage formed by the overlap between worlds. At the same time, it is also the only way for Shinigami to travel through the world. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and others passed through the boundary gate prepared by Urahara Kazuki. Under the leadership of Shihoin Yoruichi, they continued to run through the boundary. The goal of their trip was the legendary Soul Society. On the way forward, everyone was speechless. Kurosaki Ichigo and others had their brows furrowed. It seemed that everyone had all kinds of worries and anxieties deep in their hearts. Everyone seemed to be worried about something. Yoruichi saw everyone was silent for a while, and broke the silence by speaking directly. "Speaking of which, you don't know anything about Soul Society. It's still a long time on the road, so I'll give you a brief summary of the opponents you have to face." As soon as these words came out, everyone focused their attention on Yoruichi. "I'm not going to be too pretentious. While we are still in the separation and before arriving at Soul Society, I would like to give you a little knowledge about Soul Society and Seraiti for those students who don't know much about it. There is a structure to send Soul Society and Gote 13. Yoruichi said with a smile. "Do you want to educate us on the enemy's power structure? This is indeed an extremely important and necessary thing. It is said that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Only by understanding the enemy can you defeat the enemy. Then I leave this job of introducing the enemy to you." Ishida Ryu knew the importance of information and spoke quickly. Yoruichi doesn't care about this. After all, she has never heard less compliments in her life. When she was a child, she was the young master of the Shihoin family. When she grew up, the head of the Shihoin family also served as the captain of the 2nd Division. Although the captain position was removed later, she still misses captain. It can be said that other Shinigami have ups and downs in their lives, but Yoruichi has ups and downs in this life. First of all, you need to know that the main structure of Soul Society is divided into 2 parts. One part is the core of Soul Society and where the Shinigami and nobles live. It's called Jonglingting. Quote, "The other part is the place where the most common wandering souls in Soul Society live. It is also the place where the souls who were sent to Soul Society by the Shinigami after dying naturally in this world are called Rukongai. Our goal this time is to enter the core area of Soul Society, which is Seraiti." Yoruichi first gave them a simple impression and briefly talked about the differences between Seraiti and Rukongai. "Rukia, where is she?" Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't seem to be interested in the structure of Soul Society. He just wants to know where Rukia Kuchiki, who was taken away by Byakuya Kuchiki, is now. If nothing else, Rukia Kuchiki is currently in the core area of Soul Society, which is Seraiti. Then we must attack Seraiti. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded lightly and concluded. "Haha, Kurosaki Ichigo-san, things are not as simple as you think. You must know that Seraiti is the core of a world and the most important area. Its entire area is wrapped by high walls and shrouded in a huge barrier. It cannot be seen from the sky or underground. Enter the Seraiti. If we really want to enter Seraiti, then we can only pass through the 4 gates in the east, west, south, and north surrounding the high wall of Seraiti. However, outside these 4 gates, there are powerful people. The heroic guard is not as easy to be breached as you think." Yoruichi continued to educate Kurosaki Ichigo. However, Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't care about this, he is a little swollen now. "Anyway, if you defeat the guards, you can enter the Lingting Palace, right? Leave the guard matters to me. I will take care of them all." Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo's rash approach when he was indecisive, Yoruichi said speechlessly. The focus is not on the 4 guards guarding outside the Seraiti gate. The focus is on the Gote 13 guarding the inside of Seraiti. The guards responsible for guarding the Seraiti gate are not so much protecting Seraiti as they are protecting those who have no strength. People who plan to invade Seraiti. Those gate guards are actually Lord Baelong, the captain of Gote 13. Their kindness to the enemy. It is telling the world that if you can't even defeat the guards responsible for guarding the gate, then stop thinking about invading Seraiti. After all, you entering Seraiti, there is only a dead end, that's all. Yoruichi also quietly boasted about her men. After all, this time leading the party was the task given to her by his man. So, this so-called captain of Gote 13 is quite reasonable. It sounds like he is unexpectedly kind. Maybe if we tell him clearly about Rukia Kuchiki, he will let her go, indefinite. After listening to Yoruichi's words, Inoue Orihime thought thoughtfully for a while, then smiled and preached to everyone present. This is a good idea. Kurosaki Ichigo heard this and gave Inoue Orihime a thumbs up. Haha, you guys have to think of this method. Yoruichi was even more speechless. Isn't it possible? Kurosaki Ichigo asked in confusion. It's not a question of whether it's possible, but a question of whether we can meet Captain Baelong. I should have told you just now that there are a total of 13 Shinigami divisions in the entire Seraiti, called Gote 13. Among them, Captain Baelong is not only the commander-in-chief of the 13 Shinigami divisions, but also the captain of the 1st Division, and the 1st Division's team building is at the center of the entire Seraiti. In other words, no matter which gate you invade from Seraiti, you have to go through 5 levels and kill 6 generals before you can reach the 1st team building, and everything starts when you reach the 10th team. Of course Yoruichi cannot say that he wants to see Baelong every day. After all, Yoruichi can also see that Baelong actually hopes that Kurosaki Ichigo and others will muddy the water and let the traitors within Gote 13 show themselves. Then defeat all the enemies. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't take it seriously, he seemed to be full of confidence in himself. You guys, should I say that you are fearless even if you don't know? Or are you overconfident? Do you really know the combat effectiveness of Gote 13? Let me tell you this. The night Rukia Kuchiki left, you should have fought with a cold guy, right? That guy was called Byakuya Kuchiki, and he was the captain of one of Gote 13's divisions. Not only that, another man who smiles like a little fox is also the captain of Gote 13, and he is also Rukia's teacher. Not only that, these two are geniuses trained by Captain Baelong since childhood. There are 11 other captains like them. Yoruichi boasted about his beloved disciples again. There are 2 people as powerful as Byakuya. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally knows how powerful Byakuya Kuchiki is. After all, it was after he obtained the power of Shinigami that he tasted failure for the first time and killed him instantly. Haha, not only that, when he defeated you, he even sealed 80% of his strength. What you saw was only Byakuya Kuchiki with 1/5 of his strength. As soon as these words came out, Kurosaki Ichigo's face changed drastically. If it were Byakuya Kuchiki at that time, Kurosaki Ichigo would still be very confident to defeat him, but Byakuya Kuchiki was 5 times stronger than that time. Even Kurosaki Ichigo started to beat his heart. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little shaken. He thought he was almost invincible, but he didn't expect that the water in Soul Society was so deep. Not to mention Kurosaki Ichigo, Inoue Orihime, Sato Yasutora and Ishida Ryu also looked ugly. They did not expect that their opponents were so powerful. Yoruichi didn't mean to attack them. After all, it's better to know Gote 13's combat power in advance than to only know how strong the opponent is after meeting him. No one knows better than her how powerful Gote 13 is now under the leadership of Baelong. Arrive. After a long while, in the silence of everyone, they finally ran to the end of the boundary, which was also the end of their journey Soul Society. Because Kurosaki Ichigo and his team were strong enough this time, they didn't encounter the scavenger of the broken world. I don't know whether it was lucky or unlucky. Boom. When everyone passed through the shimmering door, what appeared in front of everyone was the blue sky and white clouds. There is no doubt that this is a world very similar to the real world. As for the figures of Kurosaki Ichigo and others, they immediately came to the sky and smashed them. That profiteer. I knew he was unreliable. It's actually in midair. Look in front of you, it looks like a city. Because everyone present was not a mortal, they did not feel any timidity because of the height. They just cursed Urahara Kazuki a few words, and were completely shocked by what came into view. It was a building wrapped by the huge white city wall, is a city full of ancient simplicity. Isn't this too exaggerated? Such a city is simply a miracle. Although everyone was mentally prepared, when Kurosaki Ichigo, Sato Yasutora and Inoue Orihime met Seraiti for the first time, they couldn't help but praise the huge city in front of them. In the eyes of Kurosaki Ichigo and others, the city in front of them cannot be built in this world even with all the manpower. After all, this is a city that is even larger than some countries in this world. Kurosaki Ichigo and others cannot imagine how long it would take to build such a city, and how much manpower it would take. It was at the moment when everyone was shocked by the magnificence of the city that they successfully landed on the land of Soul Society, setting off countless floating dust. What a nice view. After Inoue Orihime stood on the ground, looking at the pure white and huge white city wall in front of him, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Look carefully, the city that appears in front of you, surrounded by huge white walls, is the goal of our trip, Seirei. Ting. Shihuin Yoruichi landed gracefully on the land of Soul Society and explained softly. So these houses behind us are Rukongai. Ishida Ryu turned sideways and looked at the huge city in front of him, which was completely opposite. It lacked some grandeur and magnificence. Although it looked clean and tidy, it was obviously not as good as the White City. The plain and simple streets built within the wall said softly. Exactly. After listening to Ishida Ryu's words, Shihuin Yoruichi nodded slightly. Haha, this Seraiti really distinguishes between rich and poor. Hearing this, Ishida Ryu had a somewhat sarcastic look on his face and whispered softly. Anyway, if you want to see Rukia, you have to enter it, right? If that's the case, then let's not waste any more time and hurry in. The longer the delay, the more dangerous Rukia's situation will be. Just when Ishida Ryu looked at the extremely obvious gap between rich and poor displayed by a huge wall between Seraiti and Yuhun Street, Kurosaki Ichigo said from his mouth. He breathed a long sigh of relief, looked ahead firmly, and preached seriously to everyone present. Even after knowing how powerful Gote 13 is, Kurosaki Ichigo is still determined to save Rukia Kuchiki. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.